Alright, so from where we left off last time, you guys are at Zach Mordu's compound. It seems to be fairly ritzy, but what was Mark's character's name? It's not Chen.
Ned
Chen. He's been paying you guys his way for the most part.
For the most part, for the all part.
No.
All.
So it's about 3 p.m. right now as you've talked to... Actually, it might be a little bit later than that. I can't remember specifically. It might be around 5 p.m., so I'll say that. You guys had managed to talk to Zach Mordu in the large greenhouse that they had within the compound. You have been to a few different things like hot stone massages and what have you, depending on what you wanted to go into. Otherwise, that's what the PCs are right now. You just had left, I believe, talking to Zach Mordu.
Yeah.
He had his assistant provide you with a lot of Gravenhurst-related research, but it's actually the Cult of the Skulls. You guys had mentioned Gravenhurst, but he gave you the notes. He said they were slightly out of date.
Did he know anything about the leng, the plane of leng, the
plateau of leng?
Plateau of leng, or no?
You had asked him about that, and he said that he wasn't worried at the moment, and he would continue his operations, but he didn't really elaborate too much. However, the man has seemed to allude that he has abilities to move into the near Umbra. Not only that, but he supposedly is in care of several larger nodes.
All right.
But he still feels the need to siphon it off people, too.
Well, we don't know if he's doing that. We just
He
suspect
admitted
it.
to it.
He didn't admit to taking anything from people. He said that he used a,
He said that his crystals could.
It could, but doesn't mean
different from, we've now confirmed that he's doing that. You are aware that the crystals, from what the Chantry had told you, so you most likely had left that location. Heading back from that location. Yep. No, you guys got the cat back. So later on, so you must have left the location. The Chantry was able to tell you that it does enhance your natural willpower, but if somebody was aware of the crystals, they could be used to gain a somewhat backdoor access to your own mind. So, on the whole, yes, they would actually protect you against the Plateau of Leng, but somebody that was skilled and knew what they were doing, or knew specifically about these crystals, could use it as a point to attack you.
Have the chance to take a look at them.
They just did.
That's what they did.
Can they shut that function off, or not really? It's like a base function.
It's how the crystals are aligned. I mean, they could wash that away, but it'd be like making a whole new, other than the base materials are made out of, it would be like enchanting a new object.
Okay.
They're kind of tied, kind of very, very nuanced together.
Okay.
Destroying one would most likely destroy the other one. And it would be cost prohibitive. You could buy something new for the cost it would cost. You most likely could buy something for cheaper than what it would cost to get this fixed.
We would have bought a pair of earrings for everybody that doesn't have a pair currently, because he's just selling them for money, and we won't use them until we go to the plane.
You guys had inquired about it previously, and Casey was able to find the matching pair for him. But ever since the order was at the plateau, a lot of the higher agents within the order have been requesting those objects, and they've become hard to track down.
Right. That's why when we were at the resort, I wanted to. If Mr. Chen didn't buy them, I would.
Oh,
buy
so
them.
not the earrings he has. You want to purchase from their compound earrings.
Yes, the earrings that may be a conduit for this guy.
Yes.
I would have purchased a set for everybody, knowing that we can't buy these things elsewhere. And even if they are conduits to our minds, he's welcome to suck them while we're in the plane of Leng, because it'll be of more benefit than hindrance at that time.
Now, what they would end up selling is a bit expensive for the average person, but for you guys, what the hell is it when you purchase it?
What cost? They don't put those on.
You wouldn't see a cost, to be fair, when you purchase these things.
That's fine.
Would you guys get a pair of earrings for each one of you?
1, 2, 3. Dusty 4.
Okay.
How many?
I don't think he was.
I'll buy him.
Just from merchanting, you can tell that there's platinum inlay, certain alloys, just this without any kind of attunement is very likely just going to be expensive.
Yep, it's okay.
Right.
I tried to let Chen pay for it, but if he doesn't, then it comes out of the
Ned Chen will pay for it.
Richter
You
Foundation.
try to let him pay for everything's going on his tab, so we just take them and he pays for them.
Well, knowing you guys, we don't distribute them to you because you'll just start wearing them right away, and we only want you to wear them when you're in the plane of Leng. So,
Are you kidding? It has a back door. Hunter will just throw his away.
Otherwise, can I see a paper from you?
Andrew, sorry.
not when he finds out, he gives him +2 to will and +2 to fear.
And a +8 to anyone trying to...
Tip over your brain.
Yep.
That I need from you?
So, let's
Really the secretive note-taking again?
I didn't write anything.
Yep.
Not yet, Ian.
Ian,
Yes.
I was looking at before. First off, how much time has passed between last time I was in? We were doing they just found that guy who.
I'll probably need to log in.
Not a lot of time, actually.
Okay.
The PCs probably spent about 3 or 4 days. They went to Nebraska, slept over there. I think they did a little additional training at the Order of Hermes. So you're actually from the Order of
Chantry.
Hermes, the Chantry. The Chantry is the location the Order of Hermes are based out of. They have an interconnected, larger Chantry. I'd probably say 7 days to be safe.
I was wondering if I'd been made any progress on redesigning a hydraulic buffer or a better flash suppressor for the bar.
The bar?
Yep.
You can give me
Then you wouldn't have been with us.
either a...
Yeah, for those 7 days, yeah, I wasn't with you. I was back in Belgium. Good job.
You can give me a hypertech roll or a small arms engineering. It depends on how you're trying to accomplish the changes within the gun.
Well, the hydraulic buffer and the flash suppressor with its principles are around. So it'd be
I'm aware of that, but you're trying to make
Within
within a limited time frame.
give you a hypertech roll.
So if a week passed, pay period.
Dead on.
You know money's pretty much mute at this point.
Says
Dead on.
you.
Oh, yeah.
Dead on?
You know you've got a dice under it, right? You did that intentionally?
Yeah, so the air is
Hypertech.
Now, what are you trying to change from a base flash
I don't want
suppressor
it
for
on
the
the plastic
bar?
and then all of a sudden
A
it
more
does overheat. And I'm
better
like,
flash suppressor that channels better the gas better, so it stops the rays a little bit.
I just wondering.
So you're trying to do something to reduce the
get hot.
recoil of the bar.
Yep, that's what I'm trying to do.
All right.
This is a hydraulic buffer.
Are you using standard materials?
Yeah.
What kind of processor? Is it new? Is it old?
Not mine. My mother-in-law gave it to me when she got it in.
You have a concept. You'd probably save for an additional $55 in talking to the New York Ironworks. You'd be able to. Do you actually have any machine shop skills?
I do.
Okay. Then I would say you should be able to machine shop within the 4 days.
Keep in
You can
mind,
give me a machinist role.
keep in mind, I'm not in New York right now. I'm back in Belgium at the bar.
Okay.
The Browning plant.
All right.
So I'll be a
5'4".
machinist.
Okay. So I would say that the
That's the number. If you want to do anything else.
Yep.
I didn't even start the shenanigans of secret note-taking.
Whatever you feel like saying, buddy.
By 5.
So this is actually, yep, I got you another pair of earrings. Yep, I'm going to turn around and sell those for triple.
You ever come across that there was some other things that you were trying to look into, but you didn't feel comfortable given the situation?
I can take that.
By 5.
Wait,
By 5?
wait, was this the golden chalice with diamond encrusted?
You would say that.
I
Number
remember
5.
that for last time.
Do you have any hypertech skill?
I do.
Okay, you can give me a roll on that.
I made the roll before it by 12. Or by 1.
Oh, so you made it on
So you made it
hypertech
dead
rather
on,
than
yeah.
small arms engineering?
Yep, I made the first one on hypertech by dead on.
Okay.
And then I made my machinist by 5.
Okay, then give me a small arms. Was it small arms engineering?
Can I drop points in some of the stuff I've used?
Yeah, that's possible.
I'll let you know.
Depending on how much time the PCs have, they go immediately on another adventure. It's a little bit tricky.
A little luck that roll.
Okay.
It's early, so.
Well, the app got enough for me.
Yeah, I got plenty of room. I'm just
By 4.
I would say that for the $55,
Yep.
you're able to machine shop a fairly high-end bit piece for the end. It does increase the bulk by 1, but you can reduce the recoil for close range.
Okay.
Unfortunately, GURPS has like a 1-point recoil increment, so it's hard to do anything like a 10% efficiency on something. So within short-range distances, you would have effectively a lower recoil. If you're shooting at a large distance, it'd still be 3. And a large distance being anywhere over like 120 meters.
Keep in mind now that Browning owns that patent since I used their equipment.
All right, if that's how you're working, is you
That's
don't
how-
need
so
to
I'm doing it at work,
you don't
so-
need to pay the $55 then. Yep. So you have the current prototype, and you can write down the schematics for it, and you think you could replicate them.
What do you have?
11,496. Depends on if you've been to the other. You've been to all the things I have.
So I'm kind of upset that focus concentration got nerfed. Like, big time. The what did? Focus concentration. Oh, the quality.
Thank you.
Totally, completely nerfed. And it went from being something you might actually want to take to
thought that Ryan was ever going to do anything with timer ever.
Oh yeah, the damage is all like damage is all been scaled around up.
Right. So otherwise, you'd be back at the Chantry the next night. I don't think there's a Chantry entrance. I'm not sure if I said there was one in Norway. Either way, you could call Walter Riker and requisition a transport back.
No.
Otherwise, there probably would be a Chantry,
Reciprocal magic.
at least
time.
within a day and a half travel of here.
I'm gonna request open gate.
All right.
Go back home the right way without danger.
He'll take you back to the location that he dropped you in at initially. Once you're there, it opens pretty much immediately. You imagine that he just spent probably 10 minutes or so while you were in transit getting it positioned correctly.
Okay.
Otherwise, you guys can... He'll have Jason I. Holt and the team members maneuver a ramp into place, and you could still trip and hit the edge.
Yep.
But
6 mental and
So-
6 social. Yeah, that's pretty.
Are you taking the backpack and the little shield that Chen and First Son had?
Yeah.
the first son had the backpack unit, and there was the force
Chen
field.
had the force field thing.
Yep, I take them back.
What's the orcs? Well, that's
Never needed them on the adventure, so to speak.
We're the strongest
I strap them on, I put on the shield.
We've known that for a while.
So once we get to the Chantry, can I just go out and I want to buy the highest end tattoo
Using the
thing
teleporter-
that I can find.
Using the relay system, that would bring you back to B's compound. So you'd be still 4.5 hours away from the nearest Chantry.
Well, I don't just regular wherever I can buy like a tattoo.
Tattoo gun?
Yes,
Yeah.
the highest end one I can find.
The highest one you can find in northern New York. I would probably say you spend 2 hours that evening and you find
Keep in
something.
mind,
How
you
much
won't be
is
able to
it?
find it in New York City.
What? Well, he's in northern New York.
Okay.
How much does it cost?
I don't know, maybe $35?
Yes, I just need you to modify it with the just
Okay. Okay, so your new disadvantages?
There's no new disadvantages.
So you kept the ones that you had on the prior?
Yeah, everything on there's still.
Okay.
There's nothing that was bought off other than if it said 0, it's the ones that you gave me.
Okay. The ones that I gave you were 0. The other ones are... Okay.
Yeah.
So
It is on. It is. I did send you a.
So I'll need to see which ones did you have as 0-point features and which ones you kept.
Numbness
No, but it's 640.
is a 0. Nightmare is a 0.
Well, I think numbness is in that right hand, isn't it? And that's a 0. And then...
Nightmares is a 0.
Alright.
Oh shit, my tasking group is
I
awesome.
hope. Got some more.
Just saying.
Does anyone have high tech on them?
No. I don't bring books anymore.
Is that okay?
Everybody has them on their computer. And they're heavy.
Alright, so what are the PCs up to then?
See if there's any events coming up on the eventometer.
Overall, the major events that are still taking place are those inside of,
The only ones that
I would say, around the Great Isles. I'd mentioned that there was some minor activity off in Australia outback, but he doesn't have a precise location. And there are a few dots here and there within the continental United States.
Yith site.
But nothing,
Yeah.
nothing like huge relative to everything else.
Okay.
Perhaps we should take a crack at a Yith site.
The what?
One of the Yith sites where we could find the Moo human.
I could have sworn we were still trying to save that one guy, but me.
We're waiting for Doc to come back.
We've been
Ben's subtle
politely,
way of being sarcastic.
we've
No,
been
I was
we've been
asking
politely
character.
advised by our GM that we should not attempt to do this with all players on hand.
Oh wait,
Sorry,
no.
I didn't know.
So
I didn't
it's not that we're trying to ignore you and have your character slip further
we
away
need a
from
body for said person.
I was
because
asking
he
that
has
character
no body.
because that character doesn't know what's going on. I was asking that character.
You bought yourself a full set.
It came off slightly snippy.
No, you can
I bought a
have
set for everybody. Except for you and I. You have a set, right?
I don't have a set. I have one. I gave you the other
So
one.
then can I call
Oh,
ahead
that's,
to Earth
if you have two, does it work better?
Be like,
I would have bought a
hey,
set for everybody.
Are you
Except for
free
me.
tomorrow morning or
The
free-ish?
expectation you give me the other earring to my set.
You'd find out with Angus Urquhart
I'm not giving you my earring.
that
Sorry.
Angus Urquhart is available for up
That
to the
would have
next
been what I
week.
would have done.
However, he's not going to be available after that
we can
time.
keep that extra set. Sorry, we're.
You're relatively new. He doesn't detail too much to you.
Have them cut the link.
So yeah, he says the next week he should be available.
As long as they
Ask him
have
if I
similar
could
quality.
stop by tomorrow.
I'm never
for
going to wear the set
tattoo. I
with
have
the
a
crystal mask.
compensation
As
for
long
it.
as it's, like I said, if the chance
Given what you do, he's doesn't need compensation for it. He can schedule you in.
They can, but they'd be better off just starting from scratch.
Can I ask him if he can do, if he's good at drawing sigils other than the ones he's used to?
Yes, he says that he's very confident in drawing sigils, despite what you see from Hunter.
do you want to keep them just as a backup? Because I'm pretty sure that
They're paid for, so yes. There you go.
do we know the stat increase on the ones that we got from Zach Morgan?
No, you do not.
Can the chantry inform us of what it would be, the equivalent
Each one of the earrings could give you +1 willpower, and that's artificial. You can't burn that point. So if you reach 0, you reach 0. So the pair would give you 2. But theoretically, it could allow someone much more easily to penetrate your mind if they use it as
What you have right
an
now
in.
is of greater quality.
It is. But for my friends that have not, and you could wear up to 2 of these at a time, right?
Yes,
Okay.
so the earrings.
They can get a +2, and in order to be accursed or have your mind open, would they have to know the alignment of these things, or is it just you're open to everybody?
Would they have? They'd probably just have to sense it.
There's a certain resonance to the objects themselves. They would have to specifically target those objects as a way into your system, and they would have to have some familiarity with the crystals themselves.
Okay.
They would tell you that an expert might be an expert in mental magics, or a telepath might be able to key in on something like that given enough time. But definitely, I mean, somebody that whoever made these might have an inclination that it could be used like that, or just didn't care.
Okay.
The short staff gives you a +2 to parry or +1 to parry.
The short staff gives you +1. I'm assuming that's around 4.5 feet tall. There's a larger staff that's more akin to your, like, it's closer to, what is it?
I got a short staff. It's easier to not look scary. Sort of.
You're trying to look scary.
It's easier to not look scary. Is what it's-
So what are we doing now?
We're going to go to a
Can we-
Yith site.
can we have
try
a
to find
day?
them. Sure. If everybody wants a day or a week or whatever, I'm more than willing to spend that time. 'Cause I've got projects I can do too. I'm just sure.
Does everyone want to take how long? 2 weeks? A week?
If we go 2 weeks, we're just going to be spending most of the session just playing.
How about we?
Probably better just to do a day.
How about we talk about it?
It's whatever you guys want to do. And nobody, what is it? We don't have, well, I suppose it was a little bit more pressing because Ben's here, but Ben could accomplish tasks as well.
Yeah, I got tasks.
Yeah.
Do you have things you want to do with downtime?
Yeah, I got things I got to do with downtime.
How much downtime would you have
2 weeks
things?
will be just fine.
2 weeks it is then.
Okay.
Everyone's voting.
Are you okay with 2 weeks, Professor?
Yeah, I can have somebody do something and do spells.
You said you wanted help with your book. You said you wanted help with that book.
Ian, what do I gotta do again to become a professional Numismatic Society? Like, do I have to send you an email of my dissertation or something?
Well, no, not an email. What is it? You'd end up... It's much like a PhD. They would end up going... What is it? You'd send some article or paper in for peer review, which would add to their common knowledge, and then...
Could I submit our, like, Tobin Spirit that we've been doing, like on, we've been collecting information on deep ones, werewolves, other stuff
Along
like
with the
that.
photography that's included?
Yeah, so that everyone wouldn't have to go searching everywhere. They'd have like a main book to look through.
Okay. You can give me a writing.
That's the new modified character.
Yeah, no, it'll be terrifying. It'll be
What is, like, writing? What does that cover? I have it, but...
Writing stories, writing technical manuals, collecting your thoughts in a written
what
form.
is typing? Like how fast you can type?
It's a limiter, really. You really don't need any more than 1 point in it, and it doesn't come up a whole lot.
So I made my writing by 4.
All right. Given the back information that you guys have, I suppose you could send this out as just a draft. I mean, you still have gaps in your mythos knowledge. You haven't come across
Yeah.
a whole lot of stuff, but
But maybe like as a project.
Yeah.
Ongoing.
or even like a
Pictures.
series of volumes, because you guys have a decent amount of information about deep ones and ghouls and things of that nature.
Lizards.
So you could finish that up within the first week. You could make copies of the photographs, and then keep it back up for yourself, and then get it into a format and send it over to the Numismatic Society. Did you want to try to drop that off for them, or did you want to mail it?
Well, where would I go to drop it off? I mean, where's
The Numismatic Society's headquarters are based in Norway.
Just teleport away.
where is that guy that we talked to, that Chaos Master?
Omar Bahowden used to have a laboratory inside of Norway, but he had recently moved his lab and most of his equipment over to B's facility inside the States. You could send it over to Jason Gracali, but it's the same as sending it over to the headquarters.
Then I'll send it over then.
Okay.
Jake, what's your spells?
So anyone else want to do the first week? Things they're doing?
I'll be assisting my husband in completing projects.
Okay. I think the last thing you had asked him to work on was a little bit of that battlesuit material.
Yeah, it was.
And he'll want to know, because Captain Thomas is working on a similar project, if he's supposed to be running parallel to him, or if he would be assisting him. What he understands that he doesn't want to be, he owns the patent, but your husband doesn't seem to really care.
Basically, I tell him, try not to outdo the man, work in parallel. I've tried to bring him into the fold so many times and failed that I don't want to step on his feet, but my friends and I need battlesuits to give us a little edge, and
Everyone should have that.
he's uninterested in working with me. So
Okay. He says he does occasionally provide him tips and help on certain things, but he'll run his own parallel project on it, unless there's something more pressing that he wanted him to work on. He'll ask what the priority of the battlesuit project is, because he did want to finish essentially a gate-type room. He already has them digging the area for it, and the concrete should be set by the end of the week. Then they're going to be rebearing that. He's going to be setting up power. He is also working on... he had gotten a hold of a 1930 prototype vehicle from Chevy, and he was going to use that as a vehicle that could transport through the gate, so you'd have a ride on the other side.
That's awesome. Let's work on your projects, I say.
All right.
That should be a selling point. A ride on the other side.
Can Dusty go with
Well,
me to the
from what he understands, you guys often get to a location, then have to bribe taxis or get rides into town, and it's probably not as convenient because now you're carrying your things on your back, and your transport might be removed from you at any point in time. But you can always kind of transport back with the relay system, but at least you'd have a base camp there.
Yep.
For those 2 weeks, I was going to work on learning deflect harm.
Okay. That's an average, so where are you trying to learn it from?
I'm trying to learn it from the professor, if he can teach me well.
Yep. What's your teaching?
Good call on avoiding the change.
Well,
I can't go to
that's
the
why I want to know where you're learning it from.
Teaching's at 14.
14? You could learn it fairly quickly from her. How many points do you have in deflect harm?
Yeah, that's what I got. Gun.
4.
4? So she could easily teach you the first couple of skill points in it. So that would generally take with her 14. You give me a teaching roll, Jillian.
You seen this one? I don't care.
I made my 2 because Ben moved
Well, with the other one that says you can buy
It would take you half a week to learn the first point into it.
Okay.
You could theoretically learn the next point if you spend the full week.
Okay,
All right, you can do that. And I've told you guys this before, but generally speaking, the Order has very good teachers, so learning things like this independently are differently. That's why I'm bringing that up again.
Can they go outside of the chantry to teach him?
Given that they didn't know him as a member prior to this happening, and their current policies regarding any kind of spiritual entity, they're very... No. You'd have to do some fast talking.
Yep.
You'd have to do some diplomacy.
Then the next week I'm just going to practice.
Okay. Well, we'll finish up the first week here. You can give me a Hypertech B, and if you have it, I would allow that to give a bonus on a engineering either automobile or electric vehicle.
Oh, that's what I gotta check out.
Hypertech is fine.
Heavy wheel?
I
May or may not have.
Well, I'll look.
Happy wheel?
I have electrical.
I'll give a default and -2 off electrical.
I have electrical DK, electrical SL, and electronics SL, if that matters.
For this particular purpose, I would say that he's heavily using resources from Dr. Mechlot, so it would be DK in this particular instance.
So the first thing I need to do is give a hypertech.
Yep.
And by every 2 I make that,
You can add that to your engineering. The engineering is required regardless. It's just whether or not Walter Riker is taking primary, or you're doing primary, or what happened.
so it gives me 5. And you said DK electrical. I'm going to pop this blood. Even there. Okay, I did it by 9.
Okay. So far, you've managed to accomplish a lot within the first week, and your husband, you guys both have workaholic, and that does kind of make it so other people are less, you're less approachable, but both of you have that, so it works really well in your marriage, where you're like, well, we kind of do things in the morning, we talk, and then we meet up every 4 hours or
One
so.
group of employees shows up, and then we tire them out, and another group shows up. And
Yeah. So, otherwise, you're able to put a larger electric motor inside of this, what the hell is it? I have to double check what it is here.
stack of cards.
Is
Is it that?
Just all my greens.
I'd like to look.
That was quick.
That's not written down.
It's kind of like not a prime time.
Just give me a moment here.
Too bad. You mad because you bad. I'm mad.
Who's the second booster pack? If you want to look through that.
Oh, there we go. So you're able to take a model that's going to be rolling out for Greyhound next year. It is a 1938 night coach, and ultimately you're able to put into a large high-tech electrical motor. Along with a a large battery pack that's roughly what you've been developing with Walter Riker, the crystalline premium battery. So It does. At the moment, it doesn't generate its own power, but the thing can run for 2 weeks by itself.
Awesome.
You should show him the picture.
Yep, I'm going to show him the pictures associated with it. You do spend time reinforcing the glass, the superstructure. You put in some safety features like, what the hell have you? Like there's fire extinguishers and things of that
We
nature.
pad the seats in the front of the other seats. That way you can hit them without breaking yourself.
Otherwise, you're also put in beds, and essentially you make it into a base camp for the PCs. You do have a small machine shop in the back. It is a little bit crowded for you guys, but it's enough for you to, store your equipment and the vehicle. The thing is, the driver's seat is very high up normally, so it's a little bit disorienting, but he doesn't expect you guys to take
I like the original pictures.
He expects it to get into a tussle, but he doesn't expect anyone to drive it at 70 miles per hour.
Yep.
Because this thing can drive much faster than it looks. It probably tops out about 130, but I mean, you're looking at something that's kind of heavy and...
it's like a pregnant water buffalo.
Yep.
But better.
Except for it goes really fast. It just doesn't turn.
Yes.
Like a dragster.
Like a dragster.
It's a good
You
thing
kind of
America
see
has
how
that.
high the driver sits up in this night coach.
Nice. Very cool.
Otherwise, other than a few kind of things here or there with the exhaust system, if somebody got underneath there and see that it just was window dressing, it didn't actually attach to anything, it would be obviously odd. But it's equivalent. It should be enough to stop small arms fire. But a Goddard tube at the right window would break through. A Goddard tube at the front would merely disable the vehicle.
Okay.
At the end of that week as well, they're finishing up putting up the electrical into the room, and he does put a large, what the hell is it, reinforcement structure around the gate window, so you guys never come into contact with that.
Okay.
What happens is, after the aperture opens up, it kind of unfolds inside, so it's always kind of encapsulated. And then, provided they have time before it's done, it pulls itself out and then shuts.
Right.
So it's not going to be there when it immediately opens. It's like a 30-second process as it rolls out. Otherwise, you'll just get cut in half every time you open the damn thing up.
Right.
But it's supporting enough to move the vehicle in, and they'll try to dial it in so your vehicle can move on the same thing there. But yeah, there you go.
Very cool.
Your week.
Hunter and I are going to go back down to Africa. We're going to try to go back into the Dreamland.
Okay.
The wall there, I would like to learn to open gate to the Dreamland so I can just walk there.
Okay.
France.
So do you have Sense Shallow?
Yep.
Do you have either Spirit Force? You do have Gastergal there. So that definitely is possible. That is a hard skill to learn. But luckily, with Semyata, you could learn that in 2 days.
I do have Spirit Force.
All right.
I have Spirit Force, Gas Dollar, Sin Shallows.
And so far, you haven't had as many issues with your nightmares. But I mean, it's been not a whole lot of time. Occasionally, you still have that, but you're not in a dream state. So all that happens is you're slightly distressed. It's only when you're in one of these active dream states where you could theoretically endanger yourself. However, you are spending more and more time there. You do know psychology has been helping, but you haven't spent a whole lot of time doing that.
All right. So if I spend four days into the Hunter and I will spend 1 day to go through a liquid diet.
Okay.
So when we go into the dream,
and it's kind of minor, but the thing is, was it Jamal is physically handling your body during that time, and your processes slow down drastically. But he says if you have like a beef burrito the night prior,
it's deadly. I just have it so when we wake up, there's a vat of wine, so we can celebrate. We'll get back out of the dream. We'll drink wine going into it to celebrate.
Jamal will have wine here. Do you actually need a vat?
Oh no, just whatever's
okay.
Here.
Yeah,
but that would be awesome because so I'd spend the 4 days.
All right.
And then Hunter can spend 4 days doing whatever.
You can learn the which spell were you trying to?
Whatever the one that.
Let me see the list. There's actually 2 different ones on there.
There's one from Semyata.
Yep.
She has some ones on there I have a question on. The primals, like Primal Stance and Primal Bath.
Yep. Primal Bath allows you to... Unfortunately, it's a ritual that primarily takes you with ingesting certain compounds and licking an object, applying a resonance to it over a several-day process. So you could make an object more, say, holy, but that's not necessarily what BAS does, but you can apply a resonance to an object. Primal Stance allows you to pull in a small amount of ambient primal energy around you and infuse your system temporarily with it. It's more effective if you burn quintessence straight up. However, the effects are you become slightly more substantial than things around you. And not only that, but not only a lot of creatures that can see that, you're more intimidating to them now. And also when, I suppose if you're very capable with that particular thing and you punched a wall, well, it's not that you're stronger now, it's just you're more real than the wall.
Okay. And primal form?
Primal form? Excuse me, that was primal form.
Okay.
Primal Stance allows you to infuse yourself in the local area with primal energies, and it makes you look far more grandiose than normal.
And then what's the other primals there? Primal Infusion and then Primal Saturation.
Primal Infusion is an ability for you to store, through kind of a grooming process, you're able to store quintessence into certain objects or fetishes. And Primal Saturation, which I don't want to double check here. Saturation.
It's hard.
Yeah. And then we'll check the other primals here.
The only one that's easiest to stance.
Yep.
Which is awesome.
Saturation. I'll have to double check saturation.
So I would just like to start off with a gate.
Yep.
And then once I can get that gate open, so we're not wasting 4 days of body function.
Include reflexes. Power increases speed, which you react just like wire reflexes. For each level, you receive +1 to reaction. This also affects initiative. And +1d6 initiative. So maximum 5d6.
You've got 4d6 in it.
What's your reflexes? Yeah. So you have 4d6 for initiative.
And when Semyonta's teaching me this, I'll have Scarlet to go look for those fetishes of tracking, teleportation, or transposing, and power.
Where's your reaction? Did you add your +4 to your reaction?
I don't know what those are.
I just copied that over.
I'm trying to collect my thoughts, excuse me.
Oh, yeah.
I still need to write up the descriptions for these spells. I just started finishing their other ones.
Scarlet doesn't have any of those type.
No, that was the wrong way. What if I just Sharpie the expiration date? Yeah, we're good. There it is. This is A-RAM actually, so it's the funnier reaction. A-RAM. All of us are in one single lane still. We're just that massive.
I like how there's still the.
Oh, I know what it is. Right there.
Come to me! Come to me!
Did I put it on here? There should be one called Shallow Walk.
It's not on there.
It's hard. You can write that one down.
Okay, I apologize.
That's the one you'd want.
Okay. And what's the chantries? They have one called the Aura of Power. What's that do?
The Aura of Power is actually very similar to what hell is it? Primal. What have you? I know. I need to get this.
Primal Form? Or Stance?
Primal Stance. Oh, the defensive stance is something different.
Okay.
Primal Form. Primal Saturation. Primal Saturation is the grandiose one. Defensive stance is something different. However, Aura of Power is kind of a lesser Primal Saturation.
Okay. So, can I learn Shallow Walk?
Yes, within the... Relative to the outside, it'd be 2 days for you.
Okay. And then I have 5 more. Anything else that I can learn? Would it help Scarlet for me to assist her and try to find those fetishes?
It definitely could help. I mean, for the most part, she just needs time to look for it.
Okay. I will try to learn.
The new one? Try free prime on the desktop.
Can I learn some of these primals without?
You could.
Infusion is to make a fetish and to store it.
You wouldn't technically be making a fetish, but you'd be making a storage container. The infusion, you could use that to make certain types of magical objects. It's not necessarily a refined process like enchanting is, but...
Alright, I'll try to learn primal defensive stance. Okay. I don't know how many days that will take, so that'll leave me... I'm already up to 5 that I still need to use. Okay. And then I'll also learn primal infusion.
Right.
And then I'll spend the other extra day of just practicing both, or all 3.
Okay. Primal defensive stance allows you to better feel the weave, and when there's certain magical effects, specifically, especially I should say, with those of quintessence involved, you theoretically could dodge things like, what have you, primal blasts and things like that you couldn't normally see. The same thing with like an apportation. Normally you wouldn't be able to sense that, but if they burn quintessence in it, becomes a lot easier for you and your primal defensive stance to intercept and get out of the way. Even if they don't, there is a change in the weave that occurs when they use magics.
Brain test was the original.
Okay.
That's pretty sweet.
What was the other one that you'd want to learn?
No, you really do.
Primal infusion.
Yep, and that's the one where you can... that is the one where you can...
Store it.
Yes, kind of store it, or even use it in a more elaborate feature, but the cats don't really have too much regarding enchanting. Alright, Trevor?
I will first of all go teleport to the Angus estate. Do you want rolls?
You can give me... Unfortunately, it's magic, so yes.
So
Normally I'd fast track that, but...
So I can put points in all 3 of those?
Shallow
walk?
Shallow walks for 2 days. For the week, yes.
Okay.
Do you want to send Steely to sense his teleport?
Just give me a transpose.
Just transpose, okay. Transpose.
I'm pretty sure that Hunter would do primal.
Well, I think he has Weave Prime, which is a symbol-based ritual that the Order has. So I don't know. 3. Right? You can arrive safely there.
And then I will meet with Angus. I'll give him the tattoo gun. I will draw the lightning bolt symbol or sigil and ask him if he can put it on all 10 of my fingertips.
He says he can do that, but he's actually not trained in a tattoo gun. He could try.
I will say, this is just a gift. You don't have to use it. If you don't like
He'll
it,
take a look into it.
If you don't like it, you can throw it away.
No. Ultimately, he does know a lot more of rituals with mystical significance. He knows how to tattoo people using kind of a sharpened object, kind of at the end of a tapping pole. I can't remember the name of that specifically.
I thought that was the Aztec that did that. I thought he actually had a gun.
I think tattoo guns could be a fairly recent invention, like
40s,
50s, much newer than
it was,
older than
originally it was Thomas Edison invented an invention that would pierce through 3 different pieces of paper at once to do like extra documents, and like a month after it was invented, it was automatically adapted to a tattoo gun. So
there you go. Very old.
Yes.
It's been around. I apologize.
So
there's probably been like 10 years.
And how long will that take him?
A few hours during the course of the day.
Okay, so
does your character have high pain threshold?
Nope, it hurts.
You're going to give me a willpower roll. This is a bit tricky because it's on your fingertips.
I mean, that recycled does.
Willpower.
It's certainly through the list.
12. Will by 4.
By 4. You managed to man up throughout the entire process. If it was any worse, you would have had to call it for today and come back another day.
Okay. So then...
1876. 1876.
Next day, I'll teleport back.
Well, I wasn't like reading it.
I'll luck it. So there's a 12.
Yeah, no, it's not.
Or that gives me a 10. So that's a pass by 1.
All right. By 1. If you're teleporting to the other Steely Stone, it'd be a little bit easier. But the only thing you have right now is the professor's house. Or do you have that one?
The rug is
The rug.
near my warehouse.
And you put that in the Obduro building.
Warehouse. My warehouse.
Your warehouse.
With, glass all around it and nails. No, I lied. I swept those up after the easy
I think you left one in the Obduro building.
Yeah, no, because I picked that up once I teleported back.
Okay. It takes a little bit longer to teleport than normal, but otherwise you're able to arrive.
Then I'm going to check on the watch guy.
Okay.
And does he have my watches completed? It's been...
Well, he has the watches with the extra parts that don't do anything.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I'll pick those up.
And had you paid for this prior, or have you...
I don't think so. How much?
You wanted them out of gold and high-end materials.
But not... Wanted high-end, but not like everyone's going to stare at it high-end. Like, if someone looks at it, they're like, that's nice.
Yep. I would still probably say somewhere around $750, or was it $75 per watch?
Okay, so $150.
No, there's James. I actually played them. They're actually really good.
And then I will head back to B's lab.
All right.
In my car. I have a car. And so, what is the process for enchanting? I guess for practice on Fold Space, I have whatever I'm wearing. I have a knife sheath, but instead I'll try making a little fold space on my belt, so I could slip something in there, like a little hidey hole. Practicing for the watch.
All right. So you're trying to create...
What's the enchantment procedure?
Generally, it's a mixture of primal conduit to be able to physically move around the material. Weave Prime is generally used, but you just need primal conduit for the base. Do you have Weave Prime?
No, I was told I just need spell full space.
Like I said, you can get off with lesser things. I'm just telling you it's standard. Primal Conduit could allow you to...
What's Weave Prime?
Weave Prime is another spell. It's, I think...
just for making enchantments?
Generally speaking, it's the high-end ritual of making...
How long would you think would be?
It take a chantry.
The chantry, it's pretty damn hard. Probably about 4 or 5 days.
I guess I'll do it right. Go in there for the rest of my first week.
What you're doing for the smaller stuff probably isn't an issue. You probably can make that look fine. But it'd be a little bit more kind of hamster. Was it Add Havoc, enchantment, and maybe some years down the line it degrades or some sort of stress breaks it.
I'll take one of my blocks of quintessence with me.
Okay.
No, I'll take 3 again.
Alright.
We already have a ley line.
See if I can get a little faster than 4 or 5 days.
That's extra hard.
So I don't get put on a waiting list or whatever.
We've wanted it more than once.
You can get in and get somebody to train you on that. It's with a group of people. It depends on how much you'd want to try to donate to see if you could, maybe a merchant or a diplomacy to try to expedite you. Otherwise, you're going to be processed in 5 days with a smaller team of probably about 12 people.
After us, maybe that
In 5 days?
In 5 days.
Frightening days.
You could get
merchant or fast talk?
Well, fast talk, you can imagine, is going to be pretty difficult just because of the nature of what's going on here. But fast talk and diplomacy with some additional quintessence could expedite it.
Taking 3, and when I went in before and was like, here's 3, tell me how to do this, they did it. Okay. So I'm assuming the 3 is kind of the going rate for knowledge.
Well, it was a little bit easier spell that you were trying to learn.
It was hard.
You can give me this one's very hard, I believe, Weave Prime.
Is Weave Prime very hard?
I have no idea.
It's the other list.
Oh, I got it. Chantry?
Yep.
Because I remember we spent a week on one and then it was actually average or something.
Yep, we can double check.
Do you need more forests? Is that what's going on here?
I need like 2 or 3 more.
What's it called?
Weave Prime. It might be under Chantry spells.
We're almost done with week 1.
Yeah, I just want to make sure.
We're on week 2, aren't we?
Almost.
He's finishing his first week.
That's what I was asking, so I make sure I was.
I can check my.
I got it. Let's get in here.
I got it set up down there. Because I know, but understand that when you get the missing number, or when they start higher than 100.
What they don't know is if I just keep going with 3 quintessence a week, that's how much the little tanks make. Wow.
Yeah, Weave Prime is very hard. It's a ritual.
Okay.
So
It's not under the chantry.
huh?
Hey, how many spells do you have? How many spells do you know?
Because the system takes couples.
Oh, it's under Michael Larson.
Top 3. Corinthians. Yeah.
But somebody could. There are some rare exceptions regarding certain spells that a lot of people do now. So 5 days. Otherwise, you're trying to get more one-on-one training.
Sure, yeah.
Give me a merchant with your
Merchant, diplomacy,
whatever you'd want to try to
The
do.
number of spells most mages start with. Yeah. So
I'll try to do diplomacy and kind of spin it as if this works, I'll provide you guys with some and blah blah blah. So pass by 7.
By 7?
There's stuff on here though.
They're willing to work with you on a more personal basis. They won't be working with you the full day. You most likely can get it down to 3.5 days.
Okay.
Unless Dusty
So
does,
then-
those are pretty
For the
hard, very hard.
last half day, I'll
Some
prepare
How do you get
whatever
exceptionally hard
supplies
on
I
the
need to
computer?
start the enchantments on the launch and full space and stuff.
It's something
Maybe
created, I think.
I'll do that
Makes it-
first
Minus
trial and an enchantment on like hiding knives instead of having a sheet full.
hard, very hard.
I believe there's still some process of connecting up the watches just mechanically, because you're using one of the levers to
But
adjust some of
I
the.
have to have the full space before I am able to do that.
Average,
So
hard,
I
very
just
hard.
want
Those could be things that you work on, but that would take a little bit of time.
so
So, yeah.
for the
You collect your
last
things
half
and you
day,
get some space
collect,
together.
and I try to just do a practice fold space on like a belt.
Okay. As in a practice, as a temporary.
No, I want to try to make it like the full scale, a nice one, but I have a half day to do it, or I guess about a few hours.
So what do you mean by practice?
Like, it's not super important, but I kind of want to try and do it right, but I'm not too... If it goes wrong, I get a new belt.
So you're trying to make a permanent magical object, but you're just prototyping it.
Like,
It most likely would start to run into the next week. Half a day. I mean, you'd kind of be getting your things together in about a half a day.
okay, I'll just wait then.
Okay.
It's
All right.
exceptional.
What stat does go off your PAL? Your PAL is like a 11 or 12 or 10.
Mine, Dusty and I are really cool.
The mystical... We're really close, but we won't reveal how high.
It's like talking about penis sizes again. All right.
So you bought yours up a few times.
Same with Dusty. I had to keep track.
In fairness, most of these people started doing all this shit at 11. All right, so where are we from
I'm still
here?
at 12.
Week 2.
I'm aware of that. I'm looking through some of my things. That's still happening. Okay.
When I also learned these spells, could I put a point in gesture?
No, but along with your eating schedule, you would be able to
Okay.
give me more time in there. All right. Otherwise, we'd start to work on to the next week. Some information for Jolene when she gets back.
Yeah, I was going to work on transpose at the week.
Where are you trying to learn transpose from? The professor as well?
I have the skill. I'm
Okay.
just trying to work on getting it better.
Working on getting it better?
Yeah.
So self-study or...
Probably, let's see, Jolene, did you want to do any circle magic training?
Here, I have an idea. Use this one and I'll use that one.
No one else needs me, I'll do
Yeah.
it.
I'll do some reciprocal
You
magic
give me a
training
teaching, Jolene.
Oh, you'll get a call from me in the first week that I'm about to start making the watches, and I have an extra one ready for you.
Okay.
And it'll be done, probably done in about 3 days, ready for test flight.
Cool. You have the
No, I'm just by two.
Ultimately, you can teach her, but it's going to eat up a lot of your time as well, Jolene. So you guys can try to improve on the skills that you have, but otherwise it's going to take up the week for him to learn reciprocal magic and another point in transpose. How many points do you have in transpose, actually, I should ask? One. You could get that up to 2 and put a point in reciprocal magics. That's going to eat up your time, but you could theoretically put another point in reciprocal if you only have 1 point in it.
I mean, if no one else needed my help, then I'll help them with that because I wanted to,
You do get the paper delivered for the week. You have heard strange stories in the occult times regarding disappearances in in southern New Mexico. There have been sightings of ghouls becoming more bold in the last few weeks.
coming back again from the tower.
Oh no, southern New Mexico. And there are still prisons that they don't know what's happening. They're disappearing, along with mosques that are being broken into inside of Iraq.
Persia.
Iraq.
Persia.
Persia?
Persia now. It's not Iraq until 1946.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Can we call him Monkey Ben?
Monkey Ben! Huh?
Sorry.
You should work for a movie to check for inaccuracies.
I want to do that. That would be a good job. There's a side job.
But what, teaching him these, what can I do with my,
Do you have a single point in any one of those?
yeah.
Which one?
Oh, 1 point? Only 1 point?
Yeah.
No.
How about teaching? Do you have 1 point in that?
Yeah.
You can put a point into teaching.
Oh, good.
Keep in mind, save a point for free fall for the watch thing. Because he said,
What is this watch thing?
flying watches.
Yep, I got enough points. Good
Okay.
enough that then.
I'm helping.
What?
I pointed out that she'd get a point in something.
So actually, it's your defense.
Trevor, did you ever see that Twilight Zone episode about the watch that could stop time?
No, seems to be a pretty common TV concept,
Just be
though.
careful you don't set it down, because the guy had a watch that could stop time, and he was like, okay, I'm going to prove to people I can stop time, so he stopped time, went and robbed a bank, but he put his watch down in the thing he was loading the money bag into, and he goes, and crunch! Right under the watch, so be careful where you put your watch.
Did he get stuck then?
He got stuck. Yep. They modernized it when they did the new modernized one. It was a woman had the watch to stop time and stopped her before a nuclear missile hit her town. So she had the option of either living forever frozen in time before the missile hit, or letting it hit and destroying everything.
No, I like the SG-1 paradox better. I think it was the very final episode.
Hated SG-1.
So, moving from there, you guys, next week?
So,
What's the best
I
one?
work
You
with
don't wanna
my-
watch Atlanta.
Yeah, no, it's the best one of the group besides the movie. But
Yes, there's still enough for a few of them. I started
That-
with 20.
in the movie, you know that, I can't remember
Who's gonna go?
Russell Crowe.
Who's going to go?
This
I
is
work
week
with
2.
my husband on his project.
Yeah?
We're getting stuff done.
The next one will be working on the battlesuit systems from, I shouldn't say systems. You have pieces and motors together that Tanith Mechlot has provided you. You're fairly certain that they have finished pieces, but you're starting to approach the technology where it just doesn't talk to you too much about it.
Yeah.
So you have a feeling that it might be equivalent, or at least within reaching
A
distance.
generation.
Yeah, something within what they might currently have. So it becomes a lot more like, oh yeah, we can get back to you on that. However, he has been more forthcoming with Walter, as you've seen over the last few weeks.
Okay. We work on the battle suits. That makes me happy.
You can give me a hypertech roll. The other role is going to be a engineering battle suits.
I like how that's a specific skill.
It is.
Full defense. Decrease your initial
Hypertech first.
gain a bonus to defense that's equal to your willpower for the whole combat.
14 becomes a 13. So I did hypertech by 5.
Okay.
And do I have armory battle suit even? I do have armory battle suit. but I don't have engineer battlesuit, which I'll certainly take.
Well, right now you're mostly in development, so later on Armory would allow you to do that, but you can definitely look into it. I would say you can put a point into it. You can tell UN Walter actually has pointed that.
I have engineer battlesuit off to the side, so
what was the roll?
I've got the points to do it, so I'm happy with that.
These three very blocking guys reduce your initiative score by 5 and only block one roll 1 defense. If your defender chooses to go on full defense, you subtract 10 from your
There's more spells out there. This is whatever I just asked for is from Symbiote.
So here's my engineer battlesuit. 14, 15. I do have 5 second bonus, 2 on this.
And some of those spells are from some of the other cats in the compound.
So I did it by 10.
All right. For the most part, you are able to look through some of the base materials that they have here. You imagine. Let me pull up some specs here. Specs.
Should have had the bigger box. Well, I know. I'm just saying you should have. I think you bought that one at the other store.
This one here. First day.
Just remember, Trevor, it's not about the size.
Right. It's just how you use it.
Yeah, pretty much.
How much shit you can cram in there.
I don't know if you want to cram shit in it, to be honest with you.
That sounds like a
personal issue or personal preference.
Since you're bringing the skill into a mix,
Trevor's a shitbacker.
Boost 20, does that go 5 from your initiative score? No, you do not.
Sorry.
I'd say if you get a critical, maybe. I mean,
Have either of you, Trevor and Chris, have you told your significant others that we're streaming? And has she ever listened?
No.
Was she saying she doesn't like us or something? What's going on? What's going on?
You gotta have separate worlds.
She doesn't. And I agree totally with Chris. So, I wouldn't be... Yeah.
I feel like you're paying.
All right. So far with some of the parts that they have kind of put crossed, Walter Riker does take a little bit of time to try to negotiate for more kind of parts that he's working on, but
so your defense is just your reaction.
Does he need me to sweet talk the man on the other end of the vid phone?
He would say if he could procure more resources right now. You're already kind of running jerry-rig and only hypothetical. Well, technically speaking, if this suit was symmetrical, then on this side, so you don't actually have quite enough for a prototype. And he imagines it might be easier to procure equipment before you assemble it, as in he might be more opposed once you're like right about to put in the final. He's like, I don't know, we're all out of those.
Right.
So he is running into that a little bit right now.
I'll go use diplomacy on the guy.
All right.
I'm looking at diplomacy and fast talk. I use diplomacy.
All right.
Do I get my +4 for my talent? My engineering talent? Weapons designer?
I'll give you half of that.
Get a +2. 17.
It's more to your reaction modifier, but yeah.
I made it by 5.
All right. So tell me your story. What do you got?
Basically, I tell him that I'm getting very close to making a suit to protect myself. I'm having some symmetrical problems because you've given me a grade 9 and a grade 3 actuator, and I'm trying to put them in at the different elbows. And I've got grade 5s for my knees. It'd be nice to have, grade 5s for my elbows. And, he gave me 23 ounces of irresistium, and really I need another 17 ounces so I can complete the chest plate in the front so I don't get shot and killed in the vitals.
All right.
It needs to be, 3 gauge in the standard 1 inch by 12 inch sheet.
You won't find this out right away, but you will essentially complete the item list that you kind of have, but it's kind of right on the edge of like, well, I need like 17 grams, and if you fluctuate the number, kind of what you're talking about, it seems like he is actively listening to your quests, But if there's something out of line, like, oh yeah, I need this too, that doesn't. He just happens to be out of that.
Right. So
However,
he knows what I'm trying to do. He's not going to let me.
you have a strong feeling that he has a very good idea of how the system's working, and he sends you things just based on what you have said. But he definitely knows things that you might have requested. Depending, I'm not sure if your character has, but you get a feeling that. Otherwise, you can continue to work on your cert. You do find out during later in the week that while Riker was monitoring the relay while you were having this happen, he says that he didn't think that he sent that from wherever the hell it came. He thinks he had that somewhere on site in a kind of a box or even a pocket space, and he just relocated it here. So he's been noticing that the 30% initially there's been a lot of offloading, and now when he has those transports come in, when he actually is reading the dial, the energy required is not nearly enough to send it over the space. So he says that there's some sort of cache somewhere around here, but he doesn't say that anywhere within earshot of the drone.
Right.
It's always off in a back room, like, can you help me with the lighting in this ventilation duct?
Water on.
Yeah.
We're deep in the sink of the faucet and we're talking to each other.
Otherwise,
Just write it down.
for the most part, you are able to build a light exoskeleton system. It currently weighs about, I would say, 22 pounds. It does give a +4 to lifting strength and a +2 to striking strength, but it does not carry its own weight.
22 pounds gives a +2 to...
+4 to lifting strength, a +2 to striking strength. Otherwise, it doesn't add a significant portion to bulk, and it could be worn underneath like a very thick trench coat, other than it might snag and rip the trench coat.
But if the trench coat was specifically made, reinforced where the joints are for the suit...
You're looking at a very, very early prototype frame.
Gotcha.
When this starts to actually be developed, I mean, you're not going to have these issues. You just now have a proof of concept. These motors can do what you want them to do.
Okay. Awesome. It can't quite lift itself. It must be pretty close. With a +4 to lifting strength.
Yep. I think 4 would, depending on your strength, that might give you around 19 pounds.
Okay.
But some suits list that in addition to their lifting capacity. So this is now...
Yep.
So wearing that suit, it might not actually encumber you whatsoever. It might be 3 pounds extra, but it's still counted in as weight.
Does it provide any armor? Or is it more like joints and stuff like that?
The joint, the reinforcement, it does technically provide a DR10 to certain retching, as in you can't bend the arm past a certain point, or if you were to hit some area with your legs, part of the frame would take it. But if somebody shot you, then yeah, they could shoot you.
All right, that's fine. I still think it's
DR10
awesome.
on certain areas. Like if you're hit by a car from the back, or if you dropped off a high drop point, it would protect your legs a limited amount.
All right.
I didn't get unwired until...
But not if your legs go a million miles an hour through the atmosphere.
Otherwise, you just have a basic battery running in it. It'll run it for about 36 hours. Otherwise, you can turn it on and off. There's a switch.
Find it. What's the calculation for initiative score?
And this isn't even a dedicated battery. This is just one you've repurposed. So all of these things can be modified. It's just you got a lot done within the first week, especially with Riker's
love
help.
it. All right.
So yeah, you can.
I did see
Because it might involve her. But so can I practice on making something like a little pocket?
Okay. So, first of all, I suppose you can give me a Weave Prime.
Very hard.
It is a very hard skill.
Let's see if I can.
And technically, you have to make Primal Conduit. I'll assume that your limiting factor here is Weave Prime.
So
I feel like it's fun putting down those
If I can
very
do it,
hard
it'll be
is
pretty
-3,
If I
correct?
can do it. It
Yep.
should be pretty potent.
And is it sigil or?
What have I got then?
The Weave Prime is a ritual. I would say it is sigil based.
Okay, I'll just look it up.
So symbol drawing will come up in part of this.
Okay, so Weave Prime failed by 2.
By 2. Alright. And then you can give me a symbol drawing as well.
13 is ask for a check.
I should have asked for that one first, but that's alright.
Well, if we switch the rolls up,
No,
So-
I asked for him when I asked for him.
pass by 6.
By 6.
if I don't have
Page
that
313 is the ascending table.
Ultimately, as you kind of start with the symbol drawing, you would do that first, and you make the engravings for.
Okay, so it's your body.
No, this is different from this particular object. Did you want to start with your belt, or you're trying to do one of the watches now?
Belt, just like belt or a pocket or something on my person that I.
What did you want to do this on?
I was thinking like belt, like where the knife sheath is, have it so I can just like slip the knife, still have it around the belt, but slip it like into the pocket.
Okay.
So it's like not visible, but I can reach down and be like, ah.
Okay.
Could make some sense.
All right.
If that one
So starting with probably a thick leather hide, what have you?
graphics under the
A hide
CPU's working harder.
knife sheath. Well, the problem with the belt itself is you want to be able to have it closed off so you don't inadvertently access it at some point.
Yeah.
So just if there's a belt and there's nothing there, you theoretically stuff could fall off of you in the right direction.
Well,
Did you guys already start your week?
how about
Have you guys done week 2 yet?
Yep.
Yep, they have.
We've done it.
how about then? I'll go the day before. I'll go when I'm preparing. I'll have bought a little pouch or something that looks nondescript that I could have the knife sheath in.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, and do it on that.
And then how did you want to engrave the object itself? You could either burn it in like with a hot metal
I assume there's
plate
a
or...
soldering iron somewhere around, so I'll use
Yep.
it like a leather burner
Okay, that's fine.
because I doubt there's a leather burner.
And that's what you do with the symbol drawing.
Yeah.
The symbols look pretty good. When it comes down to your Weave Prime, for the most part, I mean, you're still a little bit unfamiliar with the process. You'll end up burning 2 before you get really into the enchanting. It's just kind of practice. From there, you can give me a symbol draw. Or is it a fold space? Because you're trying to pinch off a region of space that's going to be inside of the sheath.
So
And what kind of dimensions were you looking at for this pocket space?
just like the size of. I assume my knives are like that big or something.
Yep.
Just like standard. That kind of thing.
Okay,
So,
like was it a quarter of a liter, something like that, kind of like this space.
Yeah, just
Okay.
and so that's
The only difference between cold sim and hot sim is how many.
7.
Actually, that would be a liter.
Well, not quite a liter.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, I mean,
I'm trying to shape it, so there's
yeah.
not a whole ton.
So what was your roll by?
7.
By 7? All right. Moving. I'm going to need a series of Weave Primes, and each one of these is going to be a day. I'm aware.
Well, how long is this going to take?
You're not sure. I can tell you at the end of days whether or not it's done. This is the only delicate process. It can be enchanted at any point after this. You get a quiet space in your laboratory. You make sure that the phone is off, or you have your phone unplugged, yada yada. Is anything in the midst of this as you're kind of mixing the nitro into the material here, and somebody calls you up, and you're like, shit!
So, what exactly am I doing then?
So right
What
now,
do I have done?
you have engraved this particular sheath with the sigils required to permanently hold a folded space. You have created the fold space, and it's active, and you'll kind of rebuff it over as time to make sure it's kind of the same dimensions. But right now, you're taking your stores of quintessence, I'm assuming on resonance, they're pure, relatively pure quintessence, and you're feeding that into the runes themselves to permanently hold this fold space into place.
Okay.
So right now, it's your rune by rune, you're infusing it with magic.
That's by 2?
By 2? All right, you can continue.
Is it going to go bad? Straight up?
Okay.
I'm a little upset that I don't have initiative passes.
Straight up?
All right.
Just innately get a bunch of initiative passes. I mean, I get a bunch of initiative
Give me another roll.
passes with 5d6.
You're gonna roll
Nope.
5.
Fail by 2.
Yeah, probably.
Go by 2. It doesn't impede your process after you've started, but you can give me another roll.
7. We're at 9. That's what it is.
Fail by 1.
Go by 1.
Actually, at 9, you only get 1.
No, I mean my
So how
name
would
is-
I have accomplished this without
So
this?
it's
You said I could do this without Weave Prime.
No, every time
Because Weave Prime is, I suppose, Primal Conduit is kind of like building a Tom Hanks raft across an area. It's a little bit jagged. it's not going to hold up for nearly as long. You'll probably have it for several months, maybe a few years, depending on your rolls. This object, provided it is intact, would need to be physically destroyed for this enchantment to stop.
Okay.
You're building a real boat as opposed to, like, it's got a volleyball on it, and it's got a, using was it some cotton sheets as a... Also, this is far, far less susceptible to shit like Primal Conduit. You saw those enchantments that were used on the Simulacrum. People with Primal Conduit could literally rip it out and break it, and shutting down the enchantment. This object with Weave Prime is much more difficult to do that. A Primal Conduit, you could be like, oh, that's your object? Oh, it's destroyed now. Both of which could work. I'm just saying there's different levels.
Again?
So right now you're on the cusp of finishing it. It's probably been, I want to say, 4 days. And if you just had a small breakthrough, it'd be done. You think this is probably good, but like the last few threads of it are still kind of sitting there.
Fail by one?
Fail by one?
You have luck?
No, not for another 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's cool. I have 10
Given the multiple days, eventually I would give you that one that you made exactly. It takes you about 5.5 days. You think a lot of that's due to unfamiliarity, you haven't done this before, and you're relatively lowly skilled with Weave Prime, but you are able to make an object which seems to hold up fairly well. You can check on it in the next few days. The enchantment seems pretty much all there from what you can tell.
Okay.
I mean, you don't have... You give me a thaumatology after doing a Primal Flare, but you can just have the Primal Flare.
Okay.
Pathfinder. Lately, he's gotten this group to play GURPS.
Pass by 7.
You're fairly certain that the enchantment is probably going to be the last thing that fails on this. It's probably going to deteriorate from the leather primary. But then again, things that have it's kind of a byproduct. Things that have more quintessence in them seem to last much longer than they should. So if you came across, think of it like a D&D fantasy setting, you came across a dead, rotted body, there might be some weird, burnt, ruined sheath on him that for whatever reason has not rotted like the other things have. So if this gets buried somewhere, somebody in 50 years might be able to like, what the hell is this? Otherwise, it's stable. You can write down that you have a full spaced or a pocket sheath.
A pocket?
Yep. And for this particular, how much size it is, I'd probably say in addition to the 2 you burnt, just learning, it took 3 more.
Okay.
If you made something larger, probably akin to those folded sheets, it might be around 6 to 7. But this space is fairly small.
Cost me 5.
Yep, and in the future you might be able to do these for 3.
So walk rate for an elf, human, or orc?
It's going to be a while for the watch.
I want to see. First, I want to ask a question to Samyata if she knows anything of
It's
G.U.R.P.S.
going to take more quintessence.
G.U.R.P.S. Samyata will tell you that there are ancient documents referencing an G.U.R.P.S, and they don't know if it's some sort of ancient priestess that worked for Bast, or if it was an avatar at some point in time. It's beyond her knowledge. She will tell you that there are places within the deeper dreamlands, or even in earthen Cairo, that might have more references to G.U.R.P.S.
Back up. I'm going to shallow walk into the dreamland so I can spend more time so Jamal doesn't have to.
First of all, you need to find a location that's fairly soft.
Okay, anything in the past that I know. I'll ask Jamal if there's anything in the area that would be considered soft. Is there a ley line within?
Yeah, they do that. I love
He'll tell you that there is a lake not too far from here. He doesn't have... He'll tell you there's a lake near here. It's not the most powerful shallow he's come across. Yeah, that's what he's aware of in the region.
I'll ask Scarlet if there's a shallow, where the closest shallow is that we can...
From what she has seen and come across, she's aware of the easiest locations might be on the edge of Red Hook, the outskirts of Smallwood. There were recently, she was aware that there was some back room in the fair folk that had a strange wild smell. Nepal. Trying trying to think of their locations. She might have been to Peru once, on top of the mountain range.
Okay.
How about Ned Chen's place in Nebraska?
Nebraska, the location, the node. Potentially, the locations she listed were much stronger than that node, but the node is probably better than what you'll find from the lake. It's on par with the lake here.
All right, then we'll just go to the lake, and we'll go through there.
All right. You can give me
So we'll stop the G.U.R.P.S question until I go walk in. Start off with the scent shallows or just a shallow walk?
The scent shallow will help you find your direction.
By 3?
By 3?
By 2.
Okay.
Since gold,
You can tell the beard hair is not quite long enough.
Okay.
It is still getting a little bit of a penalty, but you have a general idea.
Okay.
You can give me a shallow walk at this point.
By 2?
From here, you can make your way to the near Umbra, the location you've been to before. I mean, there are things like from this particular location in the lake. You have a memory of this event, so you'd say that this is the near Umbra.
Okay. So can I keep on walking from here?
Theoretically, that's the idea.
Okay, I'll keep walking to the... I'll walk it. That was by 2. By 3.
You know, for some reason, what you just said reminded me of the movie Hackers.
So that was on the other night.
Okay.
That was on the other night. And so,
From here, you're able to make it to a fairly lush region. Scarlet is trying to lead you to where she knows that the Dreamlands are. You've never had to physically travel there before. You do travel to a place that is extremely lush. It appears to be still Africa, but it's some sort of primordial Africa you haven't seen before. There are things that move about here. Nothing that necessarily screams that it's incredibly dangerous, but this is a very
primal.
It's a very primal Africa, and there could be things that could hurt you or otherwise might stalk you.
Okay. Do I keep on going to...
You're getting closer to where Scarlet is trying to lead you to.
9 by 3. Keep on using it. Eventually I can put points into it.
Johnny Lee Miller said that Matt Lillard. He's the guy.
Good idea.
Okay. You are able to make your way through a thick region of this world. It becomes very thick underbrush, very thorny. It just becomes difficult to transgress. And after some time, you don't feel tired or hungry during the transit, but you feel as though time is moving forward. You don't know how much.
Even with absolute time?
Absolute timing. You would feel as though while it hasn't been detrimental to you, you haven't felt sleepy or hungry. It has probably been about a day and a half since you left. And on the second day, you are able to make your way into the Dreamlands on the edge of the desert. There are locations you can see from here, and there are people that live in the Dreamlands, but you haven't ever been on the outskirts of the desert before. This is the first time you've ever seen anyone.
I'll keep on going to the...
From the area you're in currently with anthropology, what's your anthropology at?
11.
11. This seems to be it seems to be a little bit of a mix somewhere between, I don't know, the 9th and 13th century. I mean, there's various different technologies, but it definitely is some sort of what you would expect of a kind of a medieval period. It's hard to determine where you are. I'll probably say after another day, you're able to make it to the city itself.
So that's 2.5 days so far?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that half a day, that will put me at 3. I'll ask about the G.U.R.P.S.
Okay.
So that will catch me up. So I don't know how long that conversation would take.
Semyata will gather more knowledgeable individuals regarding that specifically.
Okay.
They're all being used.
from what you can tell within the next day, they think that, or at least they have
It's currently plugged in and in perfect spot.
varied knowledge on an individual known as G.U.R.P.S, some far distant time ago in Earth's history. They believe her to be the first worshipper of Bass,
I will need to log in.
from what they can tell.
Okay.
They can find. You will know that the name they can find for you after they draw it appears to be Moo.
So the name is Moo.
The name appears to be Moo.
Okay.
They don't have a lot of information about that. However, they can try to find out more.
Okay.
They know that it was some woman in the past that cared greatly about cats and about stopping the old ones.
So we gotta process this for a bit.
I was watching through the screen.
I'm gonna ask, since she's gathered information, if she could help me develop a spell.
That could be possible.
I want to combine primal with deflect harm and make a primal deflect harm.
Okay. That can be done.
Okay.
As in, it has the capabilities of deflect harm and what the hell is it? Could stop a primal blast in addition,
Yeah.
or just stop primal energies.
Primal blast. Or, I guess primal energies would cover everything, wouldn't it?
It would inhibit certain magical effects, but more specifically those that are imbued with quintessence, it'd have a stronger effect against.
Okay. So primal energies would probably be the best bet then. Right?
I was just seeing if there was going to be
Come across with a primal blast. We'll go with primal blast for right now.
Okay.
Yep.
You can give me a research roll.
I really haven't been into the whole getting PDF books at all, really, until now. And that's I wish the bookmarks was a little bit better, the way that it connects one time.
Yeah, it's kind of all cyber decks include illegal hot sim modules right out of the box.
Straight up.
There you go.
Straight up. You can get a +1 on a gesture or dance roll.
Straight up.
I can get a plus
The cheapest one is 49,500.
as of right now.
Yes. And I will need a gesture or dance roll.
How about
Well, actually, the conversion that lets you get it for free.
And by 4.
By 4?
I'm not going to fall for that trick.
With their help, within the next 4 days, you can develop Deflect Prime as an average spell.
Okay.
Here's the rules for your free cyber deck. You put the highest rated
You can put a point
ability
into that?
tracking
You
skill.
can?
Alright. Can I put also points in that time since I was using gesture?
Have a cyber deck with no
For
charge
gesture.
device
I'll allow that.
equals the final result rounded up.
Alright, that would put my gesture.
What?
So you take the highest highest skill from your tracking skill group.
Okay.
So 0. Yeah, you add your logic.
Okay.
Divide by 3.
The entire time you've been here, you haven't had to eat or sleep or anything else of that
It's
nature.
even better because that means it
Cyber
would
deck.
totally ruin my
So you glued it
yeah.
together with.
So deflect crime.
And frankly, inside of the desert, you haven't seen a nighttime here.
I have something significantly better.
What would that be based on? Deflect crime.
Deflect Prime?
Oh, it's this. I built
That would be
cyber
it was a
deck
used
out of
gesture, right?
No,
It's a gesture average.
It's not power.
It's just rating 3.
Oh, excuse me, it is a power, but it's a gesture spell, meaning you have to have
It just
3
has the
hands to
stats
do it.
From, it just has the stats of the Renraku Sarugi.
Okay.
Are we all finished 2 weeks? Did you guys do your second week?
2 more days.
You have 2 more days?
Yeah, it'll be the longest 2 days of my life.
2 days.
Okay.
Yours is pretty long. Though. Yours
No.
is the longest week of my life.
We're done?
You do have some time left. Even though 4 days have passed, it's not relative to the time.
I will make the rest of the time. I will find objects here.
Yep.
And I will infuse them with quintessence.
Okay.
By going through the drinking line that we have out here.
All right. There are the objects that were sitting here before. They haven't been destroyed. You're looking at an old flintlock pistol. There's several cutlasses and various dismay. You're looking at Nordic pieces of equipment, kind of so on and so forth. The stuff that you guys had picked up prior when you were dealing with the Hag of Zayaz, but were never able to bring it back with you.
How many pieces could I actually bring back? As much
It's
as
whatever
the
you want to
tabletop?
physically carry. In the underbrush, you probably wouldn't want to cover anything more than the light encumbrance, but you theoretically could. I mean,
Well,
hell,
most of that stuff I can
you've
put-
seen platypoids carry probably double their weight and crap with them, but
I'll try to. Anything small, anything that's, let's say, 6" by.
you'd find a flintlock pistol, a broken, what the hell is it, gold, kind of a conductor watch. It only has an hour hand. You'd also find what appears to be probably kind of a small dagger. I would say that one of the cutlasses was broke pretty close to the hilt. That might also fit that description. Probably about 4 or 5 arrowheads. A belt loop.
Leather,
Old-
denim,
an old kind of
canvas.
bamboo sandal.
That's important. Only one.
Alright. It's not there for anything else other than me drawing off.
And you'd probably find somewhere between, I would say, probably 13 kind of gold pieces and what have you. 13 gold pieces and probably about 22 silver.
How many gold teeth from the skeletons?
Probably more if you wanted to go through that, but a lot of the skeletons were pretty dilapidated. And I'd only say 1 or 2 had actually gold fillings.
So they have a pretty strong resonance that I could actually draw off of with any of the primals.
They do have different resonances for the objects, but yes, they do have pretty strong
So I
resonances.
just have to use primal infusion and I can pretty much get it. Right?
Primal infusion? Yeah. You could, or is it, you could transfer the resonance with primal bath to something else. Primal infusion might allow you to enchant, or at least basically enchant some of the objects here.
Could I infuse it into myself, right?
Resonance?
Yeah.
I would say that, I have to double check. It might be primal saturation, actually, now that I think about it.
It has direct. It exists.
So I'd have to learn primal saturation to go from infusion.
I'll allow you right now to default off infusion.
Okay. Until you verify.
Double check, yeah.
Alright, then during those 4 days I still have Scarlet go scrounge out for those fetishes that I'm
So you
still
can check the equivalent cards because I have that in there. There's probably going to be one of those.
Alright.
Similar models? Yeah, similar models.
What's the deal? Do I put my comlink down under inside?
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
in the wire.
Off cybernetic.
Yeah, I'm not going to power.
I'm actually replacing my company. That makes more sense. For when I'm trying to convince people to deck through. Yes. I'm not going to deck through a combo.
What?
That would just be silly.
Well, but then you have to carry a deck around.
The deck is the size of a tablet.
Right. A comlink is the size of my comlink.
Yeah. Pull the deck out of my coat. I have a lined coat for this purpose.
Your light isn't on, so you're not
It's an
getting power to your
expensive
cord.
deck.
Yeah, I don't know. I was getting light for it a moment ago. You know whose laptop that is back there?
There's a
Can you plug this in over there?
I bet you there's a light switch someplace, and that's a switch socket, perhaps.
Maybe. Probably the one that's over there.
Moving out of your way. Moving out of your way. Moving out of
Luckily, I have an extended battery, so we're good for right now.
Oh, you guys got a power strip over there? We good? We can unplug this if we need to. We're good.
Oh, is there just one free? I'd only need one.
Oh, you should have brought a power strip.
All right, that's good. That's in. What? Do you have to unplug anything, or is that?
yeah, just unplug mine.
All right.
Okay, what kind of baseline did you have?
I had a Ford Spiral 1511.
No,
During that time period, Scarlet was able to find an eye patch. It seems to be black leather. What the hell was it? That was the only object you came across immediately.
Alright, and that did. What did that do?
Oh, you'll find out from Semyata that it's an eye patch from a word pirate from the astral plane. She will tell you that it in its own way protects some person's mind.
Ooh. Protects a person's mind, eh? In its own way.
Is it cursed?
She would say no. Scarlet would say that she didn't find it on anyone, but theoretically somebody could be looking for it.
Okay.
Just from pillaging, you're gonna start us on a quest of the pirates coming and attacking.
So it does provide mental ward.
Out of character, word pirates are a bitch.
They would say that
I got stabbed by one in another game, and I couldn't say the word there for an entire week.
Word pirates of the astral plane steals people's linguistic skills.
Seriously?
Yes.
Yeah.
From the
astral
astral
That's
plane.
like the least scary thing.
You say that until you've lost part of your vocabulary.
Yeah.
You can't use the words the, form, I, or those in the future. So you're like, what I want to get around at is...
I got around it by saying a different form of the word. I could say they are, or that it belongs to somebody. Not
He stole like
theirs
a conjunction from you or something.
Are you kidding?
I'll
Every
try
time I
down
need
here.
to use one of those words,
I'll try down here.
banana.
I mean, you don't really notice it too much.
Okay, so that's where the picture was touched. The wasteland or something.
You can give me I would say an IQ observation roll.
Observation.
Let me get past the spell.
IQ-based observation should happen.
Yeah, I know.
Your perception and IQ aren't the same? I went through the trouble of doing that.
I'll try to boost it up next time.
That's going to be a mark.
Yep.
You going to unmark that?
Nope. Gotta take it.
Don't you have a charm to burn?
Nope. Observation, that would be... You missed it by...
Ooh, bam!
By 2.
You've noticed no difference in the few days that you've been wearing it. Maybe the Chantry could take a better look, but I mean, you've looked at it with your goggles. You haven't really... It is magical, but beyond that, you don't know what it does.
Alright, I'll take it
You
off.
can take it off. It doesn't adhere to your eye or anything.
Alright, I'll take it off, and then I will wait until I get back to the Chantry.
Okay.
Watch, I waste 2 weeks helping you, and we go save Frank and you're
Can I try to start on a watch in my 2 days?
You could, but it would most likely go into the next few days.
You didn't waste 2 weeks. You got your memoir published. Or your stuff published.
What can be done in 2 days?
You can make the
I'll
rest of
play
the
with Sparky.
Okay. He seems to be doing still fairly well. From my understanding, you have not continued treatments with him, but otherwise, there is some fading to the treatment, but it looks like it should be. His skin should be fairly healthy.
Can I bring Sparky to the lab? Would it be good to have a dog
No.
around?
Basically, Sparky has been targeted by the Migo or something. He ain't
No,
come
no,
to
no.
the- Whatever.
That was... What was his other stereotypical dog
It's
name?
like
that
Frederick or...
the other one got blown up. This is a new dog.
And approved.
First of which I'm going to take care of by talking to you. So I've got a positive and a negative that don't exist anymore.
All right. Otherwise, there doesn't seem to be any, at least from your samplings, there doesn't seem to be any long-term effects of the rejuvenation cream.
No long-term effects or no long-term maleffects?
There doesn't seem to be. His skin is currently still rejuvenated more so than it would be normally. It looks like as the other skin is starting to kind of replace it from underneath, it does start to, in spots, get a little bit. But this should be. He should still have soft, young, youthful skin for the next month or two, and then after that time, it's hard to tell. There's no. No bad effects that he can see.
Okay.
He seems to still have a happy a healthy appetite.
Of course he does. Okay. So at the end of 2 weeks,
Yep, we all would get together at a
Yith
restaurant.
which Yith
There are some frames up of the what have you, the shacks that you're looking at, but it's still going to be another, I think, 6 weeks until the first one is up and running with power. But the concrete is laid, it's dried.
This is for my...
The individual
Vats.
subunits for the vats.
Okay.
So you can see current progress. It looks like they're currently also in the process of furnishing some of the temporary housing. And people call it temporary housing, but the people here are aware that this could be permanent. So they're seeing a lot more people on site. And it is only just now that Walter Riker, I should say probably one of Jason Eiholt's people, along with Jason Eiholt, are designating certain regions' color codes. So you'll see like a wife or a spouse kind of in the housing areas, and there's color codes for these areas are blue and these areas are red, and relatively depending, most people can't go from anywhere but the white areas.
Right.
So otherwise they'll be kind of... the sides of walls will have like a strip of red running into them on doors and other things of that nature, so it's fairly easy to realize what region they're in.
Right. Do you remember what they cost? 5 and 5.
Yeah.
It was 5. So what are they fighting?
All right. So that's it for the most part of the 2 weeks.
I still have 1 unspent skill point. No, 2 movement.
In the end, it's a net neutral.
So, you guys were headed to the Yith spot now at this point?
A Yith site, I believe.
Sorry, yeah.
Or you
Trying
can
to
call
find
them
a
the upside down carrots, whichever you
Lewis
prefer.
speaker.
There was also reports about ghouls starting to get more bold in their activity in New Mexico.
Rules in New Mexico. That sounds interesting.
No, those are
too.
2 separate accounts. Those are 2 separate. The ghouls are in several small Midwestern states, and they've been seeing them before dusk and out in the open and things of that nature, running from field to field. New Mexico, that region has been having a lot of mining activity has been occurring there. Apparently they've been striking it fairly rich with copper fields. But there's also been a lot of disappearances in southwestern New Mexico. Usually drifters and people that haven't been in town. Oh, this is from an occult newspaper she gets, so...
I like it.
You know who the anti-ghoul spell? Frank.
Would the little lightning bolt things give me a bonus or anything?
As much as I'd like to have you here playing Frank.
I'm kidding.
Having the tattoos.
You don't have to draw it in your hand. So normally when you're casting one of these spells, you either have to have the sigil on your person, or you have to draw it with your hand very quickly. And that bluish sign works a little for that. With this, if you're in a grapple and you're like, get off me, you still have you still can force lightning him in a really shitty situation. If you were to create a more elaborate, rune system, that theoretically could give you a bonus for the spell, but
okay.
Gabriel Verus said we'd have to do that. Yeah.
I know, Frank will. I'll get back to you on that. I'll think about that. I'll tell Ford till next week.
Yeah, who's gonna kill for a body?
Killing.
Well, how are you getting a body? I mean, you can't just go to the store and be like, I want that one.
I'm pretty sure you can find a cone victim and be like, yoink.
you can just go to the ocean, throw a rock in.
No, that's an innocent. You can't harm an innocent.
I have nothing against that.
Like, oh, Frock, I didn't notice you were wearing that Deep One suit again. Oh, that's not a suit.
Yeah.
It's a scaly-looking two-toed.
Yeah.
It's kind of humanoid.
Yeah.
Yith site.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Now, with the Yith sites, you have pretty much a very accurate geographical location. The only thing is you're pretty sure that most of these are deep underground, and you came across one site in which there was an access point. There might not be an access point to some of these other locations. So some of these are like there was some in the mountains of Peru that was like a couple 100 miles from a location that you knew of in Peru. But, I mean, you might get there and you're like, this is exactly it to the meter. It's probably only height that we're worried about here now.
Start digging.
Can we dial it in on the teleporter?
No.
You could dial. You have the exact coordinates, and Walter Riker could take a look there, and you could just see what's there.
Yeah.
Right. So there's several locations. There was one in was it the ones that seem to have some connection to you and those that were active. It looked like there was one in Australia, there was one in Peru, there was one in, I want to say, probably in northern Russia. There was one in the Antarctic. There are 3 locations that are roughly where the Moog continent used to be, probably now under the ocean. and I want to say that there's one in Western China.
Not China.
Not China.
Russia.
Russia or Australia?
Otherwise, you're aware of 13 sites of the
Well,
Yith,
Russia
that,
or
but the only the ones I
underwater.
listed were connected to the
I
moon.
don't
You
like
could
the
be
cities.
wrong on that
I don't
because
like
you didn't spend enough time with the linguistics. You only made rough guesses.
Either Peru or Australia. That's my thought.
Russia.
We've done a lot of
You
stuff in
guys have
Peru.
familiarity with Peru, don't you?
I'll just say no. We've been there a lot, but
They've only been to one remote location connected to Steely Stone.
Better
We never
than
finished
nothing.
exploring that pyramid either.
that's
You did
good.
buy off your fear of heights, though.
So,
Peru.
if we're looking for the Mew guy,
That
the
wasn't me, that
former
was
Mew
Daniel.
continent underwater is our best bet. Just
Those will be the last ones we ever search
Was
because
it Daniel?
that's where he
It was.
who
Yeah.
sleeps should never wake.
Yes, yeah.
who's that?
The dreamer of dreams.
He
The
shall not
head.
be named.
He who shall not be named. The head priest.
Cthulhu.
Kachaklu. Yes. I think the consensus Peru.
Yeah.
Peru.
Sure.
Walter
Peru.
Riker can dial in all of these locations if you want to take a look, depending
Sure.
on the situation. The only one he would actually have, you'd have to make some modifications to the gate for those that are going to be in the water, just so water doesn't pass in. He'll have to create a counter pressure. Otherwise, China would be the other one he would be worried about.
We won't
Shutting
do
down
any
the
of
gate.
those. None of the underwater ones. Not the China one.
Why not take a peek?
We're going to.
No, like through the portal. Through the
Because if
underwater.
he opens up an underwater one, all of a sudden it's 4,000 pounds of pressure in the room, and our
He said he
skin's
could create a counter. Are you not confident in your husband's abilities?
I'm totally confident. I'm just not willing to spend the time.
Wards up that don't allow us to peek in the vicinity.
This is technology.
Yeah, but it's also magic that may not be able to be broke.
It's possible. We'll
Walter
start looking in
Riker,
Russia.
Walter Riker does not have a strong magical understanding. He is very good at technology, so he'd have to defer to B in case of any kind of mystical
The person you
supernatural stuff happening.
I tell him that I know even less about magic than he does.
So which location do you want to look at first?
Russia.
Russia? The location from after he dials it in, there's a pressure change. You probably wouldn't be in the gate room. He would probably be using kind of a closed camera system. And you guys don't have to make a fright check, but you're aware that at B's facility, she has real-time motion picture boxes. I mean, you'll see another room, you're like, oh, when did you take this? And you're like, we're taking it now. And you're like, now? And you're like, yes. What you're seeing is happening right now.
That's awesome.
So, looking into the room, for the location inside of Russia, can I get you would see it with a map, but for the most part, this seems to be probably northern Siberia. You're probably about I'd probably say about 400 miles away from the shore. The area is somewhat covered in snow.
Shore of what?
North Russia.
It's far away from the beach,
Arctic
or like
shore.
it's in the ocean. I'm guessing snow implies on the beach, not in the ocean.
You're 400 miles inland from the Arctic
Okay.
Sea.
Can we see anything?
Do we see a door? Do we see anything melted?
It seems like a countryside that's covered in thick layers of snow.
Can
No
I,
signs of
Monocle to
habitation.
look through this.
can I do a sense steely? Like through
You can
the
do a
portal?
sense
Does it
steely
work
through
like
the.
that?
You're not sure. You can try.
I will try.
I'll use my monocle as we just look through it.
Okay.
I'll use my goggles.
That's by 5.
All right. You do each find in kind of your own way that this portal seems to sterilize resonances to a certain amount. You're having a hard time seeing anything past the event horizon with your goggles. With Sense Steely, you have a little bit better effort. You are able to check into the area, and it's a hard landing spot. I mean, it's not soft like what the hell is it? Countryside or even New York has become as of late. It's just kind of barren.
Can I sense shallows through
Like,
this?
I was mostly looking under.
You might be able to.
Because, like, do I sense any?
So far from where you are right now, how far it is up, you don't really get a good sense of anything underground. I mean, you don't normally detect with sense-based ground. You can just tell if there's something that blocks. So you only see spatial distortions.
Yeah, and I assume that you have to kind of direct it, like, if I say I'm sensing that way,
Yep, you guys are kind of looking down.
By 3?
By 3. Nothing makes it through the barrier here.
I can't get anything.
I mean, there's a fine amount of residue, but however he set up this portal, it's definitely filtering out
You
resonance.
can open the portal again pretty fast.
How big's the
though,
portal
right?
right
With his
now?
calculations.
Right now,
10,
along
15
with V,
minutes.
they
I
have
thought that was all calculation time. Like once he had it plugged in, it was.
for what now?
Could he reopen the portal if we like switch back and forth between two, or is it like he has to take more calculation time? Or?
It would be less time. It would take about the same location, depending on how long you took. It could take him from 2 to 9 minutes because he has to have it always relative to the position of the planet moving through space.
There you go. All right.
So, taking a look at location, was it I would say the end gate is probably as wide as this and as high as it is wide. So you're looking at a far wall. You also see that there is a modified vehicle that is in the bay here.
It looks like a bus.
Yep. You all will see that there is a very large bus sitting in front of the gate, probably about 15 feet away.
It's awesome.
It's the mobile base.
It is.
So, I
But
mean,
it has tires,
you could quite literally
not
drive a large
flying
bus
wings.
through it. The gate's pretty massive. If somebody was on the other side, they would probably have a better chance of seeing this than the smaller ones you guys had.
Let's move to another site.
Go to Peru.
Look at Peru.
I'll say you should be sensing steely through these two. See if you get anything.
Ultimately, the aperture opens up after another 9 minutes. For this one, probably 20 minutes. Checking, it does seem to be somewhere in the Peruvian mountain ranges around here. It must be in some of the kind of the high mountain ranges. That's where it kind of gives you. It's probably only about 200 miles away northwest of where your site was. So theoretically, you have an alternate means. But I mean, unless you guys are like fucking rock climbers, it's pretty bad out here.
Right.
You don't see any immediate openings, but given the terrain here, there could be any number of cave systems that reach down into that region. It's just a lot of it's covered by snow and rocky.
Steely.
Oh, there's one there.
Yeah, there's
By
There's one there.
4.
It's not too far. It's about 300 miles away from this location.
Nothing seems to be unusual. It definitely is a softer landing point than the Russian area. There's nothing unusual on that side of the gate, but you do know that the gate is causing interference.
Let's just go there and start probing.
I just want to put my head through there, then I'm going to get a better sense of it.
Let's just all go through. Let's spend a day there.
By 7?
We didn't even spend a day. We're just going to go in there, take our senses. If we get anything, we come back.
There is a faint signature to the southeast, but you would correlate that with that mountain range you've been to before.
I'll let these guys know that.
All right, we'll go through.
you
How about
have-
we all go through, get a
have
good
any,
sense
like,
of what, so we're not getting any interference.
Equipment that could search for underground caverns. I mean, that's kind of what we need at this point.
Right, like a seismic device or something.
Yeah.
Could I do that from here?
Theoretically, you tried doing that from here. You saw that Jeb was trying to do something similar, but he was having, I don't know. You don't know. He didn't say anything.
You also ask Clayton.
Ask Walter to keep the gate open. We're going to go through and do a little investigating.
He says that if you find a location, he can lower the gate, because currently you're just kind of probably about
Hovering.
200 meters above, looking down at a slant.
Can I?
Wells by 5.
By 5?
Are we walking if it's a mountain?
Nothing
we're gonna
much. You
walk.
imagine the
We're
gate's
gonna
causing
gate
interference.
to the ground.
You might not like this, but I say he just holds it above, and I do a fold space like through his gate to the ground.
No.
No.
Just dial it down to the ground. Thank you very much.
Okay. He probably spends about 15 minutes trying to find a relatively flat area. It seems to be a kind of a plateau, probably about 2/3 of the way up the mountain range. You're above the location that is actually probably about a half a mile away from the location that you want to go
Yep.
to, and it's in with visible range of you. It's
That's
just
fine.
that area is fairly jagged, and you're kind of looking at a slant, so it kind of puts you like right here. Like here's the GPS location.
Yep. Why did you want to do that? Just to
Can I-
make it hard to get back?
No, it was
Adventure.
more for the future, kind of like if he has to do it in a cinch, and he's not putting it at ground level, how do we get through it? Well, we, have a little patch to.
He does open the gate and then adjust it from there, so theoretically could buy you a minute or two, because the gate would be open, it just wouldn't be at ground level.
As far as quick exfil
Right.
goes, something like that him
Yeah,
just
but if
putting
we
it
have-
in the air.
If we have the gravity watches,
Then we can't be followed. Gravity watches are going to be another like 4 weeks to downtime.
Yeah.
To get one, I bet.
It'll probably take me.
You think, based on what you did
week or
before,
two.
maybe a week or two? Yep.
For
So depending on how your dice rolls happen.
So,
We'll walk through.
before we walk through, I'll
sorry.
just be like, "Can you guys wait?" And
Sure.
I'll find like an apple. Can I find an apple on the base or some sort of living fruit or
Yes,
something?
you can.
And then
Apple
can I
for
do a
what?
fold space and just put it like through the portal?
What happens if
You
someone
can.
goes, oh, here's an apple.
As I said before, you're looking through a
Fold
closed.
space by space.
I think he wants to have the apple in his hand.
Oh no, you guys! If you're making your rolls, you most likely would have been to the gate room. So yeah.
So I'm just gonna open a fold space, one side of the gate, other side of the gate, and throw an apple through.
Walter Riker will tell you it is protocol to shut down the gate before he lets you out of the gate room.
So we
What?
have to wait and then start at the gate again.
Well, there's an
He tells you that there's an interior,
there
like,
an
sealed door.
Everyone
He says there's an apple. He seems to...
I will pull out a knife.
Okay.
I will throw
You
the
can't
knife.
get into the room until he shuts down the gate.
Oh,
And then we have to walk in the room, then he'll open the gate again.
so we're not even in the
You're-
room?
Correct. We're looking through a
Well,
monitor.
you guys are making your
then
rolls, so
what's
you
the
guys would...
problem?
All right.
You guys would be in the room because you were making your sense rolls, and you wouldn't have been able to do it with a buried room. So I'm assuming you walked into the gate room.
Okay.
The only thing is...
We're in the gate room.
Yep.
Just
Okay.
take a piece of equipment. Take
I'm
an
just
extra
throwing a
clip.
knife.
Sure.
You're aware that you can do that, but
Actually,
for security purposes, he doesn't want to open that up
No,
at the
that's
same
fine.
time.
Yep. Don't
I'll
buy that
actually
protocol.
instead pull out a bullet from the little officer's model pistol and throw that through.
Goes right through. It looks like you don't have to make a roll for throwing the bullet.
He wants to make a fold
space.
space.
Ah, okay.
Just make sure that that is possible.
We prefer that when we get to Peru, he will try to use gravity recall.
Pass by one.
That's the standard.
So it's just kind of like with the net thing. I'm just trying to make it like a
There
little bit-
is a very... You guys can see the end destination, and it is very shaky. And whatever reason, the edges of this folded space through his system have gone blue shifted.
What's that? What do
So
you
all,
mean blue shift?
all this light that would normally come through kind of at a bent angle is like blue to purple. You don't know what that means.
It's not a good
Can I-
thing.
I'm gonna throw the bullet through.
Let's
I'll-
not,
I'll
because you
throw-
can blow every circuit in the whole place.
Yep, let's just
I'll
walk.
throw a
shut
knife
that-
through.
No, I don't want you to throw anything through. You
I'm
see
just
the
gonna
blue
walk
shift, you
through.
could wreck all them.
You gonna walk through?
This is
Okay,
not
fine.
This is not a good idea.
I'll
This
close
is not
it
a good
down.
idea. You don't want to do this.
You just
He'll
confirmed
walk
my theory
through,
that normal
not
teleport
through
is
the
better.
folded space, but
Yeah,
through
I hear you.
the
Through the blue.
aperture. You get to the other side. I mean, it's as cold as it looked from here. You're like, yeah, that's the Peruvian mountain range.
Can you?
How high up is this thing?
Oh, actually, never mind. He gets through and he gives you the thumbs up.
Yep,
All right.
I'm fine.
It looks cold.
How
Put on
high
my
up?
cold weather gear.
How high up is
Yeah,
it
me too.
at this point? How high up is it?
There is an elevation change, but the room has changed slightly to that. The gate is not a permanently fixed object.
You're putting the gate on each side doesn't seem to be working, other than he walked through with no problem. So what do I know?
Well, he didn't walk through the fold space,
Yes.
You're correct.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, I'll put that on.
I put that on.
which just says, you know, this will take longer if we need to get out of somewhere in a pinch.
You guys can give me a tactics roll.
I can do it. I don't have a tactic.
Why am I making a tactics?
Well, what is it? Walter Riker would like to shut down the gate if you guys are going to get
6.
equipment from here.
Oh, you mean out of my bag?
Oh, you have that in your bag? Do you have yours in your bag as well?
My bag.
Julian,
Everything I
do
have on me is my bag.
you have your serpent suit in your folded space?
Yeah, but I can wait.
If it's in your folded space, then you're fine. It's in the room.
I keep everything, all my stuff that I take.
Fair enough. You guys don't need to roll that.
Tactics by 6. What is?
Yeah, you don't.
All right, we go through. Can you shut down your little fold?
I
So
did.
it's not blue shifted.
It's done.
Awesome. We walk through.
Okay.
As I walk through, grab some of the wine that Jamal gave me, toss it back.
Can I have some drink of Bass, please?
Oh, it's not drinking bass. This is pure wine.
Oh.
Makes you feel warmer.
All right. Well,
Let the
let's
shit-facing commence.
look around for caves
Yep.
and
looking around.
entrances.
I would say that on the vehicle interior to you would have Arctic clothing on, which the PCs could wear if they want to. I assume they do, because you guys can feel the cold from the other side.
You guys can. You talking about?
He seems
I
to be
got the
fine.
snake outfit on, so
All right, I put on Arctic clothing.
It's a difference of 1 die. My favorite is.
The serpent outfit is fairly warm. The only thing is it doesn't cover the hands or your face.
I believe that B bought us that kind of gear in previous adventures.
She did.
Yep. The only thing is, I'm not saying you don't have it. What I'm saying is,
just
it's on the bus, and you got it from the bus and put it on.
All right, that's fine. That's fair.
I just grab some gloves and I grab a face mask.
I'm wearing heavy clothing. I'm grabbing some climbing equipment, so I have to do some spelunking grabs.
Full leather parka.
Okay.
Scarlet will just walk in Scarlet.
Okay.
Unbelievable! That cat's gonna die in moments.
Level of my complex form.
All right.
Do we find a cave way into the
You
mountainside?
guys can give me. Everyone, but Ben can give me an HT roll.
Not climbing.
HT roll, just straight up HT. Fit applies.
What is this for? For like hiking or something?
No, it's just an HT roll right now.
Probably for adapting to the
What time is it?
That looks pretty high there. It looks like a critical failure.
Not yet. No, it's only
20. Better clock behind us.
nope.
Critical failure?
No, it's not critical.
665?
665.
All right.
but all Cthulhu dice.
All Cthulhu dice.
Yeah, all Cthulhu.
Your second all Cthulhu dice fail
I
of the
do
day.
think it's a critical failure unless you've got a 17 health or 17 roll.
I thought it was by 10 if it was a critical failure.
Nope.
Is it? I don't know.
Under certain circumstances it is, but 17 also counts as a critical failure.
13.
Yeah.
Yeah, fit, very fit.
Yeah.
Then yeah.
Anything else other than fit?
Hard to subdue, hard to kill.
This is not really hard to subdue
Yeah.
necessarily.
Level 16. Missed by 3.
Over the course of the next 5 minutes, you guys made what was your roll by 5? You good? You notice that you have developed a nosebleed, and it's immediately frozen after that. You take 3 points of fatigue damage, and you are slightly woozy, so you're at a -2 to IQ rolls during this time period. You can see that he's not dealing with. There is a barrier between here and there. It's not perfect. There is cold that comes through, but the sudden pressure change at this altitude, he's
Popped a vessel and
Yup, you guys are like, all right, it's pretty cold out here. You're not wanting to spend any more time than probably a couple hours looking.
Yeah,
but you can see he gets out of there and he's like,
When we use magic, we don't have these problems.
I hear you.
Sounds like non-Fumori.
Actually, when you guys were up at Peru, for whatever reason, there was some sort of weird climate-controlled zone, and when you went over that, you damn near froze your balls off.
Right.
Yeah, but B doesn't have balls.
All right?
No, it was Jack at that time, so Jack
Yep.
does have balls. Yeah, it was Jack at that time, so Jack does have balls. We think, unless the ghost got those too.
Try to shake it off and keep on going.
Given where you guys are,
It just keeps getting harder.
does your search want to risk climbing?
Sure.
Strung together, I'm willing to risk climbing.
I do not want to be strung to her. I'm remembering the time she fell off stairs on a climbing roll.
Or the time.
I'll do cat's grace.
Or the time she tried to climb a rope and fell.
I hate everybody.
By
You
7.
could just do gravity ripple.
You'll get a
for it.
plus 40 next related roll.
She's a huge fan of magic.
What happened to B? We don't. Like, she went to Peru, and then we don't know where
And
B
the wind
is.
got her.
Yeah.
What, you guys said this
it
wasn't the
+4?
time to practice the gravity acceleration?
Then could I do... I
So
guess
there's-
a guardian would be a good roll.
So described right now, there's probably about a half a kilometer worth of flat kind of terrain around here that requires light to mild climbing. But if you want to go to the region that supposedly was right above it, that will require some difficult climbing. You're looking at sheer cliff faces and stuff like that. It's whether or not you want to risk
I feel like they put these in the
some...
ground, not in
Professor.
If I was in
From what you understand, these installations were in place millions of years ago. So you have no idea. They could be upside down.
Goggles, it could be in space. I look around.
Theoretically. In the region, there is you would see off in the distance there is a haze around one of the peaks. It coordinates with the area that you're familiar with. The area otherwise is fairly light.
When you say the area I'm familiar with, do you mean...
To the southwest, a few hundred miles from here,
That's
you can,
what glows for me?
You said there was a page that had.
You can see a haze in that region. You wouldn't be able to see that mountaintop.
All right.
Because that would be right on the cusp of what you could theoretically see.
Okay.
Would casting gravity ripple help us to climb so that, like, if someone slips,
Yeah,
they're
possibly.
just like, okay,
Is it too steep to be in Panther form?
The
Never
extra,
too steep.
the extra legs would give you a little bit more ability to balance yourself. It's still pretty. I mean, you're not a mountain goat. It's still pretty bad. And actually, mountain goats die all the time falling off mountains, so it's not a good analogy.
I love it.
It increases my
Do I
dex.
smell popcorn? That smells delicious.
Alright, let's go into cat farm.
Popcorn smells kind of like
Okay, Guardian of Uvastis.
Don't like popcorn.
I don't like popcorn because my dad always made me make it. Because everyone said they didn't know how to make it as good as me, but that
They
was
don't.
crap.
Yep, I don't know how to. Popcorn? How do you
I don't know how to make
do you do that?
How do you make mac and cheese?
Yeah, I don't know.
Guardian by 6.
Right? You can form, or is it
How long
assume
did that
a
work for? Does this still
form of a
work?
panther?
No, Dad doesn't live with us.
You get a +4 strength, a plus
I'm hoping as soon as we come dead, doesn't live.
1 dex, plus 1 HT.
That was most of the birthday.
No, that lasted for quite some time, and then it was also used on my niece by her dad. She made the best
Gives me a
gold
+5
later.
right now for my
No
dex.
one else knew how to make it.
Temporarily. Medium size?
Yeah.
Using that same trick on me, though.
I'm willing to climb to the top of the mountain that we need to search. I just need to have safety equipment, which I said I brought. I need to have willing accomplices. I'm looking at you two, Catman, and Tiger Dude, and Barton, and the Professor.
How much you weigh?
With my equipment, probably 160 pounds.
I would have to go one size bigger to carry it.
How big of a gravity field do I think I could make?
You've seen members of the Order spend
How
round.
big do I think I could make?
He was trying to ask.
You know that you could make something easily large enough to kill yourself.
No, like, if
answer,
I want to
good
make a
answer.
0G area, how much space could I have this area take up?
You never tried more than kind of your immediate area.
Yeah.
You know that some of the Chantry people do incantations over the course of multiple rounds. So you're not sure. You imagine pretty big until it fails.
I go up to B. and I
Because
give
you
her
only
the
know that
rope.
you can't do it until you get to that point. Like, this is too much. I've made it too long.
What skills do you need to
me to
use
tie something
gravity
in
ripple for flying?
Tie it on your haunch.
Free fall and pretty much gravity ripple at that point.
And you need to have tested it.
How do I
There is unfamiliarity penalties
How do
for
I
doing that.
practice free fall?
Put it on your face. How's that?
An advanced air tunnel system, you could use gravity ripple or a 0G
Shake your head
environment.
up and down.
Huh?
Could I do the chantry?
Wait.
Yeah, potentially.
Okay, I'll-
Your neck should be pretty
get field
strong as a
experience
cat.
with,
I'm over there trying to wrench it.
You get field experience like Branton did over here, Barton.
Or I kill myself, yeah.
He was fine in the
I went into
cornfield.
a train.
Dogs, it's one of the biggest, strongest ones.
I was fine in the cornfield.
Imagine cats
That's
and
the
stuff.
road.
I think
There was no
corn
trucks coming
stalk
that you
would
saw.
kill you at the right speed, though.
Yeah.
If you're the corn powder, it's done.
As soon as I give B the rope to pretty much wait till she makes the muzzle.
What is you guys' highest survival Arctic? Or survival mountains?
I have one.
Is that a default from Survival
14.
Urban?
14?
I have 14. What do you got, buddy?
14.
Okay.
You actually have the.
You don't need to make a
skills
roll, I just want to
survival
know what your level was. Between the two of you, you think you could stay out here.
13 before.
Between the two of you guys think you could stay out here until it starts to get dark, at which point you don't
Survival
have...
Desert is 16. All the other survivals are 2 off of it, so I have a 14.
Between your two survivals, you think you can stay out here probably until it starts to go dark, at which point you don't have tents or other things of that nature, and if a storm or strong wind comes in, you'll be aware and you'll have to leave sooner than
I
that.
got a 10 when they
Let's just go.
I'll be fine.
Let's go.
Where are we going?
Climbing.
We're climbing?
Climbing.
All right.
How tall is this thing we're climbing?
I'll take a group pool. The difficulty is going to be at a -3. You guys can decide to take as much time as you want.
Let's
How-
take twice or 3 or 4 times the time.
Okay, how tall is the thing we're climbing?
gravity ripple, so
You're climbing down the mountain range. You would say that, given your distance right now, it might take probably about 2 hours to get there, maybe an hour or so, depending on your
Is it
rolls.
straight up, or is it like...
You're going down an incline that at most is... some of the bad parts are sheer heading down. It's hard to differentiate.
We're going down?
Yep. The plateau that he...
Gravity ripple time.
The
No, we're going
plateau...
up.
Nope. The plateau that he had you at was slightly higher than the point that which you know of. And I don't want to sugarcoat it, but this is kind of like Mount Everest, where, I mean, is it a handhold? Is it ice? You guys are pitting off into the mountain range.
So we're
You have a
going
bunch
down.
of
We're going
unfamiliar
down.
people.
Can you float us down?
No. I just had an even better idea. I don't want to float us down. That has consequences. Fold space. Easier.
Obsessed with that old
All right.
Old space is easier.
In this case, yeah.
When me and Puddin fell down, we just slightly fell down.
It depends on what skills you're good at and how you've used them in the past.
Consider
Two white guys named John.
there's this many of us, and if we're trying to fall, we're going to fall at different rates. And if they go outside of your bubble, they're dead.
Everyone's floating down and you're like, rice, no! Whoa!
He's got cat face.
What about teleportation? Why don't we use teleportation with the...
That's passe, Steve.
That's old school.
old school.
Teleportation requires the end sigil. Fold space just requires the beginning, and then you kind of can snake it to the end.
It's kind of interesting because I have an end
do that.
I have an end sigil.
You guys can do whatever you want.
I want to do it the safe way.
There is no safety right now.
Can we see the bottom? Like
You
where
can
we
s-
want to go?
You can see the area you want to go.
Okay, I'm casting fold space and I'm snaking it down to find a flat
Is
spot.
this the one that requires me to step over an edge and not cut my foot off?
No.
Okay.
There is a folded... There's a compressed space where
Yes, it does.
you can give me thaumatology.
This is the one we've been using like continuously.
Yep. No, it isn't. You've used it continuously
Well,
in the
you've
last
used fold
adventure.
space to mark other things. I've only recently started to use it as a means of transportation.
9. I did thaumatology by 5.
You're aware that this folds space, and if you get outside of that region, it's not that it's going to rip your foot off. It's just that your
drapes
foot,
between here
your
and
foot
there.
is going to be going this relative speed that you are moving through folded space. So your foot could instantly reach
Bigger
Mach
this time,
10.
whereas last time we were in a rush. Keep in mind the
Why
time
can't we
that
just do it the safe way and spend a couple minutes?
I agree.
I think that way is not as safe because we're climbing down with
It's-
B.
You're welcome to go over there and take your party of whoever wishes to fold space. And we'll stay over here, and we'll make signals on each end and jump through them.
Yeah, we can teleport easily.
Where we fold space, look to see where the place is marked.
I suppose what the argument is you have a lot more magical rolls to make.
Yeah, and if like our first initial thing fails before we teleport, then we just take our time.
Hold on.
Okay,
way do you
teleportation
roll?
has more
I lay
consequences
down.
than
I roll
fold
over.
space.
You're
I start
born-
looking at
A little bit of
I
space
start
so
looking
we
at my
can-
crotch.
So we can look at,
Come on!
You probably...
I roll up a
You can
newspaper.
give me a survival Arctic.
I guess I can't look at my crotch.
You can give me a survival Arctic.
No, I'm not looking at my crotch.
So
All right. Starts to look himself a little bit and just kind of gets stuck there, and he's like, all right, never mind.
Common sense kicks in right about there. Like, wait a second, no.
So I'm gonna fold space to the bottom, okay?
It's enough so we can see it.
You can give me another health roll.
Everyone?
No, just
Well,
me.
the guy that's not in Arctic equipment.
Well, I thought that was transferred over with me wearing the Snake Man outfit underneath.
Apparently it didn't.
No, evidently not.
Bad choice.
Good God.
13,
Sick kitty.
12, straight, 13, 5, 2.
Your pals have been numb for some time now. However, you're starting to get overtly warm in this new terrain. You think it's a serpent suit somehow. It's keeping in all your heat. Maybe you
Except
should
for
roll
your
around the
boss.
snow some more.
Start rolling around.
You two with Survival Arctic would see that, I mean, it doesn't... He's in a panther form in the Peruvian mountain range, and it looks like he's starting to suffer the effect of hypothermia.
You're going to need to not do what you're doing.
Alright, I pop out.
Okay, you can give me a Guardian of Ubastis?
Even with the 6 from previous.
Sure, I'll give it to you.
This would be like the worst way to kill your character. Just
No, I can think of other ones.
A frozen cat like, what the hell is it?
How'd your character
Not
die?
Nicolas Cage, but what is his name? Damn, I totally forgot. Jack Nicholson at the end of The Shining. You're like, cat. Oh.
You can turn into a lynx.
see, I'm just. How did your character die? Forgot his coat.
You've lost 3 more points of fatigue.
Open up a little bit of fold space, Barton, so we can see the bottom of where
I'm
we're
gonna make
going to.
it bigger than a little because I don't like accumulating paradox with all these teleports.
All right.
Now you just being greedy.
Are you
Hey,
gonna
I'm at a
make
cat
the
form. Woohoo!
old-fashioned
Nice,
way, or are you
being
going to
greedy.
use this new fashioned folded space?
Well, I was gonna say as soon as I do have a way to mark where to go. It's like a steely
So
type
either
thing.
way,
I have a
fold space is needed because they need to see to do the
Sure.
fairy fire.
Yeah.
And they're going to melt snow under the fairy fire, and it's going to be weird, and there's going to be consequences.
I hope so.
He said it, fairy fire.
The difference between the two is
Run my hand.
his is faster. It is a little bit
that every
dangerous
time
because
you
of
say the
the
word?
the sides,
Nope, watch it.
and you try to mitigate some of that with the extra teleportation. But
Basically,
something could go wrong in either one.
Fold space is, well, like teleport and fold space put together, like the halfway point is what your husband's doing.
My husband's using technology
Yeah.
that emulates the effects. I agree.
I take one of my gloves off, and on the other hand that doesn't have the glove, I throw fairy
I'm
fire on
rolling.
it to see how warm it gets me.
Let's see. Since you do know, you can give me your fairy fire roll.
Pass,
He'd stop making rolls.
pass
to get
by
further
9
down
for the
road.
fold space to make it a
This is
little
gonna
bigger
burn.
than person size.
How much?
So
You think, Paul?
pass by 9.
Yeah, you can easily.
And
I mean, you don't have. You know where the region is, but like you might be off a
I'm
couple.
like snaking it down like usual.
And you might be off like a couple hundred meters. It's hard to tell. You're like, it's over near that mountain tip.
Well, I can see that there's
They're gonna
ground
see us.
there, right?
I know, right? Stop using magic. No, you stop using magic. We're yelling on top of a magic
So you've seen that
ring.
he spent some time, took off a glove, and he's like, ah!
By 10.
And he makes a fairy fire effect. How large do you want to make it?
Just around my hand. Just
What
just
are
enough
you
to go
doing?
just to-
Okay. You do know that it can, in fact, cause real damage.
Yeah, I know.
I'm jumping
You
through
can
my
protect
portal.
yourself from it at a 10.
I can what?
You can protect yourself from it at a 10.
Okay.
I'm gonna jump through my folded
Like arm?
space.
Huh?
You said I can?
You can protect
Okay, I'll try to
yourself.
lower it just where it's just enough where it's just considerably warm.
I'm gonna jump through my folded space.
Given how much you know of the spell,
I
you do
made
it slightly uncomfortably hot because you know the actual heat is lesser than the felt perceived heat.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it feels good.
Okay.
You kind of feel warm to begin with, so you don't know. You're like, this is just more heat, but
But my hands aren't cool. Or no, hand without the glove.
the hand that isn't numb, you can feel it in. So he's created a larger than man-sized folded space that is the rough area where you want to go to. He's found probably about a kind of 40-meter diameter spacing that's relatively flat.
Okay.
You can give me a jump roll or...
It's big enough, and I put it at ground level. I'm walking through.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah.
it's probably doing something to the ground because it's a little in the ground.
Give me a
but
dex plus 4.
Jumping.
You're slowly moving through the gate.
I have jumping.
If you want to make jumping,
Moving through the gate. That's what
he's
you got
just
right
stepping through.
You said plus 4.
Yep, plus 4 dex. Or jumping if you have higher.
So, well, I guess it's plus 0, so same thing. So pass by 10.
Yeah, he easily jumps through very quickly and makes it seem very simple.
Now don't turn me into a fool.
I will hold it open.
I mean, when you make it the old-fashioned way, and I go through your game.
At very least.
Or are you going to go through the...
I don't know.
Do that.
Does it look like
I'll
the
yell
same?
through it. 2 minutes.
He made it look very easy.
I walk through it.
Can you give me a dex for the plus 4?
I suggest that you.
Or this would
You
trigger
can
your...
see it's in the ground, so you can't lose the bottom of your foot.
Yep.
Mistake.
Jeb jumps through very quickly. Seems to be fine.
I take off my other
I'll
glove.
do whatever you do.
Keep in mind, Ian, the bottom of it's in the ground, so technically they couldn't like snag their foot in the bottom.
Made it by
Like,
9.
they'd have to really fail.
Burnt that one.
Most people feel that way. Except for the people who don't.
Dex plus 4, I win.
I like to as always.
You win.
I don't want it back now.
Did it by...
Cat space by 4.
Alright, you get a plus... I want to say 3?
Did it by 6.
By 8 jumping.
By 8?
By 9.
By 9? You guys all jump through. It's a lot easier than you think, maybe.
Why are we jumping?
However, then again...
Walking.
Well,
Yeah, we're good.
I say jumping. You guys could have cautiously gone through. You made it by quite a lot, so you're good. And from the last time you went through, everyone seemed to be perfectly fine, other than Ned Chen. Maybe it was him. Maybe he was the wrong part of the equation.
Take my other glove off.
Keep in mind,
Fire
last
on
time
the other
he was
hand
in a
by 3.
hurry too.
Yep.
You heard
can start to-
screaming, you wanted to get there
You'll need to rest a little bit to try to get back your fatigue, and part of this isn't real fire, but
Let's start
if I
looking
do it
around.
enough, I can start conjuring it at will, and then just sort of like kind of.
Well, these rolls only take you a second to do anyway.
Yeah.
I'm saying I like teleportation for large.
So even
You
with
like
it,
living
even
on
with
the
it going on and warming me up right now,
This isn't.
since my hands are warm.
Teleportation is for
One hand you don't know about.
When you have to
So one hand you don't know about, the other one.
Fold space is for I see it, but it's hard to get there. So I do
I'll
this.
start trying to relax to see if I can start gaining back fatigue.
Okay. Depends on how long the PCs are sitting anymore.
As soon as they sit, as soon as everybody's through and they start debating, I sit down and just weep.
The weather is fairly quiet right now. I mean, there's occasional winds, and it is probably negative 40 or below. And you definitely don't have the supplies to be out here for more than a day, but so far you guys are fairly in good
I
conditions.
know what I think they'll
Start looking for a way into the mountainside. Look through my goggles, searching, observing.
You guys are all staying near each other?
What?
Yes.
You guys can give me...
I'll put on a climbing harness, put a pin in the ground, and make sure I can't fall more than 30 feet.
Where? What is our
You guys can give me either a as you move to the new
Are we like
location.
on a tall pillar or something?
No, you guys. It's the only reason you didn't come here is because the ground is relatively uneven in certain areas. So there are places you could theoretically fall or slip or things of that nature. And you don't know. There could be any points throughout this mountain range where the only thing bridging a crevasse is kind of an ice sheet or snow, and you just having to step in it and go down. So this
Geology or
a geology at a +2, a prospecting at a +2, or I would say a naturalist straight up, or a -2.
I got a naturalist.
-2 search.
So while they're doing it, I'll find a rock,
Naturalist
sit
by
down.
4.
My hands
What
like
are you
this.
looking for? Just
Anything unusual, a way in, a cave, a staircase.
the old transpose way or just folding space straight up?
Folding space is dangerous, but it is quicker. The other one, there could be a failure, but you have multiple chances to abort.
so you say fold space is dangerous, but it's only dangerous if you touch the edges, right?
Yes.
So if it's properly made, and you can make it and be like, no, that one's not good. Don't jump.
You could,
So,
but the thing is, there's always going to be a Ned Chen that could dick it
Yeah.
up somehow, or based on your description, it could
and if
mess it
I
up somehow.
tripped right when someone was casting transpose and like stepped outside of the sigil, I'd lose that foot too.
Possibly. They would have a chance to correct with that. The fold space, you
Yeah.
wouldn't really have too much chance to correct.
So it's kind of, you don't go near the edges.
Like I said, it's quicker. There are some dangerous things involved.
Oh, I did naturalist by 4.
Question: they're like arm shields, and they're a fairy fire on the inside to keep it a warm bubble for the wall.
You can into the outer wells.
The thing is, you could control that with fairy fire just to be on your person.
So
You wouldn't need an outside effect.
Make more Robotech or something.
Are you worried about carbon monoxide poisoning it at all?
search.
Not even real flame.
Yeah, that's
All those
Search
things
by
on fire.
8, but you said minus
And it makes
2,
heat.
so by 6.
It's not real flame.
Then what do you guys make yours roll by?
I don't have any of those.
You know,
By
search.
7.
Search minus
Search it a
2.
-2.
Yeah, so by 7.
You made yours by Ben by what?
7.
7. And what'd you roll with?
I rolled 2, 2, 1.
No. What skill did you roll on?
Search.
Okay.
Up there with Ghost and
You got. Let me go check what Jillian got.
5.
6.
Wait, what's the minus on search?
Search is -2.
By 3.
Prospecting and geology is at +2. -1. You guys probably spend 2 to 3 hours. There are some areas where it might require more elaborate climbing as a team to go get to. Your immediate vicinity, that's roughly where the area of the GPS location would be. They're kind of like small crevasses and other things of that nature where you think that there might be small chasms that were kind of burrowed out by water. You haven't seen anything that's like terribly large enough where you'd want to go into. I would say that actually, what do you make yours by, Steve, again?
4 for naturalist.
And you made yours by
I made mine by 8 minus 2 is 6.
6. Those of you making it by 6 or more, there is an area that goes down and slightly turns, but it gets narrow near the bottom, so it kind of funnels down like this. There could be a good possibility where if you snag or something, you can't get back up the same way.
So,
You'd just be stuck underground.
not to be cliche or anything, but can I just do a fold space down like a telescope style again? Like just peek hole?
You could peek hole down there. If you were to do a full body one, it'd be quite tricky given
Yeah, I just want to do the
because if you're
little
coming
peek
down
hole.
vertically, you could shimmy down it, but It would be difficult. Like, here's your basket of fold space. Jump into it, people. Like, hold it in.
This is purely for the purposes of observation.
You could give me a fold space to attempt to look down.
I assume just diplomacy here. I'm assuming since this one's little and they're just kind of snaking it down, that it should be a little easier than the full body ones.
I do take that into account.
I haven't hit my funny bone before, so it was the first.
Critical success on Cthulhu dice.
Yeah, with my new elbow.
Watch his elbow chair.
You do start to snake it down. You will need a light source to shine through the fold
Technically,
space.
it's a pass by 11.
Yep, you're slowly snaking it down. Right now, you've gotten to a point where light's
Do you
not.
have the make light thing spell?
I used my arm.
You should make that on the other side of the
All right.
full space.
B turns on her high beam on her field tool.
Okay.
You can start to continue to snake down from there.
Critical success on random people. Okay.
Yep.
If it's down there, we're gonna find.
Anyone have geology or want to make an IQ default?
We'll make it
Can't your light help them receive?
So need geology. We'll make it all.
Her light's pretty sufficient right now.
I thought we had to put it on the other side, which magic.
I did it by 11.
I'm just not gonna roll.
IQ by 11.
Coming down, you probably get close to about 300 meters down as he kind of snakes through various passageways. There are some regions that are large enough for a team to be down there, but there's other areas where he snakes it through like probably a large, thick arm-sized hole. There are some rocks near the 300 meters where you would say they are very old rocks, maybe even from the kind of early Cretaceous period. So maybe.
Well, do we see anything that looks
like a door?
No doors, no structures from what you can tell.
Can we hold Steely here to see that?
Can we look through with our goggles?
You can look through with your goggles.
And you'd be looking for something that was oddly devoid of primal energy.
I actually apologize. You wouldn't have had to use your monocle at one point, didn't you? You would have been able to see the area was fairly brighter than normal, and there would be no interference. Excuse me.
No interference?
No interference for you.
So they have the recognition that they're looking through their goggles for something that is like devoid of primal energy, like before.
I sent Steely by 5.
Is this the direction of where the brightness is? There are these like.
Specifically, no. This area is just kind of fairly high.
Person dies.
Let's go down to this one.
Well, let's just finish looking through this tunnel system and then.
Okay.
With Sun Steely, with your 5, you're able to detect that previous location. You're not sure if it's the rock or if there's anything below you. It's just you don't detect anything. It's not that you detect that there's a blank spot. It's just there's nothing you see.
I'll let these guys know that, and also, what will one of the other roles do for me in this situation?
You can detect spiritual forces or shallows.
I'll do that.
All right.
And you get
I think you'd be looking for like what's the anti-shallow called? Hardened area?
Yeah, some hardened area with the.
Wind of Outer Wells makes 6.
The area is a little bit softer than normal. No unusual spiritual noises that you can hear.
Yeah, you say that, and then like his
This is where they have it listed as. It could have shifted. It could just be right here, just underneath rock.
Keep moving your eyes.
There could have been a lava flow at some point in time that, if you had something that could detect deeply underground.
Well, we'll keep looking with the thing. If we see anything that looks like lava, we'll be like, maybe we should try breaking through that.
I will ask the dimensional shambler if he's anything down there.
You're communing with a dimensional shambler?
I've been seeing me do this for a while.
I think we've seen it, haven't we? Somebody standing behind him.
You've only been told by Sion that there was something standing behind Hunter at some point.
Yep. I took him aside and explained to him what it was.
But they've never seen anything.
Okay. Can Puddin see that?
Puddin hasn't been like
Puddin doesn't like him and hasn't been around him.
Oh yes.
I apologize to your cat, by the way.
Very cute.
You can't apologize.
I apologize
So,
for existing.
what are we doing?
We're just currently searching.
He's using his eye to search. I sit down with the cat and start petting it.
We're using the magic telescope.
Yeah, have fun with that. I sit down on a rock and start to drink some more.
He's not sure. It would take him some time to look through this area. There's small pockets down there, but they don't necessarily cross over to the penumbra.
Okay. Well, if you could take a look, that'd be awesome.
You'll spend time looking.
I got someone looking to see if there's anything actual down there that we're looking for.
All right.
Does Scarlet have a spell that helps her from, like, the extreme cold?
Yeah, wine a bass.
Okay. So, like,
Don't cat walking around
those
the
things need to
room.
put, like, sunscreen on and...
Yep.
So as far as I know,
She's never seemed to have any kind of issue with that.
Let's wait here until maybe an hour or so before dark, and then let's go home.
Yep.
So, do we see anything that looks like lava flow when we're searching with the little telescope eye?
Bring your body with you.
Do we find a bigger cavern or something?
Right. Oh, that meat thing, yeah.
Overall, I mean, you've probably found possibilities. But every time you go down a corridor, you find like 10 more avenues, which you might want to check. If you guys try to like clear off an area through a folded section of space, I mean, it does look like it kind of sometimes ends in rock, but you think your only limiting factor might be time if something is here. It could be that this thing isn't here anymore, but I suppose you get a feeling as though you're looking for like some sort of lost tomb in the Valley of Kings. You're like, well, don't feel dismayed if you look for one day and nothing happens.
as we go in deeper, like follow some of these rooms, how's the temperature change on the interior?
I would say the temperature is more controlled. There's no cold. It's not as cold down there, so you could make a temporary shelter, but...
Alright. Keep searching with the monocle to see if anything comes through.
Nothing terribly.
Nothing? I like nothing.
No, nothing of interest that immediately pops out. I would say that you might be able to find something if you continue to look. You don't know if anything's here, but so
We're
far
on the inside of the cave, right?
You're not. You're up at the top using a folded space to look down. So right now, within your time frame, you haven't found anything definitive yet.
I'll keep searching with the monocle instead of looking down, but just around.
Okay.
Try looking up. What if this thing, you rolled it away?
I look all the directions that I possibly can
And
see.
it's floating in the air?
Sure. Could be an extra dimensional space or something.
I feel like the other one wasn't. This one probably isn't.
I agree, but it'd be fun if
You
it
haven't seen
was.
anything up here.
Okay. Other than the southwest?
It is still here.
Other than the southwest peak?
It seemed like
that
one we
hazy
were in
area, you
reset
can't see the
and
peak
then did
itself
a
from that
search,
area.
right? That was what you told us?
Yep.
So I feel like if it did a search, it was checking the recent ones.
Probably. So how many days do we want to devote to coming here and having him search with his magic eye?
How far down are you going?
He's gone down about 300 meters, but it goes down deeper.
And there's many corridors we haven't searched.
And this is one hole.
Yeah. Although it looks like it's pretty cheese hole ridden, you know.
Yeah. How many more hours do we have before it gets dark?
Right now, I've stopped at an hour and a half away from dark.
Leave now.
Okay, I'll contact Riker.
All right.
Let them know where we are.
In our little tunnel system, can I bring the fold space back up and down there where the wind doesn't appear to be affecting anything?
Yep.
Can I like kind of throw one of my rugs through so it should land nicely?
You need a +3 throw roll.
I think I have throwing. Default from knife throw?
Give me a dex at a -2.
Dex? So that's -2, so pass by 9.
Yeah. You throw it in there, it unfurls correctly.
Okay.
Anything, let's go to Australia.
Headroom is a little bit low.
Flat, you don't have to worry about
There may not be caves, it may be even more tougher. I don't mind coming back here, especially he's got a rug down there now.
Now we can just quick teleport. The professor can do it the old-fashioned way.
There you go.
Oh,
The
now
old-fashioned
now
way.
the danger is higher.
No, because we'd be going from Brooklyn to here, so that's long distance, so that's okay.
Space crevice.
In like the bottom of the cavern area where it was big enough for us.
Cavernous spaces underneath the mountain range. Some of the tunnels do taper off. I don't think any of the PCs are claustrophobic, so you shouldn't have an issue.
So it's in a place where we can get to it and, you know, continue our little eyeglass. And, you know, you could be doing this eyeglass thing, too. You have cold space.
You guys could split up. You could cover twice as much ground.
Except we're both still standing in one place. Just
If you could do it, you could do it too. All right. I'll call Riker. We'll go back for the night, and then we'll come back the next day.
He can set up the portal to pick you up here, other than it doesn't align perfectly with the ground. He'll burn up a little bit of the ground. He tells you to use only the right side of the ramp.
Okay.
You wouldn't be able to drive the vehicle out here, but...
That's fine. Then in the morning, you'll use teleport to bring us underground. We'll start searching from there.
She'll use teleport. I'll help her with reciprocal magic.
All right.
To put it on me in case it fails.
Reciprocal magic puts it on both, and my transpose is only at 10.
You're better.
Put it in a home.
You're better, Professor.
It is emergency magic.
Other than a Sense Steely roll, you just need to find it, make connection, and then with another canvas outside of your property, you should be able to dial it in pretty quick.
You gotta leave my property to do this.
From
your
Actually,
backyard.
when we get back to where we are,
Yep.
I'll pull in my butterfly token for Casey to show up,
Okay.
and so he can identify the patch for me.
The what?
Butterfly token.
For whatever reason, you don't get a contact back here at base's facility.
I'll go out 600 meters from
Using it there, it does seem to go off. Probably about 15 minutes later, he does come out from a kind of lightly wooded area.
Using a skill, those
I wonder if you can help me and identify this for me, Casey.
Sure, what is it?
Something I found in the Dreamlands and I brought it back.
using an item.
He'll take a look at it.
About how long?
He says he'll take a look at it right now. He'll tell you if he needs to inquire more about it.
Okay. And I'll ask him, has someone know what it does, you know, if there's any curses or anything like that attached.
He's got it. He just needs the object.
I'll give him
The
black eye patch.
black eye patch. Taking a look at it, he says he thinks that this is some sort of a word pirate fetish. He says it does seem to reinforce memories. It seems to provide a bonus to linguistics and writing skills, verbal fluency, even public speaking.
Okay. But no curses.
Now they can tell.
Okay. I'll ask him what's going on any of the fronts.
He'll sigh and tell you which one.
The plateau of Leng.
He'll tell you that they're still building a lot of wards and they're keeping certain areas, but he says it's only a matter of time until it expands into China and into India. I mean, Tibet and Bangladesh, those areas around there are already slowly sleeping out, but a lot of people have been able to move out of the areas. Luckily, they haven't had to coordinate a whole lot of evacuees because people just naturally decided that they wanted to leave, so they've been fleeing to other countries.
Have we lost any places?
There have been few locations. There was one in, he wants to say, they had an old chantry up in Kazakhstan that hasn't been open and run in probably like 400 years. And then Nefandi broke in. He was able to rip up and he caused a few casualties, but they were able to shut it down. It happened to be one of the areas that Thomas Winfield had mentioned an attack happened in his timeline.
Use the badge also allows
Other than that,
He says that's a little bit disturbing if they can reactivate prior, but he says that's not out of the question given Nefandi. I mean, a lot of Nefandi used to be old old order members that just went full dark side. They've seen a lot of refugees from the Dreamlands in the near the plateau of Leng. They've even seen Doles escape. So whatever's happening there is obviously, if people are escaping to mainland China away from some other location, apparently it's pretty bad there. He'll also tell you, from what he understands, MI5 has been using a compound which he thinks is called Crimson. Apparently it's caused a lot of damage to the, the harbors and the fisheries in the region, but apparently it has some sort of susceptibility, like hybrids. It seems to infect them and they die off, and that seems to be the substantial part of the Deep One's armies. It doesn't seem to affect
chemical warfare, right?
It doesn't seem to affect the purebloods, but since 90% of the ground soldiers are hybrids.
Sure, the Geneva Convention only applies to humans.
Otherwise, they're worried about the long term. He would say they're looking into the long term, but right now they're getting a lot of their food reserves from France and the United States. They're somewhat. Their country is currently it is not making enough food for itself to consume, so they're relying purely on these supplies to be dropped in from time period to time period, and especially they think that there's going to be damage within the fishery if they ever recover from this within the next decade or so. But I suppose they're going to be happy if they survive another decade. But he already is aware of several cities that have sunken beneath the ocean, Dover included, and a few other ones.
Is there anything
Stonehaven, you'd be remembering Stonehaven was the city you went to prior to finding the first Yith site.
So
is there anything of any of those that Chantry members are having problems with that probably would need our help later on?
Does he have time to do all this with his slow eating? Because I feel like I wouldn't. So should he?
You guys are done at the end of the day. This probably doesn't take too much time.
So your social?
But if you have one more initiative.
You asked about social skills?
They will tell you that he had heard that somebody was at the site location that you guys had been to prior in Luxembourg, the star spawn that had been rebound. He'll tell you probably about a month and a half back, not a month and a half back, probably about 2-3 weeks ago, that site had been broken. Something they'd found out, they'd tracked the residents to tons of Tondalos, used some sort of temporal manipulation to bypass the ward before it was set, and then it's empty now. He had heard that there was blood of humans or fairies or something in the region, but nobody's answering any questions anymore regarding it, and he feels as though, I mean, even he has kind of streetwise connections in the order, but everyone, he's getting a little bit of a black box here. Nobody's saying shit about what happened. Everyone was super worried about it, everyone was concerned, and nobody's saying anything anymore.
What was that at?
Alexandria.
That was when the Missus stole the star spawn.
$10.
He'll tell you that this is the site that you guys had, along with primarily the Order secured. You guys had found it and stopped some of the Deep Ones in the region. But apparently sometime not too long after they had done it, something broke through the ward, which is an impressive feat in itself. They don't have, from what he understands, there's nobody said it, made an official statement, but he doesn't think that star spawn's there anymore. But he hasn't heard about a star spawn ravaging the countryside.
No, it's probably not alive anymore.
He doesn't know. He says star spawns are pretty hard to kill.
It's being used as a battery.
Pretty much, yes. Alright.
Star spawns produce
Alright, if you need
electricity
anything from us, just don't be afraid to contact
A magical
Casey.
battery.
We're actually
I
looking
believe
into
that
some Yith sites right now to see if we can find
it's likely
survivor
that
He says that's a noble cause. He doesn't really have too much information about that time period.
who's your guys' teacher
Just to let you
for
know,
teleportation?
I was in the Dreamlands and I did cross. You can ask
Mrs.
either
Urquhart
Lars or somebody.
may have captured
that,
that star spawn and used it as a magical energy.
People said they've been seeing the name Urbast.
I feel like there's better
They think it's one of the
He
first.
says that
but
he'll somewhat confirm what you've heard.
like she probably made
He's
it
heard
demon
something about
star
that
spawn
being in
as well.
connection to
That's
Bast. He can talk to some people and get back to you.
He said her name was weird.
she seems to like to control things.
He says that's a little
That's
bit
just-
beyond his normal scope.
That's kind of a coincidence.
Usually deals with current topics and what have you. His history is primarily that of appraisal.
Just let Larson know to see if that will try to trigger anything with him.
He'll take a look into it.
Alright, thank you.
Yep.
Then I'll leave and head back to B's place.
Can we ask someone at the Chantry, like, if they have anyone who would know a spell where they could search out a underground chamber?
With phone call?
Yeah, with the phone call.
So you'd have
Like-
you'd roll 12 dice. Whoever you're attacking, by default.
I'm not sure if there's a spell like that or whatnot.
No, they'll tell you that there are in fact spells like that.
It's the same as your initiative.
They can put out a flyer. I mean, they're of course aware that Daros, the Primarch of what is it? One of the tribunal members. I mean, he's capable of easily stuff like that.
What animals were inside
Well,
the first Yith
Can I
site?
explain to them that we're
first
looking
Yith
for
site.
another
Do you
Yith
remember what was
site?
there?
There's probably more information there. We just want to look around, see if one person's there, and then the chantries can do
Somebody would have to have a
whatever
strong background in matter manipulation and things of that nature.
Okay.
You guys can give me. Actually, B, you can give me thaumatology.
Was there a smaller humanoid at the first Yith site? I mean, you
There was some sort of what appeared to be half monkey, half man, almost like a missing link. Huh?
I thought he was big.
No, he was about like 4'8".
He's the missing link. He did by 2.
You know that they could probably find someone in a couple days, but you were also aware of what is it? Information that you got from Frock that Gabriel Varus does have matter manipulation techniques and things of that nature. He might be a contact you can try to find.
Should we contact him?
Sure.
What kind of bargain are we going to strike up, though? Like, we let him look around, too? And
Yeah.
Otherwise, someone in the chantry probably could find something out.
I'll let them know that we're trying to find somebody that actually speaks Moo. So it might be important to you guys, too.
They understand, but for the most part, there's so many other things that are happening right now.
Well, if you have somebody
we'll
with these skills that you want to delegate to this task, we'll happily take them with. Otherwise, I'll contact Gabriel.
Otherwise, we'd just inform them that
Sure.
we'll probably be finding its site soon, so if they have a party ready to investigate it,
Yep. They'll tell you that Michael Larson generally has a team ready for
and I'll
events
also,
that come
I'll
up
also
like
be
this.
like, we have a stench.
All right.
And, explain that little situation and be like, so, you might want to be ready right away.
Recoil is cumulative.
Dimensional
Look
sight.
into it.
Across combat. As long as
Otherwise,
anything other than a single
what
shot.
have you? I'm trying to think here.
Selection shots.
They'll forward your information to Michael Larson. He has been out of. He's mostly your handler here. He is higher ranking up in the order, and he handles a lot of personal affairs to outside members. And technically, you're a member, but I suppose you have the most connection to him, relative.
So that's that.
Otherwise, can you call Varus? I
I
guess
call Varus. Or I send him a telegram.
I guess you have the business dealings with him in the future
yeah.
as well.
How
so.
fluid are the sigils of the Mucent?
Excuse me, you'd remember also one other contact that you know has matter, at least study and training in matters. The creature from the sea seemed to know a
let's go
lot of
with
things about
Varus.
matter.
No.
Varus.
Okay, I just throwing them out there.
Yep.
The contacts that you may be aware of.
Wait, that was the reptile guy.
The only
right?
other thing is,
No?
Deep one.
Oh, that's even worse.
theoretically, Scythoses might have some sort of technology that could detect something like that. And then again, Walter Riker might be able to develop some technology.
I'll mention it to
find that.
Riker that evening. I'll be like, here's what we're trying to do at the site. We're trying to find something underground. Do you have anything
You should
on the
have him
shelf?
come with if we find it too, because there's all this technology you could be looking at. Maybe he gets more ideas.
We don't go on adventures together. It's one thing we promised each other we'd never do.
Why's that?
That way, both of us wouldn't die at the same time, so we could rescue each other.
See if that's
I rescued him once. He's rescued me.
Are you sure it's not just like spear? Purple zone, waiting to teleport back.
He thinks he could take something like your EMS detector and set it up for maybe checking the density of matter, but he would ballpark that maybe about 2 weeks out.
Check the backside right there.
Wow. Why don't we go with
Is that a solid 2 weeks of him researching? Or is
He
that
said he'd
like,
probably have a prototype ready within probably, I would want to say, 9 days or so.
Why didn't you say no?
but is that like he's working on day 8 and day 9 and he does it because he has everything in the schedule, or is that him working solid for 9 days?
You get that many.
If you prioritize it, probably about 6 days.
I tell him, no, we're going to do it a different way. We'll get it done. I try to contact Bruce.
The thing is, you'd need to build an EMS detector, then jerry-rig it because your other one had been destroyed.
I understand. They can be turned into atomic bombs. It's not necessary. We're good. I thank him.
Okay.
In the morning, we teleport there to the underground chamber, bring some extra food.
Calling Bruce. Let's hear what Bruce says.
During the course of the next day?
So seriously, if we can find it quicker, better. What is the purpose of finding the guy from Mew anyway?
So we can learn the Mew language, so that
Better
instead
magic.
of just having sigils, you guys can speak the sigils, and now I destroy you. Lightning bolts to my fingertips. I don't have to draw a symbol. I just say.
What was the name of the individual I gave you for that one? Because there's two of them. I can't remember what the.
I can't remember his name.
I feel like lightning
was it
bolt would not
Zykes?
be one of those
Zykes,
because
Zykes,
it requires a starting point.
You'll have to check in with him in the morning when you go there. But he can give me a sense steely and then a transpose. To move to the site in the morning. You guys eat
Can we
food.
use reciprocal magic to do both of
can?
those?
Oh yeah, I can help with that.
So since
Yeah, Professor. We make sure you bring food and some cots, and maybe we'll sleep there overnight.
I don't think I need to use lock on a sense.
Under
steal.
different circumstances, you could send the bus with you, but it won't fit in the chasm.
Yeah.
Maybe typical magic to help her out, that on.
Get on?
Maybe send stealing by 6. Do I have to? No, you don't have to roll for reciprocal magic.
Nope, you would roll a sense steely roll.
Fail by 4 and Cthulhu dice.
Nice.
Yeah.
665, awesome.
Does it matter if it's 665 or 555 or 666?
No, just that means it's a 17 in addition to his normal.
Ian, is there an open power?
Well, there's one open here, but I don't know, it just turned off, so...
I feel like as far as failing magic goes, failing to locate something is probably the best thing to fail.
Yeah, better than that.
That's why we need to bring our ship. We can bring the one in my room, that's the orange one.
Alright, you've locked onto the target. You can give me a transpose roll.
Can Puddin help?
Puddin can't help.
Okay, I do the transpose.
Pass by 6. Or how does the reciprocal work?
So, you roll against your
I think it's
transpose.
I think it's only a pass by. So reciprocal is a 10. Transpose is an 11 with the bonus from the tabs.
Yep.
So it's a pass by 6 from transpose. So is that a 5.5?
It's a 5 rounded down, yeah.
Okay.
I made my transpose by 5.
Dead on.
You guys transpose fairly easily. All of you come
Can you
along.
do the reciprocal thing though?
Yes, it is.
However, with your reciprocals, you're not sure who in your
Reciprocal at the
trifecta...
same level as transpose?
No.
Doing my transpose.
it lower or higher?
Fuck shit
Well,
up.
my reciprocal is high, is lower.
When you use
Then
reciprocal...
you're getting less than what you said.
They still got it.
What did you make your...
Hold on. My first reciprocal magic roll I made by...
You don't roll into reciprocal magic, you just roll sense steely. What'd you make that
I
by?
didn't make that roll because I don't have Sun Sealy, so I didn't.
So never mind.
What'd you make
I
your
rolled by
transpose by?
transpose dead on.
What? Oh, so it's a fail by 1 because your reciprocal is lower, right?
He wouldn't be able to add his full reciprocal bonus, so half rounded down would be 0. So he hasn't added anything.
How long does it last?
Between one of you can't confirm who did it, but somebody locked onto the Peru location, the mountaintop, rather than this sigil. You guys arrive perfectly from your transpose into the North Stone, was it the Steely Stone on the mountain?
I've never been here.
So you guys arrive in a location you've been to before. This is the Steely Stone with the creature. You'll see like bits of petrified chicken around here and things of that nature. You've never been there, but this is definitely not the.
Where are we?
Okay, we're at another site. We've been here before.
Geographically, this is really close, but somebody fucked up a sense roll.
This site is an early site that we visited. We need to get out of here if we can because there are guardian creatures here that are underground. You see, I'm pointing my laser gun at the ground.
We need to get out now, or
No, we're good. Just we'll be fine.
As I said before, it looks like there's a stake that used to hold some sort of tied animal, and there's little remnants of petrified chicken pieces around in the gravel.
There was a goat there.
what's your sense steal?
There was chickens too, I believe.
There was.
I remember chickens.
There was chickens.
So there's a lot of oddities.
Sense steely by
7.
3.
Sense stealing by 7.
And so it's
We're going to have to do sense stealing.
At your difference, it doesn't really matter too much. How much did you make your sense steely by?
3.
Okay.
My reciprocal's a 10 though, and that's at a 13.
Yeah,
So
perfect.
is that only like a 1?
I do a body sense, yes.
For the most part.
I made it by
the same.
7 for the sense stealing.
All right. Between the two of you easily dial in, and what you pretty confident is the next location. But understandably, this is right next to the other
Is Puddin
sigil.
assisting?
Puddin is assisting.
Okay.
This is the next
Does
day,
Puddin
right?
know who effed up that person?
Puddin says it's a group effort. You don't know who the hell's doing it.
No, she said
Some people try harder than others.
Puddin did not do it.
Yeah. First she said Puddin.
So, transpose roll.
It can't be, and if you never see before, so that's about
9.
Okay.
Pass by 1.
You guys transpose into the area under the cavern system. The air is not too stale here. There is kind of a channel coming in from the area above. There's certain regions where there's kind of low overhead, but there you go. Nobody's claustrophobic, so you should be fine.
All right, you two looking with your spy eyes.
Do you have full
You
space?
sent your buddy out.
I'll ask him. What does Zykes find out?
You and I.
Sykes will tell
set
you.
up camp. Start setting
What
up
did
time,
Bruce say?
spread out
Was he with
blankets.
us?
Did you guys even call Bruce?
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
he
take
did.
cards. I'll play some cards.
I don't think you gave him a response.
Oh, did you call Bruce or?
I said I sent him a telegram.
You guys left early in the morning. Let me see. The clinic has the clinic does have. You don't hear anything back by the time you guys leave at 8 in the morning.
How solid would this cave be?
All solid. I look at my goggles. Go with full hammer.
Some of it is a little bit loose, but a lot of this is hard mountain rock.
Hard, I say.
How solid hard?
Zykes will tell you that there is a region in which you don't know who this is. There's a region in which he thinks there's other things about a half a mile down.
Okay. My sources say there's something about a half mile down.
Sources.
My sources.
From this location.
From this location?
From your original location, but
From our
fairly
original
close.
location. So,
How do we look float space?
You can't go through rock.
They laughed at 1 million.
We can't look through
You would have to use some sort of form of detection that would move through rock.
Goes back and
So keep in mind, full space passes through whatever it's passing through, so you'd still be staring at rock.
I'll use my manner manip, and I'll make a little bench.
Okay.
Then I'll put my covers on top of it.
Matter manipulation. You should be making a tunnel to go down.
No
With
way,
steps.
You've seen his architecture before, and you don't know about that. He's like, yeah, just get rid of that support beam, and then just wash that out of the way. And you're like, whoa, wait.
Your gloves, how do they work? Explain them to me.
Okay, did you put them on?
Yep, go on.
You think about it?
Yep.
And it works.
All right, let me borrow them for a minute. I think you want to borrow them to me.
I don't know about that either.
I'll make staircases that go down back and forth. I'm a master architect.
Yeah, she got architecture. Yeah.
I don't know about how this is gonna go.
It sounds like a hunter thing. Nope, you can't drive my
I'll
gloves.
give it to you.
All right.
But
Do
I'm
you also
just
have
saying.
do you have geology?
No, I don't have
I'll let
geology.
you use them.
I give it a try. I'm thinking. Get it in my head. How many
Standing
stairs,
away
steps,
from her.
10 inches, this, that, with all that. Make it in my head. I'm making something that goes down.
So he gave you the gloves?
Yep. I haven't done it yet. I'm just thinking my plan out. A switchback
mean architectural?
staircase that goes down a mile. An architectural, he said. Why the heck not use
It'll need to go down a half mile.
a half mile, sorry. A half mile. Oh,
That was a broad shot.
that was a crotch shot.
That's
Somebody found it.
impressive.
Architecture. I rolled an 11.
1983 was not a good year for something.
I have a 15, so I did it by 4.
You have a rough idea. Any more detailed, and you're gonna have to make corrections as you go down anyway.
Okay, there you go. And then I'm going to do it over here on this side of the chamber.
Away from everyone.
All right. You can give me a willpower-based mythos.
16. The mythos will be in here. I think. No. It's my general list. So willpower based will be the same. I did it by 1.
You can start making it. You check it as you go along. It'd be probably a little bit better if you had geology, because you'd know roughly how much the stone above you might be able to support. So you're going to have to kind of play it by ear. You would like to reinforce certain areas, but long story short, you definitely could make progress. It's probably going to be several days.
Oh, to make the stairs?
Well, you go down maybe like 3 or 4 stories, and you're like, I don't like this kind of gritty. We kind of deviate off to the left.
Yep.
It's kind of like you're making your own like mine tunnels. You're creating new shafts.
Hey,
and
I'm doing
down.
something. I just keep working on it. I've got a plan. I'll figure it out, boys. Man.
So you just see like,
I'm like amazed. I'll give you the gloves back in a few days, I promise.
As she's going, I'll go find. I'll let her go. I'll let her go for a little bit.
so
Yes, we're
You
waiting.
guys keep searching
really,
with your eyes, yeah.
I think we have a good lead.
Yeah.
Right, so
I don't think we need to build a paradox while we're investigating this very good lead.
you're literally going to make me dig the stairs for 3 days.
He told me I couldn't see through the rock, so it was.
You're like John Hendry. You're faster than any steam engine.
See through rock. No.
No, you said like.
The best part about the gloves is you're not creating debris, which you have to shuffle out. You're creating reinforcement and shifting it out.
I know, but we could still keep looking at different
If I would use
things until we
disintegration to
find
make a
gap.
small circle,
We could keep going through the tunnels.
it would just be
but
primarily focused on
Keep
the
going
circle
through the
from what I
tunnels.
gathered, right?
We have
The material of the circle is embedded.
You've got a
into
good work attitude. I think you should
So
do
it
it.
wouldn't disintegrate the whole
I think it's your
mountain.
turn.
Okay. So when she's working, I'll go
you have
30
full
feet,
space?
and I'll make a circle this big, and then I'll continue going down
Your
a
friend will
mile and a
have
half.
to.
All right, you can give me 3 disintegration rolls.
What is he doing?
You can see that he is using his adamantine dagger. Or are you using fairy fire?
Fairy fire.
Fairy fire. Then I'll need 3 fairy fires in addition to that.
What does he do?
He's
What does it
making the
look
mountain
he's
fall
doing?
down on us.
He
Give him
uses a
chance.
fairy fire effect, and he's been doing a lot of fairy fire recently. He's been like lighting his hands on fire and like warming himself up. And you know that starts stuff on fire, but the cats have also used that and
Does
not
it look
been
like
burned
he's
by
trying
him.
to make it like 4-dimensional thing again?
You can give me a thaumatology.
She was back in the.
005 for the
Pharmacology
And then
by
give me a use.
10.
Okay, just a second here.
3.
All right, and stop after that. At the first one, you're like, that looks like some sort of complex, multi-dimensional sigil, and you're like, well,
What
I'm
is he
not,
putting it
and
on?
immediately disintegrates probably about, you'd say, kind of a rough tunnel going down, probably about 4 or 5 feet.
After this 2 weeks, it's almost.
You're like, yep, that is just definitely.
It doesn't
disintegrating.
start coming towards us or anything.
Not from what you've seen, not for the
Okay.
first one.
I'd like to use full space to keep looking based on
Now it's a race.
I need it by 6. And I would like putting to help with this.
It seems like Zykes is able to pass through solid materials and even traverse dimensions. That's what you're telling her. She can't see him.
You can also tell me, like, look down.
We're going to have this mountain more riddled with cheese than it should be.
It's
Until it's fine, right? Until the point where the mountaintop falls in on us.
it happens.
He's great at architecture. Look at this big room without pillars.
For the most part, unfortunately, with your fold space, it's very limited relative to what this other supposedly person he's talking to can do. So a lot of times you hit a wall and you're like, well, I'd have to blow through the wall to do anything. So what was your other mute, Stu?
You told me to stop.
I was going to see if he was going to do anything about it.
4.
Well, now that I've confirmed that he's not just like whole floor, go.
6.
He continues to burn kind of a hole down. He does seem to be making a lot of progress comparatively to B.
Is it person sized? Like
No, it's probably about yay big.
Oh.
It's a drill well.
Oh, okay.
Or drill hole.
The other PCs wouldn't be looking down it all the time. You have seen there's been a few times where you think you got the sigil just about right, and you just see a huge pocket open up, and you're like, good thing it was like 40 feet down when that happened. But so far, you kind of look over at other people, and they're doing their own thing. You're like, all right, continuing on from now 3 stories further
Are
down.
you away from B? Or is this like right next to B's tunnel?
I'm away from B.
But he's just like, oh god.
You think the only thing that's really limiting you is your ability to draw these correctly.
Okay, so Foxfire.
So, in part Foxfire, it's not as good as you like taking a hand-drawn symbol, but also just your understanding of the ability. If you knew this well enough, you think that, theoretically speaking, someone could destroy a mound range with this.
Yeah. So I'll keep on going down.
Alright. So, ultimately, you come across a few large pockets when you go down. They head into other channelways, which theoretically you could try to move to from there, but otherwise you're continuing to go down. You're going down quite a bit faster than what B's going down. You would say after the first day, the only thing that's limiting you is probably you're losing line of sight to the fairy fire effects at a distance.
Do you
at
need
probably a quarter
space?
of a mile down.
Do you want me to fold space down so you can see it better?
Sure.
You need fold space?
Stand back. This could go wrong. This probably didn't go well. Actually, that's a pass by 1.
You can slowly over time fold the effect. You would also be aware that occasionally he gets the rune correct, and it'll take out the size of like a 2-story building. So it's just every once in a while. He does. Yeah.
I'll look at you like.
Don't worry about holding that hole open.
He might be doing it intentionally. You don't know. Otherwise, for the most part, it starts to get fairly dark. You guys start to get fairly tired. You are making progress in certain area. I would say that you're mapping out additional areas in the region, and some of these tunnels do look a little bit unusual, but you don't have a background in geology. Otherwise, Zykes is sure that there are moving things about a half a mile down.
By the way, there's moving things half a mile down.
Right?
Like cogs in a machine.
What cause can make those things?
Zykes isn't familiar with their life force.
They have life force.
He would say the closest thing he's ever seen to something like that is probably hunting horrors. But he says that they don't seem to show up all the time. He knows they're there, but he can't see them directly.
So do you tell us anything about hunting horrors?
Or something that might remind you of primordial?
Hunting horrors are those large electrical beasts that look to be like a truck full of rope.
But they're not spirits.
Wait, rope dragon?
They are technically multi-dimensional, so they are from another dimension.
I'm done.
The rope dragons, yeah.
Okay.
They can have it. I'm like down 8 sets of staircases. I'm like, I'm out. This is not for me.
I look at you, I'm like, hey, look how big of a hole I got.
Yeah, okay. I go over there and try to put a cap on it.
Oh, look, it's the same thing that we ran into the other place.
Wait, you try to put a cap on it? Do you try to put a cap
Sure,
on
I
it?
got the gloves.
And your hands just went down about 8 feet story.
You'd be able to see that they have
hands
a
through a fold
space effect. You wouldn't have to roll for it.
I wouldn't do that.
All right. I don't think we should go down there. Last time we faced 3 hunting horrors. We did pretty good, but we could see them coming from blocks away. Here we're going to see them from a staircase.
Zykes will say that it is unusual that they're down there.
They would have to come up through this hole, though. If I use this hole, they would have to try to come up through this.
Okay, so he says there's life forces down there, but there were life forces in the last one in containment units, so...
That was a primordial.
But the thing is, he notices them moving around. They're not in a containment field.
Does he notice them moving around?
I just asked that.
He says that they're moving around a vast underground chamber. He says they can bring someone there.
I can go ahead and go down and do a scout mission real quick.
Okay, tell us what's down there.
Are you serious? You're going to go down there all by yourself?
Yep, I
You
can
have your third character on
You can give me a fright check. It is at a high number, so you get your +4.
Everything works out well.
You sure you want to do this?
He's gone. As soon as he says that, he seems to almost shake, and then he's just gone. It didn't seem
Does he shake like in a horror movie when things shake?
No,
really
it seems
fast?
like his image just shakes and he's just gone.
I'll throw up gas golder as soon as he disappears.
Okay.
What is that?
By 10.
It's better he goes by himself because he's gonna like go with them.
Get down to the ground. Buddy rolled the 5. Keep that in mind.
Gas golder by 2. 3 by 3. Or gas to gold, or whatever you want to call it. Gas gold. It's like a protector sphere for spirits.
Cthulhu's Yith seem to suck at making containment fields.
Well, these things are probably hanging out outside.
You
the
feel that there was
field.
something in the area when you did that, and then
Okay.
you're not sure. It dissipates after that.
What'd you
What was your
just
fright
do?
check by?
By 10.
By 10? Is that what the plus 4?
What did Jeb just do?
I don't know.
Took your soul.
Give me a thaumatology.
I don't think you took your soul.
With the spell
Why
name,
you gotta do that?
But I honestly don't think you took a soul. That's fine.
with the spell name
guys consider-
Gasholder, you don't know what's going on.
By 2.
I have thaumatology if I want to.
You weren't there. He was asking about the question. You're already gone by the time that he's doing this.
Okay, what is Gasholder?
That was your thaumatology?
Would you like a thaumatology?
I'd like.
Thaumatology by... It's 9, I think it's correct.
I did by 7.
5.
Both of you know that roughly from what you've seen of it, and you might have heard, your thaumatology covers an understanding of a lot of spells that you don't necessarily have had contact with, but you've read about them. This seems similar to a spell that tries to force out spirits in an area and would work as a protective ward.
Are you trying to force those things up
Here's
here?
how this is gonna work. You get all the magic stuff, and the rest of us get all the money. That's how it's gonna work.
I'm gonna do Guardian of the Mind and Mind Barrier too. But
I
I'll
like
take
how he's
numbers.
preparing for combat, but he's...
Okay, so
I think I was really talking at the table originally. Spelling table. One behind you.
muzzle.
Alright, I can talk to you over here really quick, Ben. Yep.
Ben,
If you muzzle me, I will just talk to you through your earpieces. If you muzzle me, I will activate my TV speakers. You cannot keep me silent. I will just brain you unconscious.
I can't believe Ben won by himself.
Again, he's a demon.
He tried to take
Trust me,
on...
demons do a lot of things by themselves.
Frank tried to take on Elder God. So, I mean, it's kind of following suit.
I told you what the membership got you on the screen. I'd rather have her defenses up for just whatever comes out.
What's that?
Said I'd rather have her some defenses up just in case whatever comes out.
I take the gloves off. I'm done with these.
Put them back where I have them.
Okay.
He's like...
Oh no, they're in a special spot.
Can they work more than just rock? Can they do like metal and can you get another parallels? It's okay to say no.
I don't know. I got these quite a while ago.
They're pretty awesome.
Tell me about it. Saved my ass a couple times.
Can they work matter on a molecular scale?
I guess so. I don't know.
I want them back. How much do you want for them?
I don't know. Wait a sec.
I didn't take them. How much do you want for them?
I gotta recall. I gotta go through my ledger.
Is your ledger public knowledge?
He's got 2 sets of books. It says sure.
One's got a
No.
giant smiley face on it.
You know, he just takes the page, folds it over, and that's the real numbers. And then he folds it back, and there's extra zeros on there. That's for us.
There are about 5 security feeds throughout the place. At any point in time, 3 of them are working.
I do Guardian by 4, Mind Barrier by 2.
At any point in time,
Guardian of the Mind?
whether
Yeah,
something
by
goes up
4.
and like puts something over
Okay.
the camera,
I just make those roll. Write those
Kill
rolls down.
yourself.
I did.
or some who knows what you're guessing, and you can definitely tell that.
What time is it, Steve?
Like 3-4 times a week.
No,
Definitely
it's early.
will kill cameras because most likely needs or something.
Oh, I don't have that on here.
Arlo woke up this morning.
Yeah.
His ear was swollen. My daughter's like, he looks like an evil leprechaun. And then later I was like, ew, he's got evil mushroom ear. I'm like, a 4-year-old should not be taunting a 1.5 like that.
I don't have to lie to it.
The security, they look at the monitors.
Dusty told me a cute story over the weekend.
They seem to be
He's driving
similar.
2 kids, and he got to his parents' house late to pick him up.
If I were to supplant 2 of the feeds,
And
something's wrong.
Kate's like, you, Daddy, should be late to pick us up because we want to get home. We have 1.5 more time in front of me.
Probably about 10 minutes later, his character's back. It looks like he now has his bar out, and he's kind of like smiling with a weird grin as he's just clicking the trigger on his gun. And then he slowly snaps out of it and
Yeah, this, no, we did not hear.
What?
Basically, I'll actually take out a piece of notebook paper, and I would draw what I saw.
Give me an artistic drawing.
I've never seen it.
I'm just telling you what I'm just going to draw what I saw.
I'm
They
glad
look like
you're,
rope monsters?
No, you'll see it.
I'm glad you're taking the time to draw this instead of explaining it.
Well, yeah.
In fairness, he might be better at drawing this than he could ever explain.
It's true, a picture is worth 1,000 words.
Unless it's multidimensional.
Well, what if he's kind of bad at explaining, but he's like shined with drawing? You're like, wow, this really pulls it together. Yeah, there you go. 8. Made it by 8. He probably takes 20 minutes and does this full sketch of what he saw down there. It seemed to be an incredibly vast, open chamber under the ground. You don't even need geology to realize that you can't imagine how that chamber is supported that far underground and that massive. It's like an evacuated oil reserve down there. There's just nothing there, and there should be a lot of things. There does seem to be a large cyclopean city with stone towers. But it seems like a spiraling organic, buildings? There's multiple...
The lizards? Cyclopean?
Cyclopean. The other people... You do know that Deep Ones did have Cyclopean-like cities, but this is pretty damn deep for them.
What's a Cyclopean?
It's a
He wants to know
roundish...
literally what the word cyclopean means.
Oh, it's not a species?
No.
It's an architectural form.
Architectural design.
Okay.
There's large spiraling towers that don't look like they support themselves quite right.
I thought we were having a third species that's
No.
trying to kill us.
Picture look like when I roll a meat dice.
Well, I'm getting through that right now. There's a Cyclopean city down there that looks like it's miles in diameter. It seems as though the doors are open towards, given the dimensions he's looking at, I mean, you could drive a Mack truck in, but the thing is, you wouldn't be able to get there unless you could somehow get to a door that's like 15 stories up. The
We should
area
write down the exact position
is
of
filled with these creatures that are roughly maybe the size, if not a little bit bigger than a hunting horror. And you can give me a mythos on the drawing roll. The drawing roll there.
I'll just have you explain it to me.
Did by 4. You don't want to look at the picture?
I'll look at the picture, but I'll have you explain it to
By
me.
3.
3, 4. You're not quite sure.
I rolled a 9. I think I did it by 5. Give me a second. I have a 13. No, I did it by 4.
He draws them as though they're made out of shadow stuff. Some of them are there, and some of them are halfway invisible. Other ones are just barely like a brushing near there. So you'd have to ask him more questions about it specifically. You're not quite sure what this creature is, other than it does appear to float or fly in a manner in which you're not accustomed to. The one thing that his 8 made by 8 drawing roll does accomplish is at the bottom of the center of this city, there is a structure that does not share the same geology, or is it the same architecture? It's completely smooth stone, and it seems like it's been partially eaten up by this area.
Now, did he take you down there in our dimension or in his dimension?
I'll ask Scarlett from the picture that he drew if she would recognize
Can
it.
he just take you into the smooth structure instead of next to these things?
Go back down there.
Is that bad?
Yeah, I shot
She's vaguely remembers some
What
sort
were
of
they doing
creature
to
that
you?
size that can turn invisible and flies and pushes the wind around, but you'd have to ask Yata. She could contact her tonight.
Let's go home. I don't think we'll come back. But, you know, you can ask Simyata. Yeah.
Okay, so can I take the rug and do you have those bullets that have the little sigils on them?
I got one, yeah.
Can we leave one here so in case we want to come back?
Don't know if it would, but sure.
So take the rug with me. We leave a bullet so we can sense it later.
Yep.
Fire here, fire there. Teleport us home, Doc. Professor, excuse me.
So, what do we do first?
So you're going to create a fold space out of here because you're taking the rug with you, or do you intend to try to grab it during transport?
I figured she could just do fairy fire here, and we already have an end destination.
So, fairy fire.
Oh, fair enough, yeah.
So, I mean,
Yep, you can arrive back at the location near B's.
What's the name of the eye patch again?
Same thing.
You can just write it down as a word pirate eye patch.
So we do Foxfire first?
Yes. And then a symbol drawing if you succeed.
I made the Foxfire by 6.
Created on that symbol.
The symbol drawing by 9.
Seems really good. You just need to transpose from here.
Transpose.
Ooh, help me.
If the security systems you compromise the membership.
Would you like to borrow the gloves on me?
Also by 5
Weeks off.
after the recipient.
You guys easily make it back to B outside of B's area on that
You're just gonna have to trust me when I
canvas you put down earlier.
They're your gloves. I'm not going to take them.
Oh, that's what I saw down
I'll always come back to you.
Sorry, that was a bust.
All right, you guys are back at your laboratories later on in the evening.
All right.
So we should probably try and figure out what these are.
Maybe Bruce has contacted me. I don't think anyone in my facility is going to know what they are.
Call the
I'm going back to my temple. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Can we call up? No, we'd have to go to the channel.
Like a day or two or a week? Or...
It's in the morning.
All right.
So you're going to hit up your contacts?
Yeah, I'm going to go back to my little area. My little
So
sanctuary.
Tomorrow morning we meet at B's lab and
Yes.
get a plan of action then?
Yes.
Okay.
I think we'll probably be doing another Yith site. Not this one again.
I say
Well, if we
Australia.
figure out what they are and they're just big kitties that scared the shit out of
What's
him.
wrong with this Yith site?
It's going to be hard for us to get
It's not a
to.
Yith site.
No.
I would say based on your architecture before, there was a structure buried underneath this one that did look of oddly smooth stone.
Right. The Yith
Just,
site.
just the shit above it wasn't that good.
Right. Somebody else built another place on top of it.
Or the Yith were just like, look, this abandoned city.
So when I go in the dream or sleep, I'll try to see if I can contact Samyata and ask her.
Okay.
So
Is there anything else that you guys are doing for the...
I just helped my husband do some project
with the picture and
until it's nighttime.
Bruce would tell you, what is it? He would give you the information to his clinic, which is... He always has somebody working there, so you could contact him through that rather than a telegram.
Does he see me walk away?
He'll just leave the contact information. You guys get back
I'll
late.
give him a phone call.
Takes him about 15 minutes to get the individual, but he'll answer.
Yep. Basically, I tell him we went to the Yith site, and I described the things that we saw there.
I could give you a picture, a copy of the picture.
He's talking about.
I tried to describe it as best I can.
You can give me a public speaking
Public speaking.
or an IQ roll.
I don't think I have public speaking, but I'll check.
how do you motivate your workers?
I use mental
Well-
strength.
Public speaking is a skill about describing things and telling stories and...
I don't have it.
Do you remember what the pluses the patch gave?
Oh, you'll find out it gives a +2 to linguistics, writing, public speaking, and I want to say fast talk. And then you'll find out that it gives a +2 willpower roll regarding the alterations or changes in memories, but not specifically additional willpower.
I have
And you will
artists.
find that you're a lot more glib when you put it on. You're kind of reaching those far dictionary words. You're like, I kind of knew what that was, but I totally used this correctly. I feel good about myself. You feel as though you could whip someone with your literary expertise.
I do have artists drawing, and I'm going from a drawing. What role did you want me to make? Intelligence?
Intelligence or public speaking?
Intelligence, then. So I rolled a 5, I did it by 11.
He'll check. He probably spends like 5 minutes with you on the phone. He tells you that he has to go get a book from his demands, I'll call it. He does come back after that. He spent a little bit of time describing it, and he asks you about features on it, about things. It does kind of look like a hunting core, but you guys ruled that out. He says the only thing he thinks it might be a flying polyp.
I asked him about flying polyps.
He says they would match the criteria. They're deep subterranean, but they're generally only found in very ancient structures. Supposedly they ruled a good portion of the Earth millions upon millions of years ago.
Well, they did build or have a facility on top of the Yith site. That would be ancient.
He does have records of there being a war between flying polyps and the Yith, but he doesn't know anymore. He can look for more.
Are they dangerous?
He says supposedly the Yith had contained them at some point in time, and then they escaped. So he imagines sufficiently so.
All right. You've never encountered one.
He's never come across one, though.
Would he want to study one?
Do you want to go where there's a whole society of them and study them?
Is there? Does he have a way?
He would be interested in taking a look. He doesn't want to jump in the midst of something.
All right. Well, if you ever want to pique that curiosity, let us know. We'll
You should ask him if they can, like, change their size to fit through small holes.
Oh yeah.
Or if they can go through solid matter where it doesn't even matter.
He's in the room with me.
From his records, it seems as though they can bypass large, dense rock.
They can or
They
can't?
can't. But they can pass through thin material as though it wasn't there.
Could they fit through, kind of like contort to fit through a small hole?
It'd have to be roughly their body shape and only for a small amount of time, otherwise they'd be ejected.
So if
He says they're partially here and they're partially not. So they can skirt past what would normally be allowable, but they can't blatantly disregard it. Such in the case of giant, like a layer full of bedrock, they couldn't pass.
But they could pass through a
I let
small
you guys know
hole,
about flying polyps.
Potentially for a small portion, yeah.
but not for a half mile.
Not unless they had like leeway points between it, like large bubbles.
How far is it from here?
Phone call away. It's like 3 or 4
Kind of like a rest stop on the highway.
Yeah. We got this guy.
I think this Yith site is off limits for us.
I was thinking that this could have been a POW
I'd like to call
camp.
the chantry and see if Althea will look something up for
Well,
us. Like,
let's
if
wait and see what
can.
Semyana has to say too. Maybe she's like, no, that's a.
are fine, and if they have any idea of what's down there, because that might be where our guy is, because it's the most dangerous.
I doubt it could be. I think it was a POW camp that went.
They can.
Kind of broke down.
They'll get back to you, and Althea will coordinate some people at the chantry, and they'll get information to you in the morning.
I'm just trying to get over the fact that it's a deep subterranean species that flies.
Force down there, and he trapped those.
From what Peru said, that at one point in time they had a significant portion of landmass and were pushed back into the earth. Like the earth was used as a natural, not a Ziploc bag, but a
Why would a
Tupperware.
species that's not technically all in this plane of existence build structures that are in this plane of existence? It doesn't make sense.
He doesn't know.
They're from another dimension. They do things that we would have no
Okay,
You know what?
If they're
When you go back down there, you can ask them. Be like, hey, why did you build it?
If they're intelligent beings, why are they just randomly floating around a city? Like they're
They have other needs, desires, and hopes for the future
floating above
than,
a city. Just fills all
than
of
we
it.
could ever hope to understand.
You've never been down there? I mean, it could be like an alien looking above like New York City. Look at them just all walk around on the Broadway. What the hell are they doing? Just walking around like that.
How were they? Were they just flying up top, or
I saw things down there and open fire.
You open fire right away. You're like,
When he came back, as I had said, he was pulling his trigger and it was just clicking. And then he's like, I saw some things down there.
did you hurt him? Do you think?
Didn't seem. He said that it looked like it was doing much.
Half the rounds seemed to pass through. A couple of other ones didn't seem to get one or two of their notices. And then
so they're just like, ow, what bit me?
Yeah.
You're a good point, man.
So I feel like after that diplomacy, we should probably try a different
I
Yith site.
agree. So we did the Peruvian one.
I feel like we found it. We should inform the chantry to write it down. Like, yep, Yith site. Okay, bad one. Don't go there for now.
Already done. Next to the Australian side, I think it's the next shot.
Can I call the chantry and inform them? Yep, we found one. It's protected by.
they're looking into their references of the area and what they can find out about these creatures that you described.
So, can we just fast track the night?
Yeah, you guys sleep, you eat, you do the same thing in the morning, you kind of get ready. You'll hear back from the chantry. Althea will find out information that it does sound like they are possibly these flying polyp creatures. and they were in fact in a war with the Yith at one point in time. It seems like the Yith sealed them below the earth because since they were part in this dimension, they couldn't move through rocks, so it was the only way to kind of curtail them. But eventually they broke out, and they forced Yith out of certain regions. So it wouldn't be unusual to find Yith and flying polyps in the same area, because they pretty much just took over old facilities that they pushed the Yith out of. Supposedly they're kind of a shadowy material. They exist partly in this dimension, partly in another. So they're only usually weapons that can affect spirits would end up doing full damage to them. They can project very powerful wind currents and even break buses with 100 and 200 mile an hour winds. And they can turn completely invisible, but they have a noticeable wisp always about them. There's a high whistle noise when any is in the vicinity.
So I feel like they took over the Yith facility. I doubt they would have left a mute survivor.
Who knows?
Is there any way to protect ourselves from them?
How many of them were there?
You saw probably a bunch. You saw a bunch.
City full.
Did it look like they were organized, or were they just...
Couldn't tell you.
It's loose. The distances between
Sorry,
them...
were you down there?
Great
I'm
at
sorry,
recon. Great.
Relative to their size, the distances between them were hundreds of meters.
Yeah.
But you would say that you easily saw at least 50 down there. The thing is, though, if you hug the ground, they might not even notice you. They're way bigger than you, and it doesn't seem like they ever go down to the ground.
So it's based on stealth.
The Chanty would say the same thing as you could put up very powerful spiritual wards, but you also could attempt to cloak yourself because it seems for the most part they don't necessarily feed on sentient creatures, but they are territorial, so they won't care until they actually ID someone in there.
Are they sentient?
They are sentient, but they aren't intelligent like the Yith.
Are they smarter than a human?
They're smarter than a Labrador.
So they're monkeys.
I would say that they probably have on average around 9 to 10 intelligence. Think like early tribal. They can build cities and things of that nature, but...
I'm curious what Hunter's intelligence is after you said that.
No. Hunters and gatherers. I mean,
No. Excuse me. Hunters.
I said hunters. So excuse me. Like early tribal humans. Maybe 9, maybe 8. They have enough to build cities, but they don't necessarily have the same issues like aqueducts or things of that nature.
Okay. So the Yith site might be intact then, or they might just randomly smash things in it, but either way...
Let's leave this for a while.
From what you understand, it's unlikely that they permanently damaged a Yith structure. However, the people interior could all just be gone or dead.
Well, we screwed up containment stuff, so I mean, they could have.
Yep. You don't know what's there until you get down there.
What's going on, Australia?
Australia next, but does Jeb come back?
What about Russia?
He would wake up sometime around noon the next day, but what were your questions?
I just wanted to ask her what she would know about the ones in the Peru. Give them the creature of presented to us by Browning.
They would say something similar, that they heard things about flying polyps. Similar information you get from...
Would spirit force work against them?
Yes.
Make manifest?
Yes.
And gas felder.
Yes.
Any kind of hiding thing.
So, I feel like Hunter might become my new best friend when he realizes I can hide all of the big shit using all of this fold space. Unless he wants to keep carrying around a map case.
Is there a way to nullify a whole population of them?
A team of powerful magi or cats?
Or cats.
Yeah. Okay.
We go to the shelter and get 100 cats. Not to the targets.
All those cats. He's already got them.
I'm sure they gather up 100 every week.
That's definitely what they intended. Extra targets.
But I don't know. Like, lots of cats will do it. And we've got lots of cats.
Throw them down the hole.
Punch them down the hole.
Cat grenade.
No cat arbor.
Let's go to Australia. That's
Are
probably the
you
best.
sure that's not in your chocolate bunny set, the Horde of Cats?
Like those
Strength
photos
7?
from, artists go to camp.
It's 10 o'clock. I know we didn't get much accomplished. Do we want to keep going?
It's up to what the vote is.
What's that?
It's up to what everyone else thinks. I could say I could go.
Try Australia.
We can start Australia.
Okay, let's start Australia.
We didn't get nothing done. I mean, because we have scanned these different areas.
Yep.
We've determined that there is most likely a Yith site there.
We might be able to get at it, but we don't really feel like we're up to it.
And
Not with plenty of
considering what appears to be its history, the
Would disintegrate be effective on them?
I'd laugh if we open up the Australian one and Gerhard Fister is just standing there getting his paper.
If they were in material form?
If you could make them fully manifest, it'd be more effective.
Well, Gerhard, sorry, we have to get that deep now.
Could I use Foxfire to do Spirit Force?
It would be... You might be able to trick them, but it wouldn't actually be doing as much damage as
I haven't used stealth in quite some time, and I
a
do
Spirit
have
Force itself.
What is your stealth?
17.
Nice. Very nice.
next question. What is your death check?
How big of an area can Spirit Force take out?
But I do have
How big of an area for Spirit Force?
Spirit Force normally allows you to imbue some object with the power.
Sound
so
like their main attack was with wind.
a sword, maybe a
They
bullet.
could cut a bus in half.
What about an object that has continuous light?
Board of Unseen could help us,
They don't have any sensitivity to light.
but if someone like killed or stealth,
So if I had a bunch of marbles and imbued them with Spirit Force, dropped it down the hole.
The cats don't even think that they can see like that, so they might not notice bright lights.
But no, just marbles imbued with Spirit Force.
If it came into contact with them, yeah.
You should have asked your dimensional shambler if there were more life
Helium
forces
balloons with Spirit
in
Force.
the Yith site there.
Helium balloons with Spirit Force.
if there's 50, that's 50 too many.
No, I mean, like, he's like, oh, there's a bunch of little life forces in that Yith site.
Let's go to Australia and give that one a go. We dial in the thing, get at the ground level, and walk through. Drive the bus, actually, if it's suitable, unless it's mountain or something.
You know, the area that you're looking at is flat Australian outback.
I take off the Snake Man outfit.
Yeah, probably a good idea.
I feel like, for the movie version, it's just...
What color is the bus?
It's not paying.
I think it would be...
Not too Wong Fu, right?
Yeah, it'd be like Primer, because he just got relatively unfinished.
Primer green.
Oh, damn.
I thought this was kind of the chrome area, so it'd be like... what's that one famous RV company? That Airstream?
Yeah, Jetstream.
Jetstream?
You will get a call as you guys are opening up the gate to, what have you, opening up the gate to Australia. Walter Riker will patch it into the room. What is it? From Gabriel Bruce didn't find too much more information about their back culture, other than he's found a lot of ancient drawings that indicate the Yith use some sort of form of electricity to attack these things.
Ho You're one guy, so you stop 2. The other 48 eat the rest of us. So good to know, though.
To stop too, because I don't think I can
Polyps,
stop one by myself.
flying polyps, vulnerable to electricity.
So are the rope dragons.
Long ago.
No, or you could distract the rope dragons.
Rope
with
dragons through electricity.
it. You could distract them with it.
Yeah, because it seemed like they were able to pick up electrical fields, so that's how they found things like sharks.
Okay.
Like sharks?
What's that one?
Sharks have
It's like
electro...
box trap.
What the hell is that called? They have a gel-filled chamber behind their eyes that allows them to pick up electromagnetic fields, so they can.
As in similar to how sharks. I
Yes.
thought you meant they could pick up things like sharks, and it's like, you pick sharks.
They could pick up sharks, but yeah, they can detect things
Hey, baby.
behind
Hey,
cover.
you're a great way.
Yep. Okay.
Steve, did you ghost trap?
His name.
Oh, yeah, I do have a ghost trap.
It's somewhere here in the back character sheet.
So will that capture these things? Just flying bullets?
I don't know. That's like that.
Yeah, you could capture one.
That would be horrible, too. I've got one. The other 49 eat the rest of us.
No, 47. I
We
got
captured
2.
one, I put it in a warehouse, character dies, next character comes in like, what's in here? Flip.
Blind palm. I've got a 38 snub-nose revolver.
You pretend that you have a laser weapon. You'll distract it.
It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
Now it's killing me. Look what you've done. All right. Otherwise, Walter Riker dials into the location. He ultimately adjusted for the area. However, as he is adjusting, probably about a half a mile away, there is a fairly large fissure that goes into the ground.
All right. Good to know.
From here, otherwise, it's pretty much flat. It's warm. It's summertime in Australia, so
probably dark. Kind of opposite side of the world, right?
Yeah, it might be dark. Yeah.
Snakes. Is there anything that Sykes?
Snakes. How do all these snakes
From
go to
here,
this
no.
GD continent?
Okay. Alright, Sykes can't find anything yet, so...
Well, you know that he's not.
Yeah.
He's not there
His
yet.
location.
If I see a snake, I'm going to cast lightning bolt at it.
All right. We'll start looking around here, and then we'll head towards that fissure. It's the obvious geographical feature.
As soon as we walk out,
You guys spend probably about 30 minutes, and you're like, well, unless we want to fucking start digging with shovels, there's...
I use
No.
my
How deep is the fissure?
It's about half a mile away. You guys can go there from here. However, do you take the vehicle?
Nope.
I'll use the monocle.
How about we park the vehicle a half mile away?
That's how far it is from here.
Sure, that's fair.
So you park it here.
Yeah.
It takes you guys about half an hour to get over to that location. What the hell is it? Is anyone wearing serpent armor?
Nope.
You're starting to lose fatigue at this point in time. It's
Well, if we get here, I'd like to take it off.
okay. You can leave it in the
I guess
bus.
I'll get in my Australian
Oh,
safari
thanks.
gear and
So a pith helmet and like
That's a jungle safari gear. You got
How
like
warm,
a
how
Australian
warm would
hat
the
on.
turtle gear be in this situation?
what is it?
The MI5 stuff that they use?
Pretty warm, but at least there's areas for you to kind of pull it out. That suit keeps everything, the heat and the moisture in. I mean, if you were a giant reptile, it would be pretty sweet because it'd be like always living in the tropics. But here, what is it for you guys? No, it's horrible.
Okay. Then I guess we'll just. I'll wait till Sykes comes back from his port. If there's anything.
I use the monocle to scan this horizon.
Can I try some steely while I work on anything?
Maybe if there's.
I'll do shallows too.
Try the one that Hunter accidentally left here last time we were here.
Give me a roll.
Shallows by 6.
let's see, I have a
You can give me a thaumatology roll.
When Barton becomes Hunter because he's stifling my progress.
Yeah.
Tell me, oh, don't do that. After he told me to do it.
that sounds like I'm pretty
4.
He's like a recon, like their ass.
So send shallows. There's an updraft coming from the fissure. You're not sure what's causing it.
I mean, steely by one.
It's CD by 1. Nothing unusual that you can
I'll let
find.
you know there is something
Bam.
a draft spirit energy coming from the fissure.
Ooh, I put on my goggles, look down, look around.
Windows under weld by 4.
You can give me same thing. It seems as though there is spiritual energy slowly kind of hitting like a barrier reef and coming upward. You can give me a perception check. Is it? No, you're actively looking. So perception.
I rolled a 9. I did it by 7.
It seems like there's a certain amount of strange resonance. It's hard to see at this distance, but it seems like inside the fissure it goes down probably about a quarter of a mile. And some of the kind of small gaps and winds down there you can't get visual acuity on, but it looks as though there's odd resonances coming from there. You can't see spirit particles though.
We may want to contact some of the local tribes people to find out the history of this rift. I hate to say it, but I think we should do some footwork and
Is it? We can't see anything very far, right?
I mean, it's wide open. If you had like you could almost lower a helicopter down here into the ravine, or I should say the fissure. It's quite wide, and it's like looking at the edge of kind of like a narrower Grand Canyon. The only thing is your angle. If you had like a rope and angled around, you might be able to see. If you're on the other side, you might get a better view. There's no impediment, it's just...
Scarlet, nothing.
She can't detect anything terribly unusual. I mean, other than the spirit particles. She doesn't think it's a shallow. She thinks it's something else, but she doesn't know what it is.
Look at it with my monocle looking down.
With your monocle, you wouldn't see anything down there.
Okay. I'm not getting any signature on my monocle.
So what's new?
There's spirit energy coming up.
Spirit? From the fissure.
How far is there a way? Is there a decline that goes down? I mean, like a washout and erosion.
Maybe to the south a few miles, or even maybe to the north, there might be some way going down, but it's pretty steep.
Can we use magic telescope?
Use
magic telescope.
Use whatever magic you want to use.
Do you want to help me with magic telescope? Do you want to have a separate one running? What do you want to do?
I'll do a separate one.
Okay.
Telescope.
Looking in both directions.
Passed by one.
You can slowly wind it down there.
6, and with the help of putting whatever.
Were you making a separate one?
Yep.
Yeah.
You can get down there pretty quickly.
1, 2, and 3.
I'm obviously going to go in a separate direction.
Okay.
For the
Take a look at
purposes
with your goggles down. People's,
I pull up my binoculars. Already looked at my goggles.
Do you want to look through this one?
Oh yeah, I can look through your...
Yeah.
You could technically be looking through both of them because we're both standing there like we have our own little TV screen.
You two can give me perception checks.
Put it on pudding.
Is it visual, or do you just have generic perception?
It's visual.
Dang.
It is dark out, so you guys are using your flashlights through the folded space.
Absolutely.
And
No.
the goggles are revealing, and also your monocle pick up something that's not visual light, so you can see in that in the dark. It's just kind of like a infrared.
Yeah, there you go. I tell you, hey, I'm seeing stuff in my goggles.
Does it look like it's going to jump through our little portal?
Some random kangaroo rat.
What? Okay, so what do you have? Was it?
I have goggles. I have my investigation arm, and I have
No.
my laser
What did you make it
pistol.
by?
4, visual 4.
He's picking up, after you guys spend, it's probably noon the next day, you guys might go back or send somebody back for water, or the water you have on your person. You guys will end up kind of taking a break. It takes you close to about 9 hours here as you're kind of rooting around. But there's nothing difficult. You guys are sitting on the edge. You could, for all intents and purposes, have lawn chairs out here. If it wasn't the Australian outback, I mean...
Yep.
It kind
Get a
of,
big umbrella.
Lawn chairs, snakes.
There's any village.
on his monocle, he's picking up a faint radiation that's being picked up that yours isn't picking up. I mean, you've literally taken them up, and you don't know what... You do know that his works on a completely different premise, and it's never been like fully explored, but is this picking up some sort of light background radiation coming from some of the tunnel systems down there that you're not seeing?
That's interesting. I think it's another place we're not going to want to go. What do you think of that?
Do you think they're all going to be places?
Yeah. That's why they haven't been discovered.
No, the only one that's good is the one that's underwater. It's just hard to get to.
You'd have to look at your monocle and figure it out.
So do we want to try exploring down there?
We don't know what's down there yet.
It's been a full day for you guys.
Did Zykes
You guys can... Zykes will tell you that there is some sort of barrier down there. He can't look into it, but there's something large down there.
Okay.
Is it like a spirit barrier?
Yeah, there's a barrier down there. Zykes says there's a barrier down there.
Is it a spirit barrier?
Is it a spirit barrier?
He doesn't really think of things like that, but he would say that, yeah, maybe.
Okay.
That sounds like what we're looking for.
Yep.
Because the last one had the ward around it.
Zykes would also tell you that he saw some sort of strange blue wall. It was pretty deep in. It'd take him time to figure out how somebody would mundanely walk there.
I think it's a good idea to contact any locals, like B said, contact
Yeah. Is there a village near here?
boards. I know they did last
You guys don't know yet.
Well, look at the map. Pretty sure we have a map.
There might be indigenous Aboriginal tribes around the region, but there's no
set locations.
Set locations.
They camp from spot to spot.
So how far down did we take our little telescopes? Like, how far down are we able to
You guys
go?
took it down about a quarter of a mile, and then probably an additional half a mile into tunnel systems.
But did we see anything other than radiation?
As I said before, I mean, your team is a small team that's covering a very wide amount of area. You're coming across stuff. You haven't hit anything as of yet.
So, can I...
You might get lucky in 5 minutes from now. You might
Next
take
time we
another
go back
10
to the
days.
lab,
change my
tell me
full
and I'll
scale
do
back
it.
then and go up and have a look down
It'd be awesome
around
if we
us,
figured
like
out
from the
the
sky, look
one
for a little
dialed in
Aboriginal
or
village.
whatever.
Do you want to roll again?
Dial in for.
You can give me a full space.
We know 1% what it does.
Yeah.
Pass by 2.
The other 99.
There might be something up to the north. You're going to spend probably 30-40 minutes kind of looking around.
Do it.
I'll do it.
You want to find a way down?
No, I went up and I'm looking down for a village.
You're not sure if it's an Aboriginal tribe. I mean, there do seem to be Aboriginals there, but there's also a jeep, there's a fire.
Poachers.
Let's drive there.
Yeah.
Do you want
the car.
it in the
Yep.
bus?
Yep.
Or you can teleport it.
Do we need a separate, like, drive bus roll, or can we do automobile on the bus?
It'd be drive heavy wheel.
It'd be,
You don't have a chauffeur?
no, I'll give you drive automobile with that.
Okay, I can drive.
Okay, yeah, try
You don't have a chauffeur who just lives in the bus and follows around?
It inflates out.
I should have a chauffeur that lives in the bus. I can't drive the thing.
You should give him one of the radios too, so that we can be like, "Hey, we need you here," or "You need to tell Riker to teleport you over to England because that's where we are." Wait, we're in Australia now, we're in England. I
We're
want to
not
ask
spoiled
questions.
investigators that has very little budget.
You need Sergeant Schultz.
I see nothing, I know nothing.
And an inflatable guy.
An inflatable guy.
What's that from where he kind of inflates in and
Airplane.
airplane?
And then he starts to deflate. There's the emergency inflation valve right in the middle of his crotch.
Why does the head keep pushing you down?
What is the head smiling now?
With a cigarette?
Alright, we're gonna get the bus. Drive to the village slowly. Somebody's driving. I'm driving. I am not driving. I'm sitting in the back at the table or whatever.
We are taking notes that he should hire a chauffeur.
I've got a chauffeur actually.
Really?
Yeah, he sits in a car outside probably London. I don't know where. The last
He's
time I
probably
had
still
him.
sitting there because we didn't tell him.
Yeah, he's like, I get paid whether I sit here or not.
Yeah. Because why do you keep sitting here every day? I've been told to sit here and I get paid. So.
There are a lot of elements of hypertech in the large bus, and it's more of a safety mechanism, but there are like cold condensers in here and other things of that nature where you can turn them on and
Yeah,
like,
we
oh,
turn
that's
them on.
nice.
Yeah, it's nice. Get the air down. No reason for us to be in discomfort at all. Anybody want tea?
Here, Professor, you're driving? Yeah.
Going over terrain, you do come across an area where you do have to backtrack because they're kind of on a plateau from where you are, but it does seem like they do notice you. It does look like they are driving somewhat towards you. There's a large truck. There's 2 jeeps here.
That's fine. Wait for them.
Do you have like a couch in here?
There's probably 4
There's
bunk beds.
Oh, I'm laying down.
4? Not 8?
On the 4 per side, I'd probably say. They'd find room.
Okay.
I was gonna say your chauffeur needs a place to sleep.
Probably about 22 minutes, you guys see what appears to be a British man, along with probably 3 Aboriginal individuals, and I'd probably say 2 British individuals, maybe an Australian guy and 3 Aboriginal men.
I'll go out with my Australian accent. You guys can join me if you want. Or should I use my Southern USA accent?
I'll flop my ass out of
Southern
bed.
Valley. Just Southern Valley.
Okay, so I'd like to be.
Are we in Kansas?
I use my Australian accent.
Otherwise, the jeeps kind of stop. You guys come to a stop. They're probably about 20 meters away from each
I'll
other.
stay in the driver's thing just in case, so everyone can load on, and then I can gun it.
I walk out with
A man with a large rifle on his back does kind of come up. He has a sun hat, expedition kind of safari hat.
I'll walk out with B if she goes.
He heads out with a guide who seems to be a little bit more, I suppose, rough and tumble than he is. Hello! I thought it was was it a mirage? Somebody drove a bus out here. It's huge.
What can we say? We do it in style.
We do.
I can see.
Do we have a way? Do we have a table inside where we could have a meeting or anything? I'll invite him inside
For tea.
for tea. Come on in.
Jesus, how long have you been out here? There's a portable toilet in here now.
Yes, nothing but the finest. So we come to investigate the rift. What have you discovered about it?
The rift?
The fissure.
The fissure, the rift,
Canyon.
the canyon.
Yes, the fissure of lost secrets.
Fissure of lost secrets.
Not too much. My Aboriginal guides might know more. I'm in the business of, what is it, Tasmanian tiger pelts.
Tasmanian tiger.
Very rare, very rare.
Even
Elusive
rarer,
creature.
I would imagine, in Australia, right? Is Tasmania in Australia, or is that another island?
They're here. Don't you remember that Jack and Hunter went out hunting for Tasmanian pelts with Fister?
They're becoming harder and harder to find each day.
It's probably wise for you not to kill them, to be honest with you. Then you won't have anything to hunt.
Oh, I'm sure they'll be fine. They're all across. They're just getting very intelligent.
Aren't they canines anyway?
Yeah.
I sort of...
Dude, they're canines anyway.
I know.
All right. I'll turn to the native and say, do you understand English, my friend?
What is it? He'll invite him in. One of the elderly, was it the older individuals?
Oh, yeah.
That might be a little weird.
That's okay.
Do you ask him prior to that, or you just blow it right
No,
away?
I'll say,
Speaking the English.
do you speak English, sir?
He speaks accented English.
Okay. I tell him I'm here to investigate the Rift of Lost Souls, I believe it's called.
He says, what he'll tell you is, what is it? The individual didn't quite translate it right. He tells you that it is the time of lost secrets. The whole fissure.
The time?
The time. How the other guy was like, it's a fissure of lost secrets. It's the whole of lost secrets. It's the whole of the ground of lost secrets. There's lost secrets over there.
Time or THYME?
It's the
Not as the spice or the plant. The time is in the time of lost secrets.
Good.
country time elimination.
What legends do you have about the time of lost secrets?
He'll tell you that there are Aboriginal tales of men who were pulled through, I suppose, pulled through the world and came up to an underworld or an inside world. He talks about like a planet within a planet type thing.
A Hollow Earth theory.
A Hollow Earth theory.
Okay.
And he tells you that while they couldn't remember much, they know that they swapped positions with some of their ancestors, and their ancestors, not every one of them forgot of the secrets that were had, and apparently they came here to observe men and things of this world.
So there was other beings inside this area that observed.
He'll tell you that they took the skin of men, but they weren't men on the inside.
Right, they were some other kind of being.
Yith
In an
can't
observer
He'll tell
role.
you spirits, ancient
Yith can't
spirits.
shapeshift.
Not from what you're aware of.
Primordials can appear,
Yes, but
they don't really care about humans.
well,
I don't think it's a primordial.
do you have rituals or herbs that you use to protect yourself in these situations when you go and investigate?
He'll tell you it was in the before times. No one knows much of those.
Do you know if the world that they went to, or was it more plant-like, or was it really smooth?
They'll say it was a verdant paradise. Large,
Really?
Green,
Huh.
lush, large plants
I think
everywhere.
we found the
Large
Yith's
creatures.
plant study site, or the botany site.
Or Migo?
Oh. Migo can take the form of a human somehow?
They can mind you.
They can what?
They can warp your mind, like they did to the Eskimos.
they take over your body and walk around with it.
There's quite a few
So, like, deep ones.
Mythos creatures that can
Sure.
take the form of humans.
They usually put you someplace else. Right?
They took your mind.
In a box.
Do they know any way to get down into the crevice or fissure?
The British individual tells you that you can take some long series of rope instead of climbing gear. The Australian guide is aware of a back channel that ultimately goes back. He said you'd have to approach it from the north, and you would be able to take some monster like this vehicle down there. But he says you could get down there via jeep.
Okay.
I ask him, I kind of draw out the valley, and I say, about where is this thing on the valley? You know, I label the directions. I say where about
There, the fissure. The Aboriginal man will tell you that he'll draw you sigils. He doesn't know where it is. They haven't been there in some time. This is the first time he's been out this far with the expedition party. But he'll draw you certain sigils, and he can give me a symbol drawing or even a mythos.
Which one's better to draw? I got both.
I think they're all both. They're going to tell you something different.
Wow.
Symbol drawing
By 4 symbol drawing.
by 5.
Mythos 2.
Wait, those are my stats.
Mythos failed by 1.
By 6 mythos.
Mythos. So mythos by 2, and with your edict memory, you'd get a bonus. It seems as though, the symbol does slightly remind you of certain Yith symbols. With a 6, I would say the same thing, even though you didn't have full experience with it. It did kind of look like a Yith symbol drawing. What did people
By
get?
5.
By 5. 4. Your 2 symbol drawings, how it's set up, it looks like it's off slightly, as though it's been kind of like telephoned over the years.
So it is yet.
It might be. It might be Aboriginal understanding of somebody replicating a sigil over and over again.
Basically, I will try to give him the updated sigil that I think he's trying to emulate. I'll say, I think this is what the original sigil looked like.
You'll have to give me a linguistics.
Oh, I can do that. So I have linguistics. Snap.
Did you put it on my patch beforehand?
I did by 3.
Well, but he already acted at 31, didn't he? Yes, but
You have some ideas. Playing around, he has seen another symbol that looks kind of like that, but he only remembers something about purple within blue. And he'll take he'll take jam or something and draw it on a toast. And his British, what is it? His British.
We have art.
Do you have? He sees immediately like a purple jam and takes some toast or something. He draws it. It seems as though the Australian guide is pretty stoic. He doesn't really say too much about anything. The British man, I suppose, is amused at this whole process. He's completely fine with going along with it, but he doesn't like, jam and symbols and other things of that nature. And crystal balls. Do you have crystal balls? But he would come up with you another sigil that's very close to the first one, and all he can remember is purple within blue.
Okay. Interesting. Purple within blue could be important. I make a note of it.
Can we kick the British douche out of the vehicle? And
I don't have a problem with him being here. I don't think he's holding anything up, do I?
No, not at all. He seems to have a complete lack of mythos. Yeah, how quaint.
Yeah.
Like, are we going to do some palm readings? Is somebody going to look in a tea bag and predict my future? He's not holding up anything at all. It's just obvious he has no background in mythos.
All right. I asked him how he's paying his guide, food, money.
This is fairly well here based on the economy.
Good. I thank him for letting us speak with his guide. I thank the guide for the guide's time. And we'll try to get our bus closer to where this launching point is for an expedition into the fissure, eh? All right. Put another shrimp on the barbie for me later, mate.
No. I'm just turning on their headlights.
We drive behind some bushes.
does this bus have security features?
It's got locks, I'm sure. I don't know.
as she fires it first.
It's tough. Does that have locks?
Yep. There's locks right here.
It's got locks.
Turn on the sirens.
What other special feature? Is there
Heated
any
seats.
buttons that say like
That's it.
hyperdrive?
There's nothing like that. Walter Riker didn't have a lot of time. It's an electric motor. It has its own power source. You could charge things from here relative to the battery that's on here. There's heating, cooling, refrigeration here, plenty of storage, and the exterior tires are kind of like run flats. You'd have to tear them apart. And the windshields are actually, it'll tell you, like a metal alloy that you can see through.
Like transparent
aluminum.
Yep, transparent aluminum.
Steel?
What?
Transparent steel?
Transparent aluminum. Transparent steel is impossible.
A Goddard tube round might penetrate one of the side windows, but if it hit the front, it would just disable the vehicle. So you're pretty solid in here.
Impossible. Things you can screw into walls and
Alright,
lights.
let's go back.
Impossible too.
Yep. True.
What else I thought was impossible? Having a demon inside you.
No, it's
I don't have
not.
demon inside.
We had to verify that idea twice, evidently.
Alright. Purple within blue. The symbol purple within blue.
Got the dream bell right now. Just keep it in mind.
Call up home base. Once we're out of view from them, have the bus brought back to the base, and then we'll use our televiewer to figure out.
You'll be aware with tracking that it would look really weird.
We've already
The
left
large
no
bus
tracks.
tires run up until this line. It runs to this line and it's fucking gone.
What we'll do is we'll take our bus back to where we started and line our tracks up so it looks like we just did a loop.
Yep.
That's not look suspicious either. It's like they keep going around. And
Yep,
around.
that's what we do.
All
right.
Alright, that way they got something to go with.
Yep.
They can logically just be like, well, let's just be up ahead.
Yep. They must have been out here for weeks. The rest of the track's kind of deteriorated.
Later, when somebody writes a book about the weird occurrences in Australia,
Then we'll go back home,
There are sightings.
recharge
of a
our
magical
batteries,
bus.
get more food, and then
You
we'll.
will have one individual that does go through the gate and does a check on the bus as you come in.
Yep.
Restocks it with things that are missing from it.
Okay. And then we'll try to dial in nearer on the proper side of the rift, where the places where we could, by foot, go down into the rift.
Okay.
So,
You could fit the bus down there. It's just the trail wouldn't allow you to.
no, I think we'll just leave that up above. What do you guys think?
Yep. If anything, we can tie off on the bus.
Yep. There you go. If there isn't winches on the bus already, make sure there's a winch on each of the four corners of the bus with steel cabling.
I'll say there's lunches on the bus.
Okay. Awesome. Next day, we go there again. We start walking down into the rift.
I'll give.
Oh, and that night, Riker and I will pull an all night trying to figure out what that monocle does finally and perfect it.
You mean hypertech?
Where'd you get the monocle from? Or is that
We've
classified?
had it for
Classified.
years of real games.
Jet classified?
Everything's Jeb classified.
I'm gonna actually burn my luck.
Okay.
Was it a snake people thing?
No, they fucking. He can tell you the story if he wants to.
7. Maybe she asked somebody other than the guy that has it.
Does anyone else know?
I'm asking you, can Zykus contact Peanut?
I forgot all about the.
Where it came from?
No, I know. No, I forgot about the
Or
compass.
Zykes?
I did it by alarm.
Yeah.
Still have it.
Ian,
I did it by alarm.
Yep.
I asked if Zykes, his guy, can contact Peanut.
I'll ask him.
He doesn't know what a peanut is.
I'll tell him exactly where we were at the first Chantry place to see, or the first area.
He knows of their species. He could find one.
What is peanut?
But his name was Donut or something.
Was that?
I'll tell him the location we were before.
Okay.
And then if you could grab, I'll describe
What
the
is
species.
peanut? Like some
If you could grab
giant-
that.
Neanderthal.
Oh.
What? No, it's that trader, Peanut.
Oh,
Donut is that one guy.
that's a
Donut,
Neanderthal.
yeah, the trader.
He can't do anything for us in this game.
All right.
I did hypertech by. It's been so long, 11, yeah.
Okay, so you're going to the bathroom. In your seat, that's fine.
Apparently, it is a piece of advanced hypertech.
Oh, let's go for number 1.
Taking a look at it thoroughly with Walter Riker. Occasionally, you guys do post questions to Tanith Mechlot. and the technology is similar to Dusk.
Half of one is more than enough.
I would say it seems as though Tanith Meklot has an understanding of where it's from. He seems a bit surprised. Walter Reichert does grill him a bit, and he says, I genuinely don't know where that specifically came from.
But others that are like it, where would you find them?
You know, they give me a diplomacy. He seems to definitely respect Walter and a professional, but Walter really doesn't have an ability to sweet talk him at all, or at least get in there.
So what do you do?
He says that is a certain amount of technology where the Dusk, they'll say that the Dusk had expeditionary teams many years back that just went missing and they disappeared. And he says this is a advanced piece of technology that particular division used. They've never come to contact with, and they assume they were dead. He doesn't know any more than that. Other than that is rogue tech.
It's what tech?
Rogue tech.
Rogue tech.
He doesn't have any records of it, but he knows, he recognizes like 3 different precursor devices to it.
Can you give us the specs for the precursors?
He can. However, he wants to know where specifically you got that from, and he doesn't necessarily need that, but he needs to take a scan of it.
He needs a tech scan of it?
Yeah, he needs to take a scan of it. For that, he'll allow you to look at the precursor device.
We also want an output of the scan that you get on it. So we're going to put it back together.
He says that he'll assist in a scan, but you get a feeling that he himself wants to know as much as possible about the particular device.
That's fine.
It looks like the seating was damaged in some sort of super hot plasma burn at some point in time and dislodged it from what might have been some sort of seating, a helmet, most likely. It does have a slight...
Who'd you kill?
There's a slight bend to it, as though it's the rear end of some sort of magnification device. It could have even theoretically sat on the front of like a camera, or is it the end of a camera? It will run on electricity, it was a very powerful wattage of electricity, but it also does run on dark fluid. It runs much more efficiently on dark fluid, and it does have 10 stages in which it can cycle through. So essentially 10 visor modes.
10 settings.
You've been running it in 0 right now, which is kind of a debug.
I've been running it on default.
You get 16 colors and 100 bits each way. 100 pixels each way. There you go.
Two of them are ours, one of them
It's now HD. What?
HD, huh? Alright. Can you tell us any of the other settings?
For the most part, there are different settings for matter, electromagnetic sensors, bioscience sensors, temporal spatial sensors, what have you, dimensional sensors, what the hell is it? Causality sensors.
Are you sad that he's just gonna make a better one now?
The fact is, I've been sitting on this for.
They've been sitting on this for a fucking thing for years.
Yeah,
literal years.
Literally, and we've always said it's like, I'll get to it later. I'll get to it later. I'll get to it later. Yeah. We got to it a couple times.
So, did you get any cool spells? For
I'm trying to think what else is there.
How about just heat?
There's electromagnetic sensors, so infrared radiation and color.
How about N-ray?
No, I'm trying to think here.
Diving. Whatever the fastest.
Should I take advantage of it when it was offered?
Get to the kid, slap his arm around.
Psychoactive sensors.
I don't think I can read it.
I say that as I bend the giant steel bars and working and stuff.
How about magical?
Like, oh, this barrel's like really flimsy here.
There is a dark fluid sensor, which provided a small amount of electricity that will run in that mode, which is a debug.
Like, and then like a raccoon disappears and comes out and like.
And the last mode, I want to say, combines all of them into a multi-stage tier, but you'd need some sort of what he would describe as an operating system to actually coherently lay this in an overlay. Otherwise, your eye would be assaulted by horrible visually imagery that you'd be like, I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at. It's burning out my retina. I looked into the Ark of the Covenant. Put those down.
Do I need to try and heal him magically first? No.
And the spatial temporal sensors are 2 different ones.
I would like if like
Because otherwise, what you'd have to do
11 modes?
Well, don't call them 0.
Yeah, and it would be over.
She's got 10 real modes and a default mode. Alright. Can we have this thing running by morning with a dark fluid battery?
You can. It's going to be somewhat jerry-rigged. It seems as though the glass is armor-plated. It's almost equivalent to Atom 4. And you get the feeling as though Dr. Mechlot does open up a little bit. It seems as though when people talk to him about things on his level or higher, he forgets about his filter and he just starts talking about things. He says that it's unusual for the Rogue Division to devote so many resources into technology like this, unless they had some sort of overabundance of resources and some sort of limit of personnel. They would never devote this much time and energy into an armor-plated camera device that's yay big that fits into some sort of suit or what have you.
I do give him the backstory to how we found it in the...
He's interested in doing more, finding out where specifically that came from.
Honestly, I don't think the creature knew where it came from. It acquired it in its travels. I don't think I can have more story. But if I ever see it again, I'll...
Walter Riker will tell you that this seems to run... This looks similar to 2 batteries that you guys have, and he'll mention that to Riker, and not Riker, but he'll mention that to Mechlot. Mechlot had heard somewhat of batteries, but he didn't make the correlation initially, and he actually wants to take a look at your black box. He would be willing to give you an equivalent for the time being, and he can give you back the original.
Sure. I do it. I don't know. I hand it through to you and get my 2 new ones.
There's certain designated areas for the relay.
I do try to fast talk them, though. I'm going to need 2 to replace.
It doesn't actually take too much coaxing. It seems like he is interested in the original device here. So he'll give you 2.
But are his really as good as that one you're giving him, that it only takes 2 to be the equivalent?
I'm happy to get 2. With the expectation I will get mine back sometime. Okay.
And you'll keep the 2.
Hey, so we just send that back. Oh, jeez, my bad. Are you going to come over here and get it? I'm all the way over here.
Alright.
Yeah.
Once again, you'll find probably about 15 minutes after the conversation, Riker will tell you again that the damn relay didn't power up all the way. He's got this sitting somewhere. He's not hugely worried about it, but I suppose he doesn't like that he's not immediately upfront about everything.
Alright. So go back to my friend. Go up the story.
I'm not liking this there.
It's a good thing.
Alright.
It's been humping your eye for the last year.
You've been looking at it through the default standby mode.
Okay.
So it's got 10 more modes, and I tell you what they are. And you can see I've got a box that you wear on your chest on a suspender or a belt or whatever. Cords go up to it, and
now there's
just on a frame. You can tilt it up and down.
And there's probably now just a kind of a click dial on the side that he hooked up.
Just so you know. And the 10th mode, you can see you've got to lift the knob up to put it into the 10th mode. I tell you that mode, you're going to want to hook that up to a computer or something else because it'll just overload your arm. What's a computer? Somebody who computes numbers. You don't know what a computer is? It's like an accountant.
Alright, give me my monocle back.
The only thing is, Riker...
Just take my monocle.
You would be aware of it, and Riker would tell you, but he's not talking to him personally, that as if he is carrying dark fluid in a container like that, if it were ever to be breached, he should get away from it. Whether or not you tell...
I'll warn them, yes.
Okay.
It's okay, Winfield survived it.
Wait a second. This is not my monocle.
Well, it's better now. We've got it on a thing that goes on your...
Not my monocle.
It is your monocle. I put it on a little...
Is this the part where you just go, here you go!
This ain't it.
It does look like it has that faint burnt on the edge.
This ain't it.
Do you want it to be monoclized again?
I don't know.
Do you want me to keep it?
What was the bad news that you were going to tell me? Okay.
The bad news is there's 10 more modes that you can use.
That's not bad news. That's good news.
Well,
detect lies on B.
You need to detect lies.
You were listening to the whole conversation.
I'm pretty excited about it.
You give me a willpower roll.
You see, I got my earrings on. Don't know why this is important, but I made it by 10. My lies come through, even though I don't know I'm telling them. I'll eventually get to the black box.
6. The eye patch doesn't give me anything, right?
No.
Okay, by 6?
By 10.
She's overly excited about the modes. Initially, she told there was a story. You haven't heard a story yet. That's the only inconsistency you can...
Rogue Division for Mechlock's people. It's the only people looking at me at this. They probably made it on Adam 4. He was shocked because that would mean that they had lots of extra resources, lots of extra people to make it, which he didn't think that they would have. Now that we've got it hooked up to a dark fluid battery, which we'll speak about later, you've got all these modes you can use, and I show you, they're all labeled on the brass plate or whatever. And the dark fluid battery is going to be dangerous if it's ever breached.
Okay.
It's got dark fluid in it. You saw what happened to... Where did that guy go? Winchester?
Thomas Winfield?
Winfield?
Yeah, sure.
So it's got all these modes.
I kind of look over the monocle as he's speaking. Just
It looks to be the same monocle. They might have done a very intricate...
It's got a flip. It flips down. Now you can look around and flip it down, let's say.
You're selling this a little too hard.
If you want me to detach it...
She is unusually cheery about it.
Yeah. A little too cheery. How did you get 2?
2 batteries?
Did you show me yours?
I don't have a monocle.
Oh.
No.
Oh, and then you minus 5.
I have no monocle. I have 2 batteries.
You wouldn't need to use a high-end battery for this monocle. It doesn't actually drain that much power. Oh. One of your prototypes would be...
Oh, then I just give them prototype batteries.
I wish that was a story.
Alright. Dark fluid batteries.
I do wish I had 36 dice on them.
They store a fair amount of power relative when you're using a laser rifle.
2 dark fluid batteries.
Okay.
Oh, I do tell you that I had to give up the design thing. To Mechlock.
You know, I really don't trust that guy.
Nobody does.
Zykes is gone. Ben already asked him to grab one of those individuals.
How did he...
He's got an analyzer. We put it in the analyzer. He scanned it. We got a printout of the scan. We got some of the prototype designs to lead up to it. Riker and I are pretty excited. We might be able to make something like this.
How did you give him the designs if he's so far away?
He's got a scanner here. He's got all kinds of devices here you can use.
You know, it hooks up to those computers, things like accountants.
Computers are people who compute. You didn't know that, did you?
You've been in B's laboratory, and you've occasionally seen an individual that they've called Dr. Mechlock, and he's always been on one of these weird moving pictures that seem to be in real time. You've never physically seen him.
All right.
Let's head back.
I don't know.
I'm going to want to call it, guys.
Alright. I'll give everyone 3 points.
Awesome. Thank you, Ian.
Another 2 weeks before you come back, Ben?
I don't know how long it's going to be this time before I come back. I actually might be switching jobs. I got a call today to go down to talk to some people all in America.
Would you be on the security force or the police force?